pillar that holds my life. Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lily of the valley, you are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of the night, you are the pillar. Chickadee, you are the pillar. Daddy, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of Judea.
You are the pillar that holds my life.
Anyway.
You are the pillar that holds my life.
Hey, yeah.
Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds
You
my
are.
life.
You are the
Master
pillar.
Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life.
I said, Jesus, unibu kalabati sinduwe. Nibu kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biemede, nibu kalabao. Nibu kwa kalabano. Nibu kwa kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biomi go nibu kwa kalaba. Chikani nibu kwa kalabamo. Nibu kwa kalabati sinduwe.
Thank you very much, my people. We are back here again. I appreciate you all. So we can have enough time to talk. Even this one even better. Say, like say load in my head. It's like my brother Victor now, where they talk, say we follow left or we follow right. I hear this try to shut them up by all means because I don't get time. Now, we can now, Victor, you have all the time in the world to count. In fact, to Nigeria daily, God. In fact, your finish to Nigeria, finish her in totality. Finish her. Although to Nigeria not they agree, we go fight back. And now we have Mr. Pants out here as well. I appreciate every one of you, my good people. Guy, you know, even the Chame talk just now. I want to quickly address Engineer Ken. Engineer Ken, we want you to understand that, you know, oh, I don't know why you're who is playing music now? Don't give me copyright, please. We left from copyright. You are playing music.
Is that motors or something?
I'm sorry. I've told you guys before, what you are playing on your background, we don't need it here. Sometimes I know you know how to address that. To be honest, it's not easy. To be honest, not. Thank you very much, everybody. You know, yes, as I was saying about Engineer Ken just now, you should understand CM is a very jovial person, and you know, we shouldn't take things serious that way, so he apologized and let it be like that. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on. I appreciate you all. Madam Rita, you don't join us right now. I appreciate you. The people who don't the America. Someone go check out now. People who join us from America now. With this, the rich theory. Meanwhile, more people will be joining us shortly. Let's just continue. CM, for now, I'll hand over back to you. Thank you. We can't hear you. You muted yourself, CM.
Okay, bring in Victor from backstage. Somebody is saying Victor. I've seen a chat.
Oh yes.
Okay, he's in now.
Yes, in now. Yeah.
So
okay, was the one that was talking before?
Yes, it was.
He should just continue. Yes,
it was him. Okay, let's say this way. Let's say from below now, from Victor to Abotos, to Pansat, to Rita, to 2 Niger, and then to B Victor. Oh, wait. See better Niger. Who again is coming? Let's hope. Better Niger. Okay, let's say, please listen to, so that we do it in a very orderly way. Let's start from Better Niger, then to Victor, Abotos, Pansat, Rita, Madam Rita, 2 Niger, and then ending with B Victor. So Better Niger, what can you listen to what Ozekhome said? That's what we are we're analyzing the issues, the question he answers, those he didn't answer, those he felt is sub judice, like the one I asked him. He felt is sub judice because Peter Obi has put it in his petition. So overall, what do you think? What can you say about what he said, or do you want to add anything or sort of clarify on certain things the way you understood it? Hello, better Nigeria. Better Nigeria. You have
Hello.
5 minutes. Yes, 5
I'm
minutes.
with you.
Okay,
I'm with
5
you. Thank you
minutes.
very much.
4 minutes.
Oh, where is this noise coming from, sir? Better Nigeria, is it from you?
Hello?
Okay, yeah, you can speak up.
Noise. Where is it coming from, sir? Okay.
It's true.
Why not you disturb Elvis like this? You people just don't listen. He keeps telling people repeatedly.
Okay. Let's leave Better Nigeria for now. Let's go to Victor. Better Nigeria, hold on. We come back. Better Nigeria, we come back to you. Victor, let's hear you. Thank you.
Okay,
Victor.
thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah, just like I said earlier on, I was talking about Professor Ozekhome's analysis of what has happened before the new broadcast. The old broadcast ended and the new broadcast began. But I'll try to be quick and then give way for someone else. 2/3 of the 24 states and FCT, he made that comment. And we all know, obviously, that none of the other candidates got 25% from FCT. That is already a flaw. And Tinubu should not have been given a certificate of return based on that alone. And then when Neobi's question was put through to him, he also responded that there were illegalities on all levels, all forms of malfunction, all forms of malfeasance, all forms of corruption, all forms of electoral misdemeanors, and just name it. Just give it any name you want to name it, as long as it's not a good name. Everything that was not promised happened, including the failure of beavers. And he now went to make an analysis. I was listening quietly that, look, okay, you said, okay, I'm going to play a song and you're going to dance. Now you bring all the instruments together and you started playing the song, and all of a sudden, people are dancing, and then the music stops. People are going to ask questions. Why did the music stop? INEC now has no answer to that question. That is an illegality in itself. That is enough to annul the election. So now what these people are doing, including their gang, they are kicking the can down the road. They want to delay as much as possible. And Professor Ozekhome made this very clear to us, that they are going to delay the process, and they will do it in a way that come May 29th, God forbid, but we can expect the worst to happen, which he already explained. But that will not stop the court case. And what is going to happen after that, nobody knows. Whether there's going to be jury, judge, court influence from external people, nobody knows. Now, when he evaded, I will call it evasion, because as a lawyer, he has to be neutral. When I say evasion, I mean he did not want to either support Soyinka nor deny Soyinka in public. But when you look at his antecedents, the way he responded to the first questions, you can easily tell that if you give this guy any chance in private, he will tell you that he does not agree with Soyinka. But because of conflict of interest, he has to stand on neutral ground. And I give him kudos for that. I respect him for that. So going forward, I think we obedience should, continue to stay united, use our faculties like Professor Ozekhome said, support our people back home, come up with new ideas, try and make sure that we can hasten this court case as much as possible. And to be honest, the jury and judges in Nigeria, they are the ones on trial right now. Let us see what they come up with. That is my submission for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So the next person is Abo Tos. Okay, are you ready? Hold on. Are you ready to talk now, Better Niger?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm with my grandchildren, so when they make noise in the background, I can't stop them. I'm sorry. So,
Okay, your 5 minutes past
fellow
now.
panelists, well done. Our Niger Watchman, well done. Now, you see, I'm not giving too much talk or much, preambles. That's the way I'm trained. Basically, I'm an accountant. So I always go to the facts. That's why you see that I don't make much, talk much. Now, what I made that from Professor Ozekhome's interaction with us is that we should not expect this matter to be as quick as we expect. It may not be as quick as we expect, because he has made us to know that the minimum that the Constitution has allowed is 8 months. And when you take 8 months of 1 year, so you see that it's we are in serious business. And that is what I want to address. This 8 months, in fact, that's the minimum. That's the minimum. It's not the maximum. That's the minimum. And don't forget that this man is very fond to fighting from the trenches. If you remember what happened in Anambra State, for 3 years he was there. So with what Ozekhome has told us today, at least he has disabused our mind that we should not expect a quick resolution of this problem. So all the cry we are crying that May 29 and this man will not be sworn in, this and that, there's no way we can stop that. Like I said yesterday, when somebody was saying that we should not pray, we should not that, it's not God, it's not this and that there's nothing we can't go and carry guns, we can't do anything. What you can do is to put pressure here, and that's why I want to respect, I want to appreciate, Mr. Elvis Edigin, to be able to bring somebody like this, and I want to see how we can bring more people like that. So having said that, yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before, somebody said we should have plan A, plan B, and plan C. Now, if you look at it, Tinubu has been out of the country for almost 2 months now. And you can see that his lieutenants, his mouthpieces, his people have been talking. He's not talking anything. And now they are threatening Obi. And one thing I want to quickly say is that we all remember what happened to Abiola. Because once the owner of the mandate is gone, that is the end. Cry to heavens. Everything will come to a standstill. So what I'm trying to say is this. Since our major problem now is the judiciary, because we know from what Ozekhome has said, once this case can go on trial, there's no way Obi will not win. But the problem we have, what is the bodily security of Obi for the period the case will last? So that's why I'm thinking. I'm just thinking, please, let nobody crucify me. I'm just thinking that plan A should be how Obi can secure himself. Because if you remember what happened to that our brother in Russia, Navalny, when they were telling him, don't come to Russia, he came. You know what is there now. And and when somebody has a good case like this, it's more powerful. It's more powerful when it's outside the country. More so when it's not as if the case is being, the case will be determined so fast. And Obi will not have any role to play. He has lawyers. It's his lawyers that because it's not on trial in a criminal case. So it's not compulsory, it must be there. Understand me? So what I'm trying to say is that if there's any way this man can, have a plan to protect himself, and be sure that it's not within the reach of these wicked people. Because now look at, they have gone to attack the headquarters now of INEC. I'm sure maybe their objective is to get hold of those evidences, those from ECA is that they have, maybe they can get it. So I'm sure the people in Obi's camp will be so foolish as not to have copies of those stuff. So what I'm trying to say is that if this man can see how he can protect himself, how he can go to a safe place, just tell me, and then see how he can now put pressure on this place, on these people. And I'm sure if a place like UK or US, this man is there, and this man is meeting, and the whole world will know that this man has been exiled from the country, because this case is going to take a minimum of maybe 8 months or 1 year. Just tell me. And if now they are already, because he has made a noise now that he's been pressured. So I believe that the utmost thing for us now is to ensure that Obi is safe, and let the lawyers be fighting for him. Let his mouthpieces be talking on his behalf, and then let him be in an environment where he can put pressure on international community, where they will not put pressure on our own government. That's what I want to just suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Better Niger. Thank you for your submission. Then the next person should be Abortals. The way we're going before. Victor has spoken, Better Niger has spoken, Abortals. After Abortals, it becomes Pansat, then Rita, then to Niger, then B Victor, and then we come back to God's Power Young. So Abortals, your 5 minutes starts now. Hello? Yeah. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, today is my first time of being with you guys, and I'm happy. I've been listening to you guys all this while, but I've been trying to join you live. So I'm so happy. But I'm just introducing myself for the first time. So in your subsequent broadcast, I will join you fully. So I will just stand by and be listening. Thank you, guys.
Okay, that's very kind of you. Then we go to Pansat. The issue where I know Pansat, but probably people listen to what Ozekhome said. So we are trying to sort of analyze whatever he said in the context of what Nigeria is facing today. The questions he couldn't answer because they are sub judice, those he answered, if there's addition or subtraction, and then what you make of everything. Pansat, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Let me greet everybody on the panel and those on the chat session. And a lot of kudos to Mr. Niger Watch for bringing somebody who should know, a Nigerian, a patriotic Nigerian who knows the law and common sense. And it's a fair person and it's on the side of the people. So we were actually blessed to have him here today. But let me take a couple of moments of my time to address the distraction that we keep getting from Niger. I know that he and I had it out on the comment section where I was talking to him. Whenever we have our respected people come on this platform for the cause that we're fighting, we all love Nigeria. All of us will have different ways to affect it, but sometimes we'll have a special broadcast and we'll bring somebody in here to discuss that issue. So it becomes a distraction, not only during that session, but the discussion afterwards. And I think he ought to stop it from today, because I know that he's smarter than that. You cannot say you don't know who Ozekhome is and you rush into a panel that require inquiry from him. Now, the issue about propriety, whether you're going to discuss a topic that's outside the realm, that's been addressed by many panelists and myself in the comment section. But there's also something that I find very disturbing, which is his decorum, the decency, appropriateness of the way you address such people such as Michael Ozekhome or Peter Obi or anybody else. You could ask your questions and come with a comeback, but don't come here saying to Michael Ozekhome it's perpetuating white supremacy because of everything he says in totality. How dare you? It's inappropriate. We respect these people. There's no human being, even our enemies, that will be in the presence of Michael Ozekhome and talk like that. Anyway, I'm gonna deal with you further on this, but since we have limited time, let me go into the causation itself, correlation.
No, Mr. Pansat.
Yes, sir.
With good evening to you, sir. We don't have limited time. Everybody have time to talk. This is the second broadcast.
Yes, but he gave me 5 minutes.
Five minutes round now. We are going around.
All right, okay. Yeah, they can have more. Since it's the second broadcast, let them have enough time. Thank you.
All right.
After 5
how
minutes,
many minutes
we go around.
Please, can we interrupt? I just want to ask.
No,
of course.
Okay.
Okay, so how many minutes do I have to address?
You've used 2 minutes.
Okay.
So remaining 3.
Okay, I'll cut off a couple of things and just go direct to the actual concern that Nigeria has, which is, by the way, his concern is cogent. We do have vestiges of white supremacy and neocolonialism in our country, in Africa in general, and it's part of the problem that we have. However, what is the correlation? Is it do we have the leadership right before we correct these things? Right? When you're talking about wigs, is that a direct causation of our problem? Is it a reverse causation? Is it a common causation? Or is it just coincidence? If we change those wigs, does the country become better? This is academic debate. And by the way, I could indulge you in that debate. And believe me, you and I will be on the same side. They should get rid of the wigs. But it's nothing to confront Michael Ozekhome on a special broadcast that we're blessed with. So I'm not going to beat up on you too much on this, but I want you going forward to respect the platform, respect what the issues are, and help get us out of the ditch. We have a stolen mandate, and we must get it back. And finally, to Mr. Better Nigeria. It's a good name. It's a prayer and a name. We want a better Nigeria. Let me just say to you, I don't know if it's you or Victor that talked about safety of Peter Obi. And you made it seem like even if they hurt or harm Peter Obi, I cannot speak for everybody else. I know it's not over. We are determined to have a new Nigeria this time. So they could waste their time or do whatever, but it is in the cards that even if they chase P2B out of the country, he has to form a cabinet. But let's go on. I'll get another chance to discuss other issues. Thank you very much, Niger Watch and CM. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next person is Madam Rita. Obviously, you know.
Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Sasiem, everyone in the panel and those in the comment section. Niger Watch, God bless you. Like, it was really an honor, to really have somebody like a very sensible man, I would say.
Thank you.
This is an example of somebody with the white hair who is saying the truth, the way it ought to be. Who is somebody who is very inspiring. I just want to say thank you. It's not easy to, get a hold of a man like that, who is constantly very busy. I just want to say thank you very much. And if Professor Michael Ozekhome is hearing, thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir. We need more of you. We need more people like you to inspire the younger generations that there are still men like this who can stand up for the truth and who speaks things the way it ought to be. Going forward, I think Mr. Better Niger or Mr. Akeredolu, correct me if I'm wrong. I understand your worry when you talked about, the safety of Peter the Rock Obi, which is very valid. Looking at the circumstances of the kind of country and the kind of characters we have in Nigeria, the conglomerate of criminals and drug barons. So it's expected that obviously someone's life will be in danger. Especially a special person like Peter the Rock Obi. However, I would say that, when you are, if you look at, history, I know everybody reads different, heroes, of different countries and, how they represented themselves. And in most cases, when you have somebody like, let me just say Peter Derokobi now, leave Nigeria, it kind of takes away the psyche of the people that you are fighting for. And I think that's what he's playing at. And even the pressure might even be from his own family or from close sources, that telling them this is their plan, and all that. But, the choice is really his, because we all know that the obedient movement is not really about Peter Derokobi. Really, we all know that. It is just a symbol of the kind of Nigeria that we want, or rather the kind of the kind of person that would lead Nigeria to where it ought to be, right? For me, I would say that I think in his heart, he has decided that, even if it means taking his life, he's still gonna be there. That's what I see. I might be wrong, but it's quite worrisome. We're looking at this man as a symbol, of freedom. Let me use that way. Of the present day Nigeria. It's kind of I don't think that he should leave Nigeria. I don't think so. Nigeria right now, where many of us are very fragile mentally, very, very fragile in the way we think and the way we act. Now, if they want, because these people are playing mind games, the APC, the devilish APC and Tifnubu, they are playing mind games. They've gone to psychologists and said, okay, how do we deal with people like this? They've looked at instances of different countries that had this kind of thing and what happened to the face of the movement, to the person that's the face of the movement, what happened. So that's why they are using all these intimidating tactics. And definitely one of the tactics is to drive the person away out of frustration. Now, what would that do to the people? And I think Peter Derokobi is looking at that, he's saying, if this man leaves the country, it will make the people, it will further weaken the mindset of the people that they cannot be, their dreams cannot come true. Two, it will seem like, oh, we have warned you people that look at your master, he's running away, leaving you people to suffer. They will place that narrative.
Hello?
Definitely. That's how schemish they
Hello?
can be. Three, they can say,
Okay.
hello? Is my minutes elapsed already? Okay, let me go ahead. Can anybody hear me? I know nobody's responding, but
We are hearing you. We are hearing you.
oh, okay, yeah. So like I was saying, three, it will seem like
Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead.
it will seem like maybe he's kind of running away and he has been, pretentious to us, and the people like Shore will come out, or Deji, like what Deji is doing right now, they will come out on different social media platforms, the likes of Reno, come out and say, look at you, you always said he's a traitor, he's fighting for the elite, those kinds of things will affect the psyche of the people. And then what will happen? The people who are clamoring and who are like, we want Peter Derokobi, as our leader, many of them might just give up. Many people's minds are very fragile right now, and it's for this moment for him to leave. I don't think this very dicey moment, Peter Derokobi shouldn't leave. He shouldn't leave. That's my advice. But for his safety, I never dispute the power of a prayer. And I think you misunderstood me yesterday, and I'm still going to reiterate it. We cannot place religion with politics, but looking at the person of Peter Derokobi as a human being, as a father, as a husband, and as a leader to his community, and his how do Igbo people say it, umuna, we should pray for him. He should feel that people are praying for him. We should just continually pray for him. All these worries that we're having, do you think he's not worried? You think his family is not worried? Of course they are worried. Of course, I know many people are praying for him, but we should pray for him. But for the sacrifices he's been making so far, I said it before, he's the bravest man in present day Nigeria all my life that I've seen. He's the bravest man alive right now. In fact, he's even more braver than even Putin and the rest of people fighting. He's the bravest man of the 21st century. I don't know any other man. Because what this man is dealing with, he's not just dealing with internal enemies, he's also dealing with external enemies that me and you were not privy to even know. So this exit Nigeria, just singing it in his brain, is probably even coming more from outside Nigeria. So the pressure is on, but we can only pray for him. We can only pray for Peter Derokobi that no matter what, even they say the enemy comes from within. Even if it seems like he's exposed to the enemy that's within him, that's in close quarters with him, we can still pray that whatever danger that's being planned, or anybody that they want to use as a conduit, to hurt him, that it will be subverted and it will be exposed. So I think that's how far we can do, in terms of having faith that, God, please protect this man, because we have seen, that all along he has been, like, I would say, the conduit of exposing the kind of country that we're actually living in all these years. Many of us know the country is bad. Many of us know that most of these people are evil, but we do not know the extent of the demons that we have. Both the ones that you thought that were sensible people, the so-called professors on what they call it, the one that with the white hair, because it's not important right now. I don't want to mention his name. That came out yesterday. So he has. I said, I look at him like he's the. I'm trying to look for the word. He's the light in the darkness that many of us didn't really see the depth, the abysmal darkness that Nigeria is in. He's exposed the political scene. He's exposed the security scene. He's exposed everything. And for yeah. You want me to stop now?
I give you. Let me use my prerogative. 30 seconds. 30
seconds.
So that
I wanted to address comment about No, it's gonna be very brief. I'm not just gonna touch so much on it because it's totally irrelevant. However, it still has to be addressed. Tunaja's question, I would say it wasn't a bad question, but at this moment, number one, it was a very rude comment. It was not in tandem with what we were striving, the information we're trying to get from this, this constitutional lawyer. It was not in tandem with that. And that was the essence of bringing such a great man to our panel. Nobody's worshiping anybody. Nobody is revering anybody like he's better. The man is even so humble to even come to our channel. We know the kind of what this man deals with, but having someone like that, it's a serious business. It's not a joke. So asking questions about the wig and all that, those are questions that you have when you have a balanced system. And they will start talking about things like Lugard's name that shouldn't be in anywhere in Nigeria. We talk about the wigs. We talk about what the nurses are even wearing, try to go modern. But that's not the point of contention right now. So I think that question was particularly baseless and rude in the scheme of things now. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Then the next person is To Niger. If To Niger, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, good.
I've been very
you can
nice.
Have your time now.
I think people misunderstand me. First of all, I would like to apologize if I came across as rude in terms of the way I addressed him, but I'm not going to apologize for the question. The reason why I asked that question was because we were talking about Wole Soyinka, and every time we talk about our leaders, we see these signs like they all run overseas to go and chill out, and they quote foreigners and they use foreigners as everything. It's like, it's sickening to me. It's becoming really sickening. They are all at it. And I was saying earlier on in the chat that 90% of our leaders are compromised. 70% of them don't know they are. 20% of them actually consciously sell us out. I don't know where he belongs, but you heard him. He stood there, defended it, even when he could just say, okay, maybe we'll talk about that later on. He defended it, he gave excuses why he wants to maintain it. I just put a video in the private chat there. You go and see when our own young girls are complaining about what our own leaders are doing to our own people, that we cannot even travel freely in Africa. Our leaders are the ones doing it too. They are not people doing it. Our leaders are the ones doing it. The reason why they are doing it because of this mindset. They refuse to free even our own people to move around in Africa freely. It's almost as if the guy just posted the video just now. She's lamenting that why is it that we are restricted from moving in Africa freely while Europeans are doing it? Are the French wearing this wig? No, they are not. Even the British, they want to phase it out. The reason why I asked him is to get into his head, to find out where his mindset is. We just looked at Wole Soyinka. From the very beginning, Wole Soyinka has been the darling of the West. That's why they funded him. The Rockefeller organization funded him. They say, we thought we were sailing, but we're not. We were never sailing.
These people will never let us get any better. These people that we keep praising every day, when they had the most power in this world, we were in hell. And that was in the 90s. When the Soviet Union fell, the world was to their making. They can do it the way they see fit. And they put us through hell. And these are our leaders, still going on, going there every day to sleep and doing everything. And we keep thinking that things are going to get better. It's not. I believe that maybe this man, the judge that came here today, he fought a good fight. But remember, some of those people were born before we got independence. So their mindset is very, very different. They don't see themselves as free people that are free to make their own decisions. And if you don't do that, how can you even start addressing our problem? Is really deep from the point of view that we need to extricate ourselves from all the things that have put us down. And that includes some of the so-called people that they like to rush to and praise everything. Like me now, I'm here now. The consequence of this mindset, we are not doing anything. All our people are in the West. What are we using to do for our country other than we just send them money to build houses and go to school and do all this? When we could have been tapping into that like every other people have done in this world. This is not cheating. This is something that the example is there. The Chinese did it. The Taiwanese did it. The Taiwanese are one of the most valuable people nation in the world today because they manufacture microchips. Why? Because most of their diaspora, they brought them back to build their country. But do you see these leaders doing that? A leader that is here, some of these leaders defending a wig, their mindset is so all over the place. I might sound off key because you people want to follow the grain, but you are not looking at the bigger picture to see that these people are not getting you anywhere. They are selling you off a cliff. They will distract you with all these things, no matter who wins, whether it's Peter or B, or they will distract you until then we'll get recolonized again, or even worse. If people know what it's like, because most of the people that were killed, most of the people that were enslaved, we didn't live with them. We didn't see them. We didn't know how bad it was. Families, people disappearing all over the place, and they are breeding us like animals. And they treat us till today with a lot of disdain. And I don't understand it. How can we be treating people that treat us with disdain right to our own eyes? That is a psychological issue, a psychological dependency, and inferiority this thing that needs to be addressed. If it's not addressed, all you are doing is buying time. It's not buying time for us, for them to come back and do worse to us. That's why this issue is very important to me, because it raises its head over and over again.
I have a question because we said that it's okay to interrupt. I asked before I'm interrupting. I don't know if it's okay. Please, CN.
Please, hold on. Let him finish his time. Then you can ask your question.
So, my take is that
2 minutes more.
I would rather make a fool of myself than be timid, and I will advise other people to do the same. Ask tough question, pertinent question. Don't worry too much about niceties, because this is beyond. Believe me, it's beyond that. You guys don't see it the way I see it, and I don't know why. It's really beyond that. This is desperate. Our people are dying every day. You all say you care. What we are seeing right now would be a mercy for what is going to come. Because if I was on the other side, I'll be getting ready. I'll be sharpening my knives. That's what I would be doing if I was on the other side of the fence. And we are asleep here, listening to all these people. They will fly overseas because they don't want their visa to be cancelled. They can't say anything really pertinent to our people's survival, because they all think that traveling overseas. I've had them actually make the argument that the reason why that the democracy is better for them is because they cannot do anything because they want to be able to travel the world. Since when traveling the world is more important to you than your people's survival?
No, please.
So since when traveling the world is more important to you than your people's survival? Were we traveling the world before now? How can people how can people treat your people so badly, repeatedly? These people give themselves trillions upon trillions of dollars loan, and they ensure that we don't progress when they have the power to do that. We don't need them. We really don't need them. We don't need them for one loan. We don't need them for anything. The reason why our leaders tell us that we need them, because they know that's how they bribe them. We really don't need them. Our people are strong enough. Our people have enough money. They can build, they can do whatever they need to do. It's just because our leaders refuse to do the right thing. That's why how many of them have you seen care that our people are jackparring? Why do you think they don't care? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's okay. Thank you. So the next I'm coming. Please hold. The next person to speak will be Victor. But before then, I think Rita indicated having question for 2Naija. I think Victor again.
Yes,
so
I have a question.
Let me start with Victor.
Okay, Victor. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. 2Naija.
Wait, now it's Rita. It's Rita's turn to ask question.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sis. I see him. 2Naija, you know, when you say, you know, we're asking, we're kind of like timid. I think that's insultive, because I am not a timid person, and I'm sure everybody knows that I am not timid, and I don't think anybody in this panel was timid. I don't think all the questions that were asked didn't to Ozekhome, it didn't have the sense of timidness.
I
The way you
didn't
put
mean
it.
to call you.
No, you were not calling me. You were practically insulted everybody, including Michael Ozekhome, to say we are timid because no one to ask the questions. Why did this man come here?
Like I said, I
no, let
didn't
me
mean
finish.
to call you that, but
I don't want to lose my train of thought. No, it's not about. Listen, whatever you say to anybody says to me, I'm not offended. Nigeria is bigger than my feelings. That's how dedicated I am. Nigeria is bigger than my feelings. But for you to come here and say, it's like the questions we're asking concerning this case. I repeat, concerning this case of Peter the Rock Obi cheated mandate. That is why we brought this man to ask the pertinent questions. And you are here talking about wig. Can you say that your priorities are misplaced? Nobody is saying that asking the question of changing a lot of things in Nigeria that needs to be changed. I just mentioned Lugard. Lugard needs to be stripped of every title in Nigeria, even up to the streets. We have Lugard Hall in Kaduna. That needs to be stripped up. But I will not be asking that kind of question right now when Peter the Rock Obi is dealing with constitutional issues. We are dealing with constitutional issues. And then you're talking about other. Listen, my brother, sometimes I just feel that you're just in a different planet and you're not in reality of what's going on in Nigeria. Because for you to even say you don't even know the man, it's laughable. For you to say you don't know Michael Ozekhome, it's very, very laughable. But please, nobody is timid. Nobody here is timid. The questions I expected you. These are the kind of questions to ask. This case of Agbado being a drug baron, for example. And the same thing I mentioned yesterday, I think Inena asked that question about, anybody who has a criminal record, is that person eligible? He said, if you have a criminal record, there's so many things that could make you illegible, for anything. Yeah, exactly. So he said that, but another question I really wanted to ask was, is it depending on the jurisdiction? Because this issue of Agbado being a drug baron has been proven in the United States. How does it apply? Or will the judges use that, in terms of judging his...
yourself, please.
Will the judges use that? I think he doesn't know his... Will the judges use that case to say it is not in the jurisdiction of Nigeria, so therefore he's eligible? Those are the kind of questions I expected you to ask, but your mind was elsewhere. Another question I expected you to ask is to ask him, if our laws are too ambiguous, they're not straightforward. Those are the kinds of questions. Don't bring timidity here about wig. Look at wig. Ask the question about attire. When people are dying, you ask the question about attire. Is that our problem right now? Changing the attire, does it change the pace of Nigeria? Does it change that the fact that the law is not implemented? Does it change the fact that Nigeria needs to be... In fact, let me stop here. Let me not take time because I have a lot of things to say.
Because it's a symptom of the problem, but you don't see it like that. But it's okay.
Okay.
Can I say my own thing?
Okay, one moment. Victor, do you have anything for quick 2Naija, or you use your time now?
Now I have something for 2Naija.
No, not Victor. Be Victor. Sorry.
Yeah, I have something for 2Naija. You see, 2Naija. Yes, be Victor.
Okay.
2Naija, I want to ask you a question. Did you go to college in Nigeria?
Yes.
Well,
secondary school, you mean?
I mean college, not secondary school.
University, you mean? No.
Yes. Okay,
No.
thank you. Thank you. You see, your concept of understand, that is why now I know that your concept of understanding of Nigeria is where you read from book and you come to tell us. I am practically oriented person. That is why I know Mike Ozekhome, because we learn from him and Gani. I met Gani personally because of my struggle in the university days. And practically, I know the problem and the concept behind what we're having now. And we are not here for you to lecture us on history of what is happening in Nigeria. We are here to key in into the present that is happening. What is the cause? And when you want to take us back into the colonial age, that is irrelevant to what we are talking now. Because that thing you are saying belongs to those in school or to the kindergarten stage where you can teach them to debrief them. Colonial era. We have been debriefed. And
Then
we
why
know
are
what
you
we are
then why are
talking
you
about.
bothering about Tinubu's
We have
records
been
then?
debriefed
If it was so past,
wait,
why are you worried about that?
Let me land. You are fond of trying to tell the panelists that they don't know what they are doing. Because I heard you some time ago when we are talking about the Nigeria issue, you started talking about defense. Pushing somebody out of line. That is not academically, that is not in line. If you come to an atmosphere where academicians argue facts and figures and on a very long a circle as a whole, you don't go outside the circle and try to bring something which is irrelevant to what they are speaking. They'll keep on looking at you as a traitor.
I guess they will, but I'm tired of watching Nigerian policemen not doing their jobs.
You cannot be tired because you have not been involved.
You say I'm not involved, but can I just interject with him too?
One moment, please. B. Victor, is it you using your time to address to Nigeria, or you have something?
Let me use my time. Okay, let me use my time now. Sorry.
Okay, so you've gone 3 minutes anyway.
No, let me use my time. I've not gone 3 minutes, so because you give me the time to interject. Sorry for that. No, yes, now I'm not lying now. Interject, please. Sorry
hold on, please.
For taking that time.
Normally, I don't call it interjection because I allowed Nigeria to finish before I asked Rita to make a comment. Then same thing with you. But you cannot use the entire time. If you use more than the time to make a comment, later you come back. Do you think that is fair?
It is not fair, but you got to consider the situation of things. Sometime.
Okay, I've considered the situation. In the next 3 minutes, you should round up, just to be fair to everybody.
Thank you. And I want to really buttress on the entire thing we are having now, and I want us to really key in. When we key in into this stuff, we start seeing the solution in what we are speaking about. We cannot speak on issues and now derail ourselves and now come back. It's like we are doing a sort of mental exercise that is irrelevant to the scope of things we are doing. Now it got brought about. We brought to Nigeria brought him here because of the constitutional brouhaha we are facing, and we, in our own senses, we are all adults. We are all adults, and we know that the question we should ask this our great lawyer, we should ask him something about the constitutional nature of the event we are having on ground. And I was not even giving the real. I didn't have the time to really dig into the question I really wanted to ask because of the short time. I just went round to see. I knew he was not going to answer that my question, and I knew I had a tougher question that he might not want to go because of his national status and is involved in this case. We should know he is involved. He's a lawyer to one of the contestants in this case, and he's a man that I follow his case all along. He has won most of his case in the law court. Won the case for Kanu, he won it. Man has been consistent in everything he's dealing, and nobody should comment that he doesn't know Michael Ozekhome. If he doesn't know Michael Ozekhome, that means you have not been following the trends in the judiciary and in the political terrain very well, closely, because he's a man that has been closely marking the derailment of the constitution of the so-called Nigeria, bringing us back, and he has told us point blank that the constitution of Nigeria is bad. That is it's a subject, it's an attachment gotten from a decree from the military.
Yeah, but
We should
that
try
is
as
what
much as
are you
possible
can I just
Okay,
interject a
please,
bit?
please.
to
Hold
understand
on, please,
where it's
because
coming from.
so
We
that
should talk on the constitutionality of this issue. Then solution will
Everybody is
come
allowed
out
to
of it.
interject me.
But when we keep
please,
on
please,
going on
hold on.
Lord Lugard did this and the wig we are wearing, that one belongs to the lawyers. Let the lawyers take care of their thing. It's none of our business. What we want is freedom, and freedom is a long road. It's a hard thing to get. It's a long road to freedom. We have just started it.
Be Victor, your
Can't
time
play
is up.
anymore.
At least I've been, Be Victor,
Thank you
sorry,
very
your
much.
time
Yeah,
is up.
thank you.
Now to Niger, just a minute, because I don't want it to
Yes,
make you. Others are waiting. Let it
that's
not be
fine.
as if two
Yeah, but
people
all
are
of them
having dialogue.
did go on, even if it was just an interjection. They all went on for minutes. He spoke for straight 3 minutes. See, and Rita spoke even longer. See, the thing is, when people don't understand where I'm coming from, I agree. You are free to ask him about, constitutional matters. He has addressed the key areas that I really was talking about. And a lot of people attacked me for saying exactly what he said regarding the court case and the military and all the rest of it. That day we're having a big debate here and people were attacking me for it. But when he says it, it's okay. But I didn't want to go into that one because we're already in agreement. But from all I've been hearing him say and what we heard about Wole Soyinka and where is Tinubu is in foreign countries, our judge is on a wheelchair in foreign countries. It's just mind-boggling, the whole thing. And Nigerians were, Igbo people were being killed in Nigeria. People were being killed in Rivers State, everywhere. These leaders were nowhere to be seen. This is why I feel like something is wrong with this our leadership. They don't care about our people. It's not only the federal government that is at it. They are all at it. When the people need them the most, they are not there. To say this is wrong, we have to address it now. They don't do that. And you ask yourself, why do you keep seeing that? I see police officers not doing their jobs. I see DSS not doing their jobs. All of them, they're all at it.
Anyway.
And at the heart of it, you see a lot of these conflicts, religious conflict. We are being conditioned to be divided against each other. Where are these leaders when all this is happening?
Okay.
Where are the massive campaigns to unite the nation?
Thank you.
They are keeping us weak deliberately, and these people are lying to us. And I'm telling you this, people should listen. Most of our leaders, either willingly or unwittingly, they are lying to us. They make us fall asleep to who we truly are. This is why we have never gotten anywhere.
Anyway, the thing about Nigerian problem of leadership, we all know it, even without being prompted. That's why somebody like me, and I believe to a larger extent, most people, we want somebody, maybe something like P2B. When he gets in there, then we know we've started. It's like we are starting afresh. That is the way I believe I see it. But anyway, that is by the way, that is an opinion. So anybody can hold a different opinion. So now we've gone. What I want to do now is at least to be. Oh yeah, Power Young. Hello, are you still with us? So that we can now start fielding questions randomly. Power Young. He's not, probably, I don't know where he's coming from. So now in this round, we may go higher than 5 minutes, maybe 10, but please, I think we've spoken on what Michael Ozekhome said, and then the way he addressed, the fallout of all that he discussed with us. Probably there may be gaps we may need to fill. This is the time. There may also be a burning issue, something like this P2B going abroad. Some people has handled it. Then the what is it called? Is it asking or sort of the breaking into Labour Party's head head office at Abuja. I will compare that with the Watergate in Washington. When please hold on, the Watergate in Washington. When please hold on, the Watergate. Why am I
That's
having
from
a
God's power.
power
His mic is open.
God's power? Please mute yourself. So what happened? I mean, this just I'm reporting news anyway.
God's power.
Yeah.
God's power. Hold on, just mute yourself. I don't know why the noise is coming from you. Mute yourself. I don't know why the noise is coming from you. God's power, please mute yourself. Thank you. So I'm just trying to say that the news of some people breaking into Labour Party's office at Abuja, and then probably you know what it means, whether to go and take some important document or sort of to weaken the defense of Labour Party, all those type of things. We can also, sort of react to it in one way or the other. To me, it's a big offense. It might be criminal, I don't know, but it's just that some of the issues we need to discuss. Let's, as much as possible, I tried not to withhold individual opinions. I always accommodate whatever everybody say within the context of personal opinion. But if the person, you want to sort of debunk what the person says with facts, that is better. Everybody is entitled to his opinion, but not to his facts. So whoever what somebody says, as abstract as it might sound, is the person's opinion, but let the people judge. Those hearing it will use it to rate the person. So whether you attack the person's opinion or try to react to it, is up to you. Or you feel that somebody passed an information that is inaccurate, that is important, you correct it. Otherwise, we're as good as discussing Nigerian issue in a brotherly and friendly way with the intention. All of us are tired anyway, so I don't need to say it. Nobody is happy. We just want a change. But how will that change come? We need a good leader. If P2B gets in, then we start. That is my own. So let me start. Who hasn't spoken? Better Nigeria. We were waiting for you before. We don't know what happened.
I'm here. My network had issues. I had to change my Wi-Fi. Please, can I talk now?
Where are you joining us from?
From US, from El Paso, Texas.
Okay, even not these Texas people. Okay, that's okay. Sorry
Can I
about
talk
that
now?
of your network. So yes, you can. Let me give you 5 minutes. You know what we are discussing, Ozekhome's
Okay, good.
address to us and all those things.
Yes, good.
Any
Yes,
gaps you can fill
you know,
in
I've
on what
spoken
you
before.
think about it.
He spoke before now.
Yes.
Maybe you forgot.
I've spoken before. You know, I'm the one that was raising the issue of safety, of our principal. Now, three issues I want to discuss. Number one, about to Niger, talking about wig or no wig. Please, I want to let him know.
No, excuse me. You can address. I don't give whatever it is. Rita, Abo, and all the people.
I just want to. Okay, no problem. No problem. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, so as we are now, the question, if I had the opportunity to ask Ozekhome something, I wanted to ask him that if within the period that INEC and the APC are expected to make their responses and they don't respond, what is the next thing? Nobody asked that question, and I don't know if somebody asked, or maybe I was out of network that time, so I don't know if anybody asked. That's number one.
I can. Somebody did ask that question. With Michael Ozekome's pedigree, I believe that if they do not respond, the Tinubu camp, APC camp, the case still goes on. The plaintiffs would have to make their case. They don't just win automatically because nobody responded. But the case, they will not be challenged as they present their evidence, but they still have to make the case beyond the preponderance of evidence they will have to proffer. So it's not an automatic win if APC does not respond. The case goes on, and then they have to win the case by presenting. Yeah.
Okay, that's that. So now that we are aware that the talks went to break into the Labour Party's secretariat. I don't know what will be the implication. I also want to let us know that as of today, I see clips and reports of demonstration of IPOB in Abia State that saying that no Obi, no one Nigeria. So as we are discussing this, as we are discussing here, I want us to also look at all those actions that are taken by those people that may at the end of the day may be roped around, the Obi, and let us see how we can defend it by the time it comes up. So these are the things I want us to actually look at.
Okay. So now in this round, because this you pose the question, probably we have to. I think they are quite pertinent because more as much as they are informative, you are informing us of what happened, and then
Yes.
we have to look into the implication. How will let me start with probably President hold on. I think let me start with this time this person who just joined us, President Peter Obi. President Peter
That's Miss
Obi.
Omoyo's corner bit.
Okay, is that all more? Okay.
Yeah,
It's
Better
confusing me
Nigeria.
when I
Maybe I
see.
should cite where my source was. Aisha had a broadcast and he had Inebite Effiong. I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Okay.
Yes.
Inibehe.
Inebehe. And that question was quite prominent. She asked him that question. Her guest asked that question, and then he dealt with it very thoroughly. So I recommend you Google that. It's a YouTube channel. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have to leave you for now. Better
That's
Nigeria.
That's not from me.
No, I mean, you pose the question, it's been answered. You pose two questions, isn't it?
Yes.
We are being interactive now because the issue of the day has been trashed. We are being interactive now. President Peter Obi, what we're discussing is the breaking into Labour Party's office at Abuja. Then what is the implication, given the fact that Labour Party is at the tribunal? And then what do you make out of it? What does it portend any going further? What do you make out of it? And then this issue of people demonstrating in by POB saying no P2B, no Nigeria. Do you feel like it could be misconstrued as P2B being sponsoring those people on the ground, or maybe having a hand in studying the emergence of all those type of things? What do you make of it generally, given Nigerian situation?
Okay, so bear with me, because I'm on the road. So if it cuts out, just move on to the next person. Hopefully, I can continue the conversation. So, with regards to the breaking in, I just think that they're trying to intimidate all the truth tellers in Nigeria. It's not just even about obedient movement, because the obedient movement is. So I believe that it's a form of intimidation to scare people, to make them make them hopeless, to stop them from agitating. That's why they that whole arrangement happened. That's why they had their talks, go into the office and destroy things or whatever, right? So that's what I have to say about that. And the other thing is the people saying no Peter Obi, no one Nigeria, or something like that, right? That was the other thing.
Yes.
Well, the whole country is breaking up into disarray, clearly, because people are angry. And would you not be angry? I mean, we're all angry. That's why we're all here. I'm even agitating myself. Let Edo people go their way. I beg. Do you understand? If they don't give us Peter Obi, make everybody, because there's no need. Let's just tell each other the truth here. We cannot afford to have someone with a label of drug baron hanging over our heads. It would have been okay if it was going to be hanging over his head and his children's head. But you know that's not going to be the case. It will be you and I and every other person that does not have the diplomatic pass that they have. So why would we want to fold our hands and let that happen? Then the country should just break up. In as much as I personally, I've been trying to shy away from talking about breaking up, war, and all of that. But the way it is, I've listened to the conversation even from when Chief Ozekhome was on there. There was this, I don't know, his responses. I just got a feeling of we just have to keep following through with the legal process, we just, I know, why will we fold our hands when a drug baron is up? They're about to swear. Do we understand the implication of that? I'm outraged that all we have is just sit and let the court process go through, or let the tribunal, and even when he's sworn in, the case will still go. My head won't burst. Why? It's ridiculous. So me personally, I'm not satisfied with that at all. At all. Are we that helpless? Are we that helpless that we cannot do anything? We'll just fold our hands. Make somebody just come. Take over our own commonwealth for his own selfish needs, selfish desire. We'll just fold our hands, we'll just look. I not fit. There's no need. Let's just go our separate ways. We're all nations before anyway. You understand? That's how I feel about it. I'm very upset because I don't think I wasn't satisfied with the interview. Due respect to Chief Ozekhome, I wasn't quite satisfied because I understand he's not able to answer a lot of questions because of the position he's in. I get it, but I was
No, not really the position. He said, like the two I asked, he said it's already part of the petition before the sub judice that he wouldn't discuss it. So that
his lawyer to Atiku.
Well, probably all those mixture. So I'm going to continue. Not that he doesn't know the answer, but
right. So that's for me. It left me with a sort of bitter taste in my mouth. I'm not very pleased about it. I really want to see progress. I want to see us. We cannot be quiet. We cannot be silent. That's just the truth. The only way we can get out of this is just for us to continue to fight. We cannot be quiet. We need to do something. I beg my people. We cannot allow a drug baron. Imagine the landmass in Nigeria. Imagine the resources in Nigeria. These people don't even know how to manage it. They don't even know how to manage the people. No talk of the resources. They don't care about anybody. People are dying every day. Is there any other question? I think there was another question I didn't answer, but I'm so upset.
No, these are the two. These are the two. I know it will tie into so many things. So we go to Pansat now.
All right, thank you. I wanted to make an observation because we cannot obviously talk about the same or two or three issues with the same verbal communication. There are two or three tracks going on. So when we have somebody like Mark Ozekhome, even if he's a lawyer to Atiku or anybody else, he's a lawyer to Niger Watch, Elvis. As far as he's speaking the truth is modular. So there's a track of going to court, going to the Supreme Court. A lot of responsible people are waiting for that. That has to take place. That is being with establishment. That is doing it to the end. I watched a video yesterday or a couple of days ago where the former Attorney General of the Federation, Ayanda Carr, established that the issue of Section 134, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which says that you have to win Abuja with 25%, had already been adjudicated by the Supreme Court. in 2008 in Buhari versus Yaradua. Therefore, at the minimum, the tribunal have to uphold that because it was determined at the Supreme Court. Now, he also made the case that the Supreme Court itself has ability to reverse itself. That is true. They could change their mind when the case gets to the Supreme Court. But at the tribunal level, they don't have a choice. They have to uphold that because it's decided at the Supreme Court. It's what they call in law stare decisis. Precedents. Only the Supreme Court can reverse that. Since they made that decision in that case, I cite for you, which is Buhari, the current president, versus Yaradua. That's been decided that you have to have 25% of Abuja, along with the other conditions in that subsection 2. So right there, this is what we should be amplifying and take heart. This tribunal cannot overrule the Supreme Court. They can't. So it will then be incumbent on Tinubu, if he wants, to go ahead and go all the way and appeal to the Supreme Court. That will be his. So when Mike Ozekhome says, when somebody takes that oath on the 29th of May, as far as I'm concerned, he's talking about Obi. Obi would be sworn in because the tribunal will have to come in and make that determination. Now, if somebody has anything contrary, they should proffer it because that is just the way it is. It's a case that was decided by the Supreme Court in 2008. You can Google it. So that issue. Now, Peter Obi got over, I believe it was 60% of Abuja. He won Abuja 60%. I think Tinubu comes next with about 20%. And then Atiku follows that. I don't know if it's 19% or 15%, something like that. So he clearly won that Abuja. And that when these people come and they talk and say whoever gets sworn in is going to be there, there's no vacuum, government abhors vacuum. That is the fact. But to whose benefit is that? So finally, I see Mr. Obasanjo talk about the state of the country, which is dystopia. There's too much suffering and injustice, total apocalyptic state of the country. And that is an apt description. And he's asking that the next government should try to bring unity and bring peace. Now, guess what some publications are doing? Now, because you could Google it and hear him what he said. He's talking about the next administration should bring peace. But I read a piece where somebody's saying, Obasanjo says to Tinubu, when you come in, bring peace. That is not what he said. So that reading comprehension, I remember having a fight with Victor here not too long ago, where he says there was only 10,000 people that got their PVCs from the Southeast. And he went through the process of bringing that article and we read it. And it just wasn't what that article meant if you distill it and check it out. So now this election has come and passed, and we see that people in the Southeast had more than 10,000 PVCs. So I'm saying that whenever it's my turn here, I go and I make enemies because I keep talking to people in a way that is condescending because I have such a short time to make my case. And my case will be made. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir Fansad, I think I remember what you're talking about. I remember we read that article, and we now discovered that the date of that article was months before, and it only referred to the registered, but it didn't specifically talk about those that already have the voter's card. So that's a different number, and I think we clarified that issue. As at that time. So I remember what you're saying. It was clarified, and I think it was just a misunderstanding.
By the way, that was my respectful way of. I'm getting a feedback from you. The reason why I said that is I don't know if Mr. Niger Watch is here because I listened to the beginning of this program, and he was going on and on about the issue about P2B, and that involved also Mr. Leftist, when we said we shouldn't talk to P2B this way or that way because the approach, the mannerism is not proper. It's just like this. Obi is going to be chased out. Who wants a leader that is afraid that he's going to be chased out of the country? Who's chasing him out of the country? Do they have 10 heads? So if you're going to make those kinds of comments, or Mr. Obi wrote a Twitter, in this case, it was a long piece, up to 12 Twitter posts. And in one of those phrases, he says, they are trying to make him leave the country, right? And then the enemies take that, and there's a portrayal of femininity. There's a portrayal, okay, in the other one, he says, I don't know if he's calling the pastor, I don't know what he's calling him in that fake video. He's saying what is it, my father or something like that. And they keep making it like we are afraid. There is no way they're going to install Tinubu as president of Nigeria. Number one, he didn't win the election. He's not going to be president. Maybe some of us don't understand that. He's not. Would it be better if it's not done violently? You listen to Baba Ahmed, that maybe you didn't hear what he said. He doesn't talk too much. He's told you that if you install somebody unconstitutionally, if you shred that constitution, you end.
I'm getting a feedback.
Yeah, that was from Rita. But let me just conclude. I know I'm going on, but this is important. That Baba Ahmed Dati conversation, that interview that he did, listen to it very carefully because it means a lot. That is the whole thing right there. You can, as a state, these state actors who are, is it Tinubu doing this? Is no. There are a lot of riffraffs at the APC, some in government now, some in the SSS, playing games with Nigeria. It's like a powder keg. So for those who are waiting for the courts to respond, do you know what the country is going to be on after the court responds? It's totally different for what there's a lot of people who cannot do anything until that comes in. But at the meantime, Baba Ahmed Dati has told you that the Constitution is what holds us together. It's the nexus. If you go and you swear somebody in who didn't win, right, that you should be ready for the consequences. And that's exactly what it is, period. You could be afraid or talk this or somebody said that. Anyway, that's on you. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you, Pastor. So
I don't know if Pastor was responding to my comment or you were just talking.
No, not at all.
Not at all. He was bringing a new perspective to it. Please, it will also be good when somebody is talking, we listen. Sometimes maybe what we wanted to say must have been taken over by whoever is speaking before you. In that case, you now have one or two additions to make, or you pass on. I wish somebody would just say, well, pass, just say the way they do it. But whatever it is, so let's move after Pansat. We go to Rita, Victor, Abotos, then Stu Niger, and Victor finally. So Rita, you had the breaking to Labour Party's office.
Yeah. Okay. And then? Yes, I just want to refer what Sir Pasat was talking about, and I think it's kind of relative to what Olisa Abakoba was trying to say yesterday when we were discussing it. At least the appeal court, they should do something. At least even now, I think they have it's not 10 days now or 12 days for the opposition to respond. Sir CM, Dr. CM, you were saying something. We're counting down. It's 15 days now, right? Or 14 days for the APC, to respond. So I'm just thinking that, okay, let's say it's next week or in the next 2 weeks they respond. With the 3 issues from under sections 134, it is very clear, like what Olisa Agbakoba said yesterday or 2 days ago. It's very, very clear. These are issues of, okay, number one, his criminal record, Tinubu's past criminal record. Okay, number two, Shetima's double registration at the same time, running 2 tickets. And then I think the third one was, I think what was the third one? The third one was winning at least 25% of the 36 states, or 2/3 of the 36 states, and plus and Abuja. We're trying to look for the word and Abuja. And Michael Ozekhome just explained it very, very clearly. Although he didn't want to be direct, but I mean, everybody understood what he was trying to say, that if you don't pass that, I mean, it's in the electoral law, it's in the constitution. If you don't pass that, then you cannot be declared president. And Sapansa just made a reference now to, I think, 2008, you said that there was a son that came out to say, that was a reference as what they use, Buhari versus, Buhari versus somebody, that
yeah.
yes,
I'm gonna post it on the comment section.
Yes. So that is a reference that the appeal court can even use, and that's the same reference I was trying to look for anybody to just tell me. Or I was not in the show today, but if Michael Ozekhome would know of any case where somebody had a criminal record in a different jurisdiction, that's another country, and was that used to make a judgment for somebody in Nigeria? That's a question that I desperately I hoped I could hear him, but possibly he comes before the court case, and I'll have the opportunity to ask that question. But those are the things I think the appeal, Olisa was trying to say yesterday. They can use those things to just do something, make a judgment. Then if you know that we are going to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court can, like Sapans had said, they can change it. They have a right to say, okay, we're not going to use that, decision, to judge this case. But in this case, the appeal court cannot change anything. They can't. So what is the delay? Okay, I will give them benefit of the doubt. It's about 12 days left. 12 days left, for the APC to respond, to the appeal. So we're just waiting. And I hope that when that day elapses, at least, even if the case is continuous, at least let the appeal court bring some sort of judgment or something. And they will know that, okay, let us go and file for the Supreme. Then they will know we're dealing with the Supreme. But of course, the devilish people would deliberately want to drag it because of the time frame given. And Michael Ozekhome already said it. They have a right to delay because the time is there. The time is there. So, I mean, if you're on the losing side, you will look for every arsenal just to drag something when you know you are going to lose anyway. But because of May 29th is coming, so there's this unfairness that is just being displayed, and it's hurting. And I think it's making a lot of us, feel so bad and feel sad, because it's like they're just hurting us deliberately. It's just being unfair deliberately. And then there's this cold silence from the judiciary. It's painful. It's painful for someone to take something from you in broad daylight and nobody says anything. It hurts. You cannot, in fact, there's no way you can pacify anybody right now in Nigeria unless we get the right judgment. And that judgment is Peter Dirok Obi being the president because he won. It's not because we like him. It's because Peter Dirok Obi won this election. QED, he won. So as per the what happened in Abuja, like what my sister Omoye said, I mean, it's just, an intimidating tactics they're just using. See, they don't sleep. These people, they don't sleep. They have sought the intervention of psychologists, people who are playing their dirty political game in the past. They've gotten different urchins, they've gotten social media people, they've gotten tech, savvy people, different intimidating tactics. Now, it's like, first of all, deal with the people's minds. Second of all, attack their businesses or where they are staying. And then the third part is use influencers, like the white-haired man that came out to talk rubbish yesterday. Use influencers or people that they look up to come and bastardize this man, his party, and his ideology. So they are working on several instances. Now, this is the physical, attacking the businesses, attacking, the political secretariat, of the party. It's just, listen, they're just stabbing in different, they're looking for the main artery to just keep, but they can't find it. They're just choking on the muscles. But we are still standing. That is what they're doing. So whatever it is so clear. Listen, this generation, we are so aware, we are so woke, I think. Maybe Tunaja might disagree, but I think to an extent, I'll say 80%, we are so woke on the kind of games that they are playing. It's just too obvious, and that's why they're having sleepless nights. Tomorrow we're going to hear another thing from attacks. Maybe at this point they might even attack the national chairman. They might start kidnapping them. They might start kidnapping family members of these people. Is that bad? That is how desperate. This is like what this is like Escobar. It's like this is Colombia in Africa. That's what we are dealing with right now. Mexico and Colombia combined. That's what Nigeria is dealing with right now. That's what Nigeria is just dealing with right now. So it is what it is. They're just intimidating us. It's a cartel fighting the innocent people. That's just what's going on. So I am not surprised. Tomorrow we will hear another thing again. Unfortunately, I'm not a prophet of doom, but this is the game that is going to be played. This is the mind games, the physical game, and any influencer or whether the person is old or young to come tomorrow on national TV to lie or to debunk the Labour Party or even Peter Jirokobi himself or Ahmed Dati, we will still talk about them and we will still put them down. Because whether it's yes daddy or whether they see Peter Obi having a shower naked, we don't care. That's his personal life. We don't care about that. So we are very work on that right now. And so we have to keep the momentum going. We cannot be tricked. We should keep talking about this, keep exposing the drug baron, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's not even his name, but we should keep exposing them. We should keep calling people who are coming to national TV to lie. We should start calling their name. And I also heard there's a judge right now. There's a judge that even that the APC has paid. That's saying that I saw it on Punch or Vanguard this evening. That I've forgotten the judge's name right now. We should start calling that judge that was saying that the national chairman of the APC and there's I think some members should stop acting as the national chairman. So they're even infiltrating even within the APC, the Labour Party. So they're going deep. Listen, they will even go deep into Peter Obi's family. That's how desperate these people are. It's a mind game. That is how they do. They attack you even from the one most closest to you because they believe everybody has a price. But in this case, we don't have any price. We don't have any. This is beyond Peter Obi. We don't have any price. So we in diaspora, we have a job to do. We have to keep speaking up. Those people who are going for, to the National Assembly in the countries where you are, please show up. Please show up. It's sacrifice. Even if you can lose your job for just one day, please sacrifice. I know sometimes they put this in the weekends. People work in the weekends, but please, this is a sacrifice. Whatever it is you are doing it for future generations. Even if you feel all your family members live abroad, you don't really care. Okay, let me just do it for the sake of I'm doing it. No. You are doing it for generations to come. You are doing it for the blessing of your family because you don't know where your children's children will be tomorrow. Whether they'll be president of Nigeria, but we have to start fixing it now. Thank you.
Okay.
I just
Thank
want
you,
to
Madam
quickly
Rita.
add. Sorry,
Thank you, Madam
Can
Rita.
I quickly add something?
Well,
Can you hear me? Can
who
you
is
hear me?
speaking?
CM?
Okay,
This is
President
Omo
Obi.
here.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So I wanted to say quickly that for those people staying in LA, please. I know I forgot to tell Mr. Niger Watch this morning to please display the flyer again so that people will know in LA, the one that's happening on Saturday on the 8th. There might be people living in LA that want to go. So please, they should remember on the 8th, in front of, I think it's CNN. Mr. Pansat, you live in that axis now, right? It's in front of CNN, correct?
Yes, I just put on the private chat that I will be there.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
please, so that everyone who doesn't know should be aware. On Saturday, unfortunately, I won't be able to make it because I have work to do. I have catching up to do, backlog.
Oh, I was looking forward to meeting you up there.
Yeah, me too. I was so looking forward to it. Honestly, I was like, I actually bought my ticket already, but I've lost that money. You know how you do the Southwest flyaway thingy?
Right.
I lost it. Yeah, I had to I couldn't get the money back. But anyways, yeah, for those in LA, please, you guys show up. And I posted on my community page the numbers of representatives and I think senators who are on the African Committee, I believe. It's on my community page. If you go there, if you scroll, you'll see it. I just posted it today, their numbers and their physical addresses, so you can write letters and call them directly and leave messages. I beg you people, I beg. This fight, we have to fight it. There's no choice. If you're tired, take a break, But please, we need to
You try.
continue to fight.
You try. We appreciate
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Please,
Well,
let's
that's
have
a good
Elvis play this
information.
video for us.
That's
Please, CM, can you allot
well,
Elvis to play the Ayanda Carr video, because he was the
he's
former Minister of Justice and Attorney
he's
General, and it's an important video.
okay. I think that video has been played here sometime in the past, but it doesn't mean they can still play it. I think Elvis is listening. He has played that Ando Katz video because the man explained it. He said that during Yaradua's time, the Supreme Court has interpreted it, but that is not really the idea. I want to nudge us in this direction. You see, it is true. APC is doing all their permutation, doing the things they want to do, feeling that maybe all those intimidation and all these delay tactics. One thing, I may be wrong, I may be alone, but I don't care. Nobody knows what they call unintended consequences. They can't just be sure. Think Nigeria is no longer Nigeria you can manipulate like before. After this NSAS and this Obidati movement, I can bet that Nigerians can no longer keep quiet when things are going wrong. Ordinarily, there should have been protests all over the country, but for the fact that Obi's body language is still telling people, calm down. If not by now, the thing will get out of hand because this time people are really protesting against bad government and the clear injustice in which the opinion of world press, and like Ozekhome said, the election is Ozekhome said this is the worst election he have seen in his lifetime. So it's clearly a fraud and people don't want it. So if APC and Tinubu are planning these their tactics and they use it to frustrate or intimidate anybody, it's not gonna work. It will backfire. But that is my opinion anyway. So let's go to I think Victor, if you are still with us. Hello, Victor.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, yes.
I'm still with you. You skipped me twice, but I'm not complaining because those
Sorry.
before me they've spoken very wisely. In fact, I'm an ardent listener. I like to listen more because I've got two
Good.
ears and one mouth. I listen twice and I talk once. You know, I want to bring up. Sorry, let me just clear my throat 1 second. Yeah, I want to bring up something that Mr. Ozekhome said, Professor Ozekhome, because I've been following him up all throughout Nnamdi Kanu's case. He won the case in court, and the court told the federal government to release Nnamdi Kanu. But the federal government is behaving like a set of gangsters. And they're telling the courts, go and do your worst. We're not releasing these guys. Now, what should have happened is one of the things that Ozekhome pointed out. Yeah, there is law enforcement. When you go to the West, you have law enforcement. The court says, do this. The government says, no, we're not going to do it. Then the law enforcement goes and enforce the law. That is why we have DSS. That is why we have police officers. That is why we have military. Yeah, although the police officers are the first in line for law enforcement, the military is to protect the borders of the country, to make sure there is no infiltration from any other person. But we don't have threats from Niger. We don't have threats from Cameroon. We don't have threats from Chad. So the military is busy oppressing its own civilians. The law enforcement, who should be enforcing the laws, they are busy protecting those people who are, I don't want to call them a name, but you know who they are. Politicians. Let me just use a decent name for them. Instead of them being on the street or going out there to make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is released, no, they can't even do that. Yeah. And he also made mention that's one of the problems that we have in the country. And he explained it to us that, look, because these politicians have put these people in their pockets, they don't even know how to do their jobs anymore. And if they try to do it, we also saw a video of somebody who was one of the head of police people, and younger officers, they were saying, oh, okay, your own done food today, your cop done food today. We have been waiting to remove you from this office. Just because the boss was trying to do the right thing. That is what happens to them. So the other ones, they have no option than to just say, okay, sir, put the 1 million naira or put the 10 million naira in my account. I will do your bidding. That is what they have reduced our forces to, especially the police force. Another thing he did say is that the states have lost control of their police forces. You will have to, as a governor of a state, you will have to call Abuja first in order to get permission to control the police in your state, even though you are the chief security officer. And listen to that guy. He spoke for God. May God bless him, because it's not easy for lawyers, especially sons, to give you over an hour of their time like that without charging you a penny. I know how much they charge people for consultation fee. So for him to come here tonight or last night and give us all those ample amount of time for free, may God bless him. Yeah, may God bless him. My father was a lawyer, and God bless his soul. While I was growing up in Nigeria donkeys years ago, over 3 decades ago and stuff, I followed him to court. So I know the kind of hard work that these people do. That's why I didn't even mention commenting about Two Nigeria's issue. I know a lot of people were upset and offended by it, but I'm glad that we moved on from it, because that issue should not have happened. Even though I love Two Nigeria is like my brother. He lives not too far away from me. He lives in Lewisham here, and I'm not too far away from him. I'm only about 5 or 6 miles away from him. I've never had clash with him, but that was like his own opinion. But let us go straight to the another serious point that this guy made. 80% of Nigerian GDP is paying staff salary, from president to local government secretariat person. President, governor, House of Senate, House of Reps, House of this, House of that, everybody, to local government chairman, to everybody. 80% of what Nigeria is making is going to their salary. Only 20% is going to infrastructure. He said it. That is why the country is where it is today. And he offered a solution. Devolve powers, break up this thing, let the states go and generate their own wealth, which is what we had back in 1960. You had the Eastern region, you had the Western region, you had all those regions who were bringing in their own money, and they were making huge successes. But somebody came in and said, no, we have to break it into states, blah, blah, blah. And then to top it all, I could go on a lot about that, but someone will fill me up in with this. To top it all up, now somebody came up with a 1999 constitution, which was like the whole gunpowder, the keg of gunpowder which has exploded. And guess who did it? They lied. They said, we, the people. But it was actually a military man who ganged up a group of lawyers and designed a constitution that will favor them for the next 30 years and ongoing, which we're all seeing right now. That constitution gave the president it gave the president more powers even than the president of the United States has. Okay. The president of Nigeria can do and undo. That is why they told him release Nnamdi Kanu, and he would not release Nnamdi Kanu. Because let me just I've done that. Let me just say 1 or 2 things more before I go. Yeah, Peter Obi should not leave Nigeria. That is my stand. He should not leave Nigeria, but he should improve his security. And another thing that I want to bring to our notice, we're getting to a point where something. Okay, by the way, I want to thank Pansat and Sister Rita for bringing up the awareness that is coming up in, I think, in California. I'm in London, so I won't be able to go, but thanks for bringing it up here. These are things big things that you guys are doing. Your work will not be forgotten. May God bless you for all these little things you are doing. God will bless you and God will empower us. We should never give up. And my brothers and sisters listening in America, please, if you're able to attend, go and attend. If you cannot attend, send the message to somebody you know who can attend. Let them go. Every single presence is appreciated. If you can't do, if there's something happening in London tomorrow and I know about it, of course, and I have time, I will show up. So God bless you guys.
There's one going on in London, sir. There's one going on in Trafalgar Square. I don't know if you have the details, but
I think
the
on
Nigeria
Saturday.
Watch has the details, or maybe CM if you have the one in
It's
Trafalgar Square
on the 8th. On the
on the
8th.
8th.
Okay,
Yeah,
on
okay.
Saturday, April the 8th at 12 noon. Okay. From my house to Trafalgar Square is only about, if there is too much traffic, at least 90 minutes drive. So I will endeavor to be there, go and park safely, and then go and support
Or
them for a couple of
or
hours.
you catch the bus. You can catch the bus.
But is it not a little bit ironic though? Apart from this one, the previous post, is it not a little bit ironic? I'm here complaining that our leaders are running to foreigners and our people are doing the same. Is it not very ironic? But these are the same people that did all this stuff to us. You know, I personally, I don't understand it. I really don't understand this kind of mindset that we have.
To Nigeria,
I really don't understand it. It's really scary.
One second, because I don't know how many minutes. Maybe I have less than a minute or two to talk. I respect you a lot. You're my brother, but I know you cause controversy. Sometimes we need the black sheep in the house. But I beg.
I don't know why you are calling me black sheep, because these are the same people that enslaved your forefathers.
I'm not saying you are black sheep.
People don't even know the consequences of all these things.
I
don't understand. This is life and death. For me, this is not a joke. You people think this is a joke, where you just talk and everybody go back to their own houses. This is not a joke.
I'm not saying you are black sheep.
Question to Niger, please.
I'm not saying you are black sheep.
Question to Niger, please.
Let Victor finish, please. Let Victor finish.
Sometimes there is a little bit of controversy that comes up. That is the point I'm trying to make up. And then we'll trash it and then we'll move on. You know, because that guy had very limited time. And at the last minute, you were asking him about wig and gown. That's why people were upset. Not that your point is not valid. You made a valid point.
It's okay, Victor.
Okay, let me just move on. Let me just move on quickly. I just want to remind us that sometime last year, a couple of years ago, when Lebanon, there was an explosion in Lebanon, the whole country rose up, and in one day, the whole government resigned. From president to prime minister to state governors, everybody was sacked. My question is, when is Nigeria going to grow that balls? Lebanon is less than us now. There are less than 50 million people. When are we going to? My prayer is for Nigeria to get to that level when people speak, the government will hear.
Okay,
let me leave it here.
Victor.
I have some other things to say, but let me leave other people to say things first. Then, if I have more time, I'll come back later when my time returns.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. C.
Thank you. I may have a very narrow view of all these protests people are doing, but I feel they are doing it just to syndicate Nigerians all over the world. They gather to, put their views across, at least demonstrate all over the world that something that happened in Nigeria is a rape on democracy. It's not their wish. Just like opinion of what press has said. And moreover, people at home are also doing it. So it's just to compliment them. But I feel, I may be wrong, that the real protest will come if the time given for between now by May 29th, if P2B is not on the seat, that is when I don't care how they come about it, whether the delay will later turn out to be like Olisabakova suggested within a week, and Ozekhome said it's not possible. I don't care how they do it, but the real rage of Nigerians will be made known to the world by May 29th. If there is sign, or maybe as they are proposing, or maybe as they are sort of clandestinely doing to harm Obi or do anything, Nigeria will go up in flames. The fact that people are waking up to relative peace is because of Obi's body language. He's not disposed to it. But if they attempt anything sinister, it will. You just know nobody. You can't stop it because people are annoyed. Apart from the bad government we've been having since 2015, the fact that this election theft is even enough to trigger anything that will happen. But I don't know. That's why I always say those that are planning evil, hoping that this is Nigeria of 1993, Nigeria of 1999. Nobody can no. That's what they call unintended consequence. They don't know how it's gonna happen. They may plan that okay, hi Tinubu, delay the everything. In the end, you bring him in. Who doesn't know? They say technicality. The case has been overtaken by events. It's not going to work that well. But well, let's trudge on. Who is Victor? You've spoken. The other person. Okay, then abortors. Hello, hello. I think I better. If you are, please, if I call not
Are you
ready, I
calling
will
me?
go over to another person.
Are you calling for me?
Are you abortors?
Oh,
Are you abo?
How about
no.
us is still muted?
It's still muted, so it should be two Niger. Then B Victor. Then we come back to give us our mandate,
Yeah.
please. Two Niger, B
See,
Victor. Then give us our mandate.
regarding this intimidation of Peter Obi, I would just wanted to touch on that. To be fair, I've said a lot about his security. As a matter of fact, the last time I spoke about his security, I was attacked on this panel. We really need to, for me, security is number one anyway. if you bother with anything else, you are just wasting your time. He has to take care of his security and ensure he remains. Obviously, it's better he stays in Nigeria or maybe another African country. I don't recommend that he should be going to Western countries because that's how they can extract concessions from you. And we have to be careful when we ask our leaders to be going to foreign territories, because if they keep coming to me, if I was them, I can use that to extract concessions from them. And you think that they are going to represent you there, they are going there to sell you. That is just obvious. I don't understand how we can see that. People like their people, The people actually like their people, not like us. People like their people. When anybody comes to them, they will exploit them for their own people, for their own people's sake. We think they are there to serve us. They're not there to serve us. I'm not against people protesting on the streets and stuff like that, but I'm against people just writing to people, these people expecting that they're going to help you. They're just laughing at us, looking at us and thinking that, okay, the programming is still very much on. I just searched for images of protests in Western countries like in the US. I put, Chinese protests, nothing. The only Chinese protest you see is when they are protesting against the racism that they show to the Chinese in the West. You put Afghan protests. The protests that you see is the
Are you
Afghanistan.
familiar with the Chinese?
Uyghurs.
No. They what is that? CM, can you remember the Chinese where there was a
The
kid in
Tiananmen
front of a
Square.
Tiananmen Square protest?
Tiananmen Square of 1989.
And
But that is
that
in
was
China.
the last.
That's what
That was the last. That was in China. I'm talking about Western ones.
But that changed China, though. That particular protest, China is not what it used to be. Right after that protest, it was a very big, successful protest.
No. I think you misread it. You misread what happened there. What happened there was, when that protest happened, it represented the last time the Chinese people cared about protesting against their government, because there were significant growth periods that came after that period. And you never see any major protests again since then for almost 30 years in China. So at times, countries get to a point whereby protests are not necessary anymore because the country is improving every single year. And you'll be surprised, it goes for 10 straight years, no protests. The generation that are being born are not used to protesting anymore. They just carry on growing this thing. When governments are doing what they are supposed to be doing, people don't generally protest, especially when it's improvement upon improvement. It's when you start reducing whatever they've got. Even in France, you saw what was happening because they just increased the pension age. So the question is that when I typed, other countries, you tend to see that when they are protesting in the West, they are protesting against the West. Like in Ethiopians protesting against the West. We go there to protest for the West to come and help us in our country. It tells you something, and somebody can carry out the experiment themselves so they can see what I'm talking about. There's something wrong with our psyche. This is why I asked that question. Something is wrong with our psyche, because when I looked at this election, I said it before, I couldn't believe I was watching grown men saying they don't know what a child looks like. They stand there and watch crime happens. We see Oluomo do what he does. People, some of the things we see, something is wrong with our psyche, seriously. It's a psyche problem. And it will take education, it will take questioning, it will take all these type of discussions to start exercising them. Because we are human beings. You know how Peter B said he was, when he changed his state, he didn't fire the staff. They were the same people. It's just that their mindset was different. That is what I see in our people. The mindset is the issue. It's not necessarily that and it's possible to change it. Just like the way Peter is able to do that with his state, that's something we can learn to do with our own leaders, and that's why you have to question them, because it's their mindset. That is what is getting us into this trouble. We don't see ourselves as a separate people that have to fight for itself, fend for itself in this world, and we need to do that. We are one of the strongest groups on the continent. Everybody else is looking up to us to do these things, and when they see us crying to foreigners, what hope have we got if we cannot do it
could
ourselves?
You use the rest of your time to tell us what we should be doing right now to reclaim that mandate? What should we be doing? What is the answer?
What you should be doing, the reason why I didn't say anything, because we're doing all the right things already. If there was something for me to add there, believe me, I would have added it. I agreed with what he said. I said it earlier on when he said that the process has to carry on, and we have to stay the course and be disciplined about it. It was to be done, and he also disagreed with military government, just like I did here, even when a lot of people were against me. As a matter of fact, most of the panel was against me then. When I was saying that military regime, you've not seen it before, you were not there, it resulted in me talking about how I was there when the day when they buried Abiola and all the rest of it. So these are the kind of things I agree with him. So there was the point. I don't talk about things I already agree with. Otherwise, I'm just repeating. It becomes groupthink.
Okay, but what about us here at Niger Watch? What should we be doing to help to educate our people, to encourage our people?
Can I interject
our
and
mandate?
say something?
Let him answer this. Let him answer this first, please.
Yeah,
then you can come in.
What we should be doing to help the situation is start engaging with Nigeria. Engaging with Nigeria. Some of the stuff I come here to say sometimes is because I talk to Nigerians every single day, multiple times. I engage, I know the cost of fuel, I'm dealing with stuff, but I have a stake in that country. And I will encourage everyone to have a stake. Stop just sending money to Nigeria alone, like to family members. You have a stake in the economy of the country. Put something on the ground so that if something threatens that economy, you in the West will respond to it. Get involved, sponsor people. If it's money you have, you fund people that are doing the right things. If it is education, educating people, you can do. You educate people in the right way. Ideally, personally, I believe the most efficient way to reach people is through mass media. Use mass media either through advertisement like Niger Watch and other forms of this in advertisement. Personally, I like the advertisement because people watch YouTube all the time, watch Instagram and all the rest. There are many ways to educate people. Then they're also engaging, forming alliances on the ground. People that you trust. I've said it the other day, if you have 3 people that trust each other, they can change the world. I'm telling you, you might have friends that you naturally agree with, and you people believe in the vision to make our people actually sovereign, so that we don't go through what our forefathers went through. If you believe in that, if you are 3 and you are able to function, you'll be surprised how far you can take the country. So those are the kind of things we should start taking ownership, because these people that are ruling us right now that we don't believe in, we call them useless and all the rest of it. Like me, I'm criticizing this guy. But the truth is, I'm a failure too, because I'm not there challenging him and trying to be a better lawyer than him and all the rest of it. Because it's easy to criticize people. But how about you taking over? Go and take control. And that's why I say I like to engage on the ground.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, let's hear. Let's hear. Is it Victor? Who is speaking? Who?
It's me that is speaking.
Who is talking of
Victor?
Okay, be Victor. Okay, then what have you to bring up?
Do you want me to speak, or should I interject on what is just speaking?
Okay, what interjection are you bringing up? Yes.
You see, Pamsad asked a question, and he couldn't even answer it. He just briefed over it. You see, there's something I always say here. That is why I asked him a question.
What was the question I didn't answer? Maybe you didn't hear the answer.
You are just lecturing and bringing down the morale of the people that are watching you to bring them up.
See, before you start talking about morale, be specific about what you are disagreeing with. You can't just stay stuff blanketly like that.
Tunaja, you know what I want to tell you? You are not articulated.
See, you can question him. He's calling me inarticulate. But let him tell us what he disagrees with.
You open book for me and you to argue this thing you are talking about. And I will bring my fact. Because you are saying one thing that I don't understand you. You are saying Nigeria is going out to beg, to fight. Did the foreigners help us to vote? Look, let me give you an example. Cuba had a problem. The people in Cuba that are sitting in Cuba ran to White House to seek for their help because this man is killing their people. Ukraine is having problem. Ukraine ran to America to seek for help. So many countries are having this a global war, my friend.
Do you see the countries you are talking about? Ukraine is in tatters.
Let me say they are not bigger than Nigeria. They are not big. You look at yourself so small.
You are the one that is doing that. I'm saying we are bigger.
South Africa, wait, let me tell you, South Africa had problems. They look up to us. Nigeria bankrolled everything they had, even trained some of their heroes. They were bankrolled again by America itself, by the Senate. They passed a bill for them.
Yet, do you know that South Africa is more independent than Nigerians?
Nigeria, what you are saying is just, you are not saying anything.
But you're not
what you are
making
saying,
any specific
you are killing the morals of the patriots that are so diminished in Nigeria. You are not bringing forth a solution. You are talking of what we have said 120 years ago.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me ask you this then. The patriots, what are they fighting for, really?
Let me tell you one thing. A country that has been so corrupt, you have to start from the bottom to change their orientation and tell them what it is, which we have been doing. I have been part and parcel of it.
Is that not what I said we should be doing? Why are you disagreeing with me?
Wait. You are not even in the limelight. I don't think you follow what has been happening in Nigeria. You've not been participating in it. That's why you are talking like this. Nigerians have passed through hell. They are passed through hell. They are passing through psychological problem now. And we are bringing up people that are ready to fight to get their freedom. Mind you, the road to freedom is not a year process. The road to freedom, you have to educate the people. They are getting the education
it's like you're just
now.
talking past me. I just said the same things.
You are not saying anything.
I just said the same things, but CM, can't you caution him? He knows. You heard what I said.
Victor, let's do it this way because I believe in learning from people and people also can learn from me. Now, the question Pansat asked, what if they ask you, apart from, I know we are going to have a demonstration all over the world, different places, people are organizing. What do you think? Or where are we failing? Because if I say what we do, what have we done that? Where are we failing it? What do we need to do? Just give your own prescription.
You see, the road to freedom is a long road. It's a process, and it requires education, educating the people. And the people have gotten part and parcel on how to fight for freedom. We have started well. We have told the people the power they have, the power behind coming out to vote. Despite they are coming out to vote, but they will definitely meet a brick wall. But don't let that brick wall stare you back, because what you are asking for, what you are fighting for is freedom. What we are doing right now is the process. We are following due process. You don't start to fight for freedom. You start carrying arms and fighting and start killing your people. We want to go through the process of agitation. We have voted enough.
Be Victor, for want of time, you've made 2 points. One, massive voting, which is true. Secondly, now following due process to recover a stolen mandate, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
So 2 points. 2 points I've gathered from you now. Any third one?
And the third one is what we are doing now. We are seeking the face of the international body to look into what we are doing, so that if peradventure these people start killing, they will see the picture that the people are really fighting for it. There's nothing bad in us seeking for external force to help us, not to give us arms, but to see to what we are doing. This is democracy. This is something that every country seeks to have. And we are seeking to have it, but they are depriving us.
I believe by your third point, what you have in mind is this protest, like the one they did in Washington, the one coming in London.
Yes, we should continue to do the protest. We should continue to do it. This is the modern era. You don't take to arm. You don't start fighting. You have to go through due process. They will look into it. A lot of agitation has been, a lot of petition is right in the decks, even in the UN, about Nigeria. We have done what we need to do. We should do what to keep on piling pressure. All we need to keep on piling pressure, educate the people that are still sleeping, which we have, educate them to come into this train, so that we keep on fighting and fighting. We'll get there. We just need to continue to put on pressure. That is what we need to do.
Okay, B. Victor, let me just juggle. I want you to juggle your memory. This is a question from me. You may not answer it if you like, or you answer it. There is no what's they call a pass or fail in it. So it's just an opinion. If by 29th May, because it is clear from Ozekhome, not even before Ozekhome said it, that they're applying delay tactics and all those things so that they knock out the case. So if by 29th May, a mandate which will be clearly won clearly by Obi is not given to him by way of making him president on 29th May. Do you think this is a question now? Do you think that Nigerians will keep quiet, or will there be uprising?
See, that is why we said the constitution of Nigeria does not speak very well of what we are expected of a constitution. Now, they will go according to the constitution, which we all say we will obey and follow. If the whole hope that we have now is it's not even with the who they swear in on the 29th. It is the judiciary. If the judiciary
see, hold on. I know. You know, I've caught. It's like I jumped a lot of processes to give you. I want a direct. I said, because if by 29th we wake up, Obi is the president, everything calms down, because people will say, yes, that's what we want. But I'm saying, I don't want to know how it happens, but Obi is not the president. The question I'm asking you is, do you think, if you know, you tell us, if you don't, you may not know, do you think that Nigeria will be calm, or the people, at least the country will go up in uprising to protest it, that they won't take it? Do you think it will happen?
If the Agbado is sworn in, Nigeria will not calm down. The pressure had just begun. The pressure will begin. More uprising will arise.
Do you envisage something in the neighborhood of NSAS?
It will go more than that.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. That's what it's an opinion.
It is of the iceberg for a particular thing, which they got successfully. But this one is about the future of a nation.
Thank you. At least, like I told you, it's not a right or wrong question. It's just an opinion. It's open-ended. Anybody can have their own. Thank you anyway. Please just be with us. Don't go yet. I think the person who hasn't spoken, at least let me just be fair, was give us our mandate. Give us Give us. Are you having our one? Give us all these Texas people. They know
You
they
didn't
sleep.
even let
Give
me
us.
challenge him at all. You cut me off asking so many questions and handed over to some other person. Because we're having this in to
Okay.
and fro regarding
Okay.
this thing. I don't know what I
Okay.
guess give us a mandate
Okay.
can.
Okay.
Oh,
Give us a mandate. Hold on. To Nigeria, use a minute or two to because
mm.
I so that let it not be just you know
I
what is
think
ready.
that sometimes we need to listen to each other. We shouldn't just knock each other because we feel like the other person is making a point in an arrogant way or for whatever reason. If you agree with somebody, agree with them. If you disagree, just disagree. Most of the stuff he said, I agree with most of it in terms of ensuring that we do the right thing, go for the mandate and all the rest of it. But the idea that you start positioning that area, he knows that's the area I disagree with. That's why he disagrees with me. For whatever reason, you want to promote our people to be going to foreign capitals to ask for them to come and save us. You know why you want to be doing that. Because to name one country that has done good that has done any good, the only countries that he does good for are the ones that go there and protest against them, like the Ethiopians did last year when they were fighting that civil war and they felt that the Americans were supporting the rebels against the state. Then they went there and protested against them. South Africa demonstrates a lot of independence. They don't support the way Americans are going in this war. They are saying that they're not going to arrest Putin when Putin comes to their country. So this type of stuff, I don't understand how Nigeria, the big dog of the continent, is so timid. Like on this one, Nigeria is actually acting timid. Like we don't speak up for ourselves. Our leaders are in their capitals. Our people are crying to them all the time, as if that is the only two countries in the world: is the UK and US.
Okay.
We have almost 200 countries in the
Anyway.
world.
Anyway.
How did we get here?
Can I respond,
Okay. Okay.
Mr. CM?
Okay.
Can I say something?
Okay, you can.
Should I go ahead? Okay, thank you.
A minute
So,
or two, please. So that
right, no worries. So, with regards to Ethiopia and other countries, whether they've complained to the US about the situation of their country or not, yes, they have. I remember vividly when this whole Ethiopia thing was going on internally with their different tribes that they have within Ethiopia. I followed that story. Most of them were going on different. They were writing letters to representatives, and they were trying to garner support. There were some that were fighting those the tribes that felt like the US was enabling some rebels to fight against them were busy fighting against those people that they knew. They were calling them out, the representatives that they felt were part of it, and they were naming them. And then there was another group of people who were writing letters to other senators and representatives and protesting at the airports and different places where they could find them to let them know that they needed help to stop what the fight that was going on within the tribes in Ethiopia. So to say, because where we are in Nigeria right now, we have been a lot people have been gagged in Nigeria. Somebody alluded to the fact that people are suffering psychologically in Nigeria. That's exactly what's happening. People come out to protest, they kill them. The ones we've had people who've come out to protest long before now. The SUG body was one of the most powerful bodies in Nigeria at the time. Most of them, what did they do? They killed them off because they didn't want them to continue to speak. So when you are coming up in a country like that, it has a way of dealing a heavy blow to people's voices. There are a lot of people who have been silenced in that country because of what they experienced growing up. I remember even in my own school, they had to send when we were protesting and we went to Ikomo's house. They sent military people to school. You couldn't come out of the schools because the soldiers had taken over our schools at the time and they were flogging women. They were beating up the boys. They killed a lot of our students during that period. So sometimes I find that a lot of people who did not grow up in Nigeria, who don't understand what was going on at the time in Nigeria have a problem understanding why it is very important for us to have our voices heard wherever we can find it. Our country, the leadership has been corrupted to the point where you cannot have anybody. Look at it now, for instance. Even the protests that are going on with all the women in Nasarawa that have come out. In a sane society, when you find women, that's the highest form of protest, where women strip themselves naked. Is a curse in and of itself. But any normal society would see that and back down. But did they do that? No. These women have been coming out and even have been stripping their clothes off completely now for days. Nobody's paying attention. Who listens to you? If we had a society where there were people who would say, no, this has to stop. This is madness. We're not trying to turn our societies into a banana republic. They have turned their citizens to animals. Please, let's understand the psychology that's at work, first of all. It's very easy to come up here and say it's an insult for you to be talking to outsider. It's an insult. Where will you get the help? If you don't shout, who will come to your help? Who will come and help you?
They are not there to help you. That is what I'm telling you.
Even if they are not there to, please, Oga, even if they are not there to help you, the fact that you are crying is enough to alert people and say, what is even going on? That one alone is enough. Do you know the stakes that Nigerians have? Wait. 1 second, please. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, but keeping those of us in diaspora, keeping quiet, is that a good option?
Exactly. It's not a good option. We have to, that's what I'm saying. We have to have our voices heard. We're not home right now. We're not going to give up the money that how we are working and sending money back. Is it not the work we are doing and the businesses that we're doing that we're using to support people back home? That can even, people that went to vote, a lot of people that went to vote last year, I know how many people I sponsored on my own. Because there was no money and they were working. You had people who were working, had not gotten paid for months. Please, let's be reasonable here. I understand this. I understand so well the sentiment.
I think the situation is this. Probably I may not put it into context because I like to throw it open. If we keep quiet abroad, and then those are back home, when they protest, they slaughter them, or even if they muzzle them or find a way to suppress it, it's as good as not doing anything then. That's what I feel.
Let me add to that.
God bless you.
I don't think.
And I wanted to. I hadn't finished, so please let me just finish with this thought.
Okay,
so in other words, right? There's no, but look, the whole black situation that's going on in America, for instance, right? And members of certain groups where we talk about, issues that concern the black race, the black people, especially in America. I know I have so much knowledge about the fact that, yes, we cannot go to these people because they're not really going to help us. But if we cry and everybody is seeing us cry, somebody is going to ask why this child has been crying for so long. Let's even hear what they have to say.
Ew.
Whatever way you want to see it, if you're not a child,
I'm not a child.
using an analogy. If that's what you want to take out of it,
they're already calling us boys.
Can I finish my thought? If that is how you see yourself to Nigeria, that's on you. I'm using an analogy there. If you don't know what an analogy is, I don't know what else to tell you. So if your only takeaway from everything I've said is you considering yourself a child and a boy, hello, that's not on me, that's on you. You got to deal with that. Now, my point is this. We have to make sure that our voices get heard. We have to show up everywhere. The embassies, in front of CNN, Trafalgar, everywhere. Let people see that we are lamenting for something, because guess what? At home, there's no help. Your leaders are supposed to be serving you. They have slapped you down. You cannot talk. You talk, you die. So people that have their lives all tucked away nicely in the overseas, that are not on ground, have not had any experience on ground of living in Nigeria and experiencing real life protests, almost being killed and maimed. With all due respect, those kind of people should not talk. Apart from, please, what do we do? These are the solutions I think we have. You need to be very careful how you say it, because a lot of people have suffered and still have traumas from those experiences. So it will be insult to injury to people who have suffered, to now assume when you have nobody to run to in a whole society, which is a shame, by the way, right? You now have to come outside of yourself to seek for help. It's just what it is, and we have to deal with it. We are the ones in the diaspora. We have to carry the load. Shikena.
Okay.
See,
Okay.
I'm not against action. I'm not against action. I'm against action that we take responsibility for. If we keep crying to other people, I said it, they love their own people.
Mr. CM.
Please, one more. Allow him.
No, Mr. CM, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait. This to Nigeria should stop saying all these things. To Nigeria is balkanizing this movement and is not ready to speak according to what is happening on ground. What is wrong with to Nigeria?
You're not listening. That's your problem. You're just trying to do what you know. You're not listening. Maybe there are new ways to do things.
Victor,
you don't know what student government did during the military era.
Victor,
but in Nigeria,
we've been doing this.
You don't know anything about struggling. Just come because you are in England.
Listen.
That's wrong of you.
As a person, I'm not easily convinced.
I'm not ready to hear his idea anymore.
Listen, please.
He doesn't have any constructive idea. He should go and be sorry for saying it.
Please, it's just the right, just to give somebody the right to reply. That's all. It doesn't mean that his reply might still be different from what he said before or not, but just give him that right to reply. Whatever you want to do, you note it down so that you do not forget. You can bring it up later, but let just be. It's just like we are talking. When you are dialoguing, it doesn't mean you agree. It's only that two people are talking. You say, I say. It doesn't mean you agree with me.
You know why I'm angry? Has he been to the creek in Niger Delta before and see what is happening there? Go there and see the fact before you start speaking English from England. You are there in a white man country. You are talking all this.
Listen.
Have you lost anybody before? CND has lost his brother. I've lost somebody.
It's okay. We know all this. Don't worry. Please, in a minute or two, to Nigeria, you can also, if you want to rebut one or two things different from what you said before.
Wait, 1 second. You're giving too much airtime to Nigeria.
Please.
You're giving too much airtime to him. A lot of us have been quiet here.
Some other person just spoke just now. He didn't oppose them. But 2 minutes. He spoke more than 2 minutes just now.
When we argue, at least when I can stop him if I feel that he has said all those things before. Remember when Victor was saying I was taking note and we arrived at 4 points he made, which are very, very cogent, and we agree. We were happy.
Okay. I've been nice to Nigeria ever since this evening. Can you just give me one positive thing that he has said towards this broadcast? Please, just tell me one positive thing.
Is it me?
Of
invested in Nigeria, having a stake in
Nigeria. Positive thing apart from the argument of the wig and gown. Just tell me something that he has said.
I think Nigeria was of the opinion that while it is true we demonstrate abroad, but let us not make all this type of writing letter or maybe involving the West to come and help us. He's of the opinion that we could stand on our feet and do it ourselves, like he's done. He cited the example of Ethiopia. Hold on.
If you want to do it ourselves, let us go and fight war.
I have a right of reply. Yeah. This is my right of reply. How did
they're even against you now? You are not even speaking for me. You're just hearing what I said. They're against you.
Just give me 1 second. How did the federal government win the Biafra war if the government did not cry to the United Kingdom and then the United Kingdom supplied them bombs to go and kill more Igbos? Tell me, explain that to me.
So listen,
excuse me, Victor. The fact that said it does not mean that, Omoye disagreed with him. You saw it. Even me. That's why I said, so does it mean we in abroad not doing anything, relying on those
The
at
point
home?
I'm trying
Is
to
it an
make here, we
option?
should be wise.
Listen.
We should be wise and
No,
stop fighting like
listen.
children.
This is not a case of,
Tunisia has
see,
made
listen.
mistakes. He has been corrected, but I called him my brother. Yeah, but he's refusing.
Listen, Victor.
Calm down.
Victor.
Come on now. Tunisia, what did happen now? Why are you like this today? Come on, man.
Victor, it's not a question of right or wrong. When somebody says something, it doesn't mean you leave it, let the person, it's his opinion, but you didn't agree with it. Even if it doesn't make sense with you, you can just say it doesn't make sense and leave it and go. As simple as that. That's what we are saying. But not allowing the person to say, you won't know what the person have in mind. Now that you've had him, you can now place him based on his opinion and say, okay, Nigeria belongs to this camp of people. But without you if you do not allow him to say it, even if the thing you do not agree, how would you know? So that is the issue. That is why I said say. It doesn't mean that when he says it, he say it 1 million times, he will convince me. If I'm not convinced the first time, say it 1 billion times, you are repeating yourself. It's only that you are
Let's go
taking
to
time.
give us our mandate,
Thank you.
please. Let's move on a little quicker
please,
to substance.
Please, you people should help me. I want to be in good books of
Imagine, talk
everybody.
about censoring, and they want they want democracy. Wow.
See, it's okay.
We
It's
are
okay.
we have fascists here.
Let's not be level. No.
Yeah,
That's strong language, sir. You need to take that back. Before making that
that's
I will get out of this
I don't like
very,
that.
very terrible
But you are
language,
trying to
sir.
shut me up.
Very
You are trying to
terrible
shut me
language.
up.
Very, very terrible. I
They
just
want
have
to
to
get
say.
offended. You want to get offended.
It's not about. I'm not offended. It's just the real fascists.
man.
You feel me? There's actual fascism going on in our country, and for you to call a citizen that is minimization and it's not right. It really isn't.
Hold on.
You don't like it when others do it. Why are you doing it?
Please.
I
Are you referring to me, sir?
Don't I let you talk? I don't I respect your own opinion?
Please, just
tell Naija to keep quiet.
Please. No.
Okay, I'll keep quiet.
Please, what I'm saying is, I don't think the word fascist or whatever, only that we disagree on point. We always agree, but only a slight way we didn't agree. Just one, because I've been analyzing, I've been putting notes down. So please, nobody say, I don't think anybody is on behalf of anybody, please.
No, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. Obviously, they are not fascists. They are very law-abiding Democrats.
So for a fresh start, please,
let's just move on.
Let me recognize give us our mandate and war against impunity. What a name. So please give us our mandate. Remember, if you've been listening, you know where the conversation is heading to. There's no point repeating what others have said. All we want to know is where are the gaps you need to add on, or you can say sort of elaborate on what or one thing you know that we need to emphasize on, but not to take us back and maybe repeating what we've done before. Please give us a mandate. Are you with us?
Yeah, but they are, you have allowed them to block me from replying.
No, to Nigeria, it's not blocking you. It's not blocking you. The thing is that I've made a case. Excuse me.
Let's just move on. You're spending a lot of time admonishing, correcting.
Excuse me, to Nigeria.
What do you mean admonishing? I don't even have a right to reply. Tomorrow, some other person will say this here, and they will all agree with it.
No.
But if I say it, they attack me. When I said that P2B should be kept secure, they attack me.
Mr. CM,
wait.
Be in charge of this thing now.
Listen, now I'm coming.
I'm negative. Because when you hear something you are not familiar with, or just because you come from a stand, suddenly you agree with it.
You people should also help me because all these things people are saying, I know what Tuna just stated. I can summarize it. He knows it. Some of them I may agree, some I may not agree. And Omoye reacted to it. I reacted. Victor, you reacted before. Be Victor. So all those things, it hasn't changed. And this is point. But when he says it and then anybody comes again, if I leave it now for the next 30 minutes, it will still be the same thing. I don't think there's any new point coming up. He posted something here. I checked it. It's a demonstration in Ethiopia. Fair enough.
No, not in Ethiopia, in the US.
Sorry, Ethiopians
yes.
also, I think, yes. Okay, I've seen it, what they did. So we all agree that we need to demonstrate, but on what is the scope? That's what people are saying. So leave that again. Everybody can easily read it and digest. So please, let's go to, please, everybody, let's just make a fresh start. Let's go to give us our mandate and then war against impunity probably. Then we come back to Pansat and then we move on again, probably for a different thing.
But
So
let's
give
make no mistake, they just censored me. That's what just happened. Make no mistake about it.
to Nigeria, it's not that we are censored. I'm even stopping them from not
I know, but
talking down. I
CM,
mean, to
stop,
taking you
stop
on.
wasting
That's
time
what I'm saying.
going over with two Nigeria. Just recognize, give us a mandate and let's go.
Give
Just
us a
go to him.
mandate, please. Let me hear you.
Thank you very much, CM. Thanks to everyone on the panel. Thanks to everyone listening from all over the world. What more can we say? If our country is in a good state, we won't be here tonight discussing about this that has taken sleep from people. Madam Rita, I feel your pain. You spoke earlier. Very elaborate, very eloquent, very passionate, very emotional. Most Nigerians all over the world share your thoughts. They share the same pain that you share. I live here in Texas. I don't think I've ever invested time such as this in Nigerian election. I don't think I've ever felt emotional in Nigerian election like what is happening this year, or because some wicked men will not allow the nation to be at rest. Most of us would have been doing something different now, but we sit here and then we talk about our country. But it's only sad that sometimes when we talk about the situations, you still see fellow Nigerians trying to pull us back with some comments or some words that, for me, they are irrelevant and inconsequential. The nation is bleeding. We have a golden opportunity today to talk to his son. Mr. Victor just alluded in his submission. Ozekhome stayed with us for over an hour. You know how much it will build people to sit and have that discussion. Your nation is dying. The country is I mean, is literally going down the drain. And some of us are still making jest like we don't care because you feel you sit somewhere and it's good for you. We should be mindful. I was watching Maegun earlier. You see children, Almajiri children. I never knew that in the north, children from Bauchi can be sent to Yobe. They are exporting children from they can take children from Bauchi and then take them to Yobe State. In their children in 3 years, from 3 years age. They take children from maybe Yobe to Sokoto. They take children from maybe like Kano to Kaduna. In a nation that is blessed, why would that not touch your human emotion, even though you live in the best country of the world? If we don't cry to the if people don't come out, do you think Lai Mohammed was it was convenient for him to have taken plane and come to the United States and come and make statements? Because he saw that people are taking the street already in Washington, D.C., and this is just right opposite White House. And so he also has to come and make statement, but what did he? He rather shot himself again on the foot. INEC chairman said there were glitches. Lai Mohammed came and said, no, they intentionally shut down the system. with what Nigerians are doing in UK, in Los Angeles, in Washington DC, all over the places, they themselves are not convenient. They are on their toes. And so when we say that we are running to, we are not running to them. No nation, even though you have your sovereignty, no nation on its own can stand. So we should not cry to them, and the people even back home, they are killing them. How much more do they want to kill? 88 people died because of this election. 88 people died because of this election, just for transfer of power. And several others were maimed, injured. And we shouldn't cry to international bodies. We're not asking them to come and help us fight war. But I mean, see what is happening in our country. We can speak to it. Why do we go to UN meetings? Why do we show up in international bodies, international meetings? Zelensky is crying to America for help. If he has the power to do it by himself, he would have just sit down and then do it in Ukraine. Aisha Yusuf, she's in Washington, D.C. She's here for a program. Even with that being said, she's still in the forefront of this battle. Every opportunity that she has to talk, she will use that opportunity to talk to the world. Then if we cannot cry to the world, then we should just be a country which we just live in it. We should just live our, okay, we are not part of the world, we are just on our own. Nigerians have to cry out for help.
Okay, give us a mandate just to ask you a question so that to redirect your mind or to polish what you're saying. Do you feel that, of course, you agree that there should be protest both home and abroad? That's what I gather from what you said. Now,
Exactly.
the question will be: do you think do we need to improve on the way we are doing it, or you feel that the way we are doing it will help us achieve the result we want?
What we have done so far has helped us to a certain level. If there's a need for improvement, we can add more. But I don't think anybody is doing bad at this time. Do you know somebody wrote one member of the Senate in the United States, and that guy said, wait. It was that Senate member that said, wait, Americans should not be in a haste to congratulate Tinubu. He was one guy on this platform that wrote his own Senate representative of his own state in the United States. And his own senator said to the Biden, he said, wait, don't be in a haste to congratulate Tinubu.
Okay. Just I get you. Just one more again before you round up. I know you listened to what Ozekhome said, and you learned one or two things from him when he said that he confirmed, if not anything, there's delay tactics by
Yes.
APC. He confirmed it clear. He was quite clear about it. Now, and they know they are delaying because they know they have no case. That's why they are delaying. Otherwise, they would have been the first to be waiting for be there to finish him off. Now, that is common sense. Mandy, what I want to ask you is this: if these are delay tactics because nobody knows, and kind of looking at tomorrow, let me play the devil's advocate. By May 29th, which we know, because all our hope is that Obi will be president sworn in on May 29th, no matter how they slice it, and then the tension will quieten. People will now know that yes, we've started. But if it didn't work that way, do you envisage that there will be uprising in Nigeria in the scope of NSAS or even bigger than it? Do you have this
It
in
will
mind?
be
Do you
bigger
think?
than NSAS. And that's
Okay.
why many well Nigerians are crying now. It may be worse than NSAS. It may be worse than NSAS. And that's why many Nigerians are crying now. You see, the likes of Peter Side said, let's wait. Let's go to court. Let's see how this whole thing. He said, then if they don't do the right thing, I will be in the forefront of this protest. Peter Side said it. You can go and listen back to it on Arise TV when he said it.
You said Peter Side.
Yes.
Who is Peter Side? Okay.
This guy, the SDP, the guy with the SDP chairman, and then the Stanbic IBTC chairman.
Okay. Atedo.
Atedo Peter Side.
Atedo. Okay, sorry, Atedo. The
He said,
economist.
wait.
Okay, yeah.
Do you hear when he said, wait? That if let's see what they will do, and if not, I also will be in the. Do you hear when he said that? You may need to go and listen back to that video.
Okay, that's fair enough. At least I've gotten your viewpoint now and then where you are headed.
And
so
that's
it's
why
not far
that's
from.
why we are people are crying now, just to avoid enough of bloodshed in Nigeria.
Okay, but give us a mandate. Let me put this. Given the fact that people have started demonstrating and they suppress them, like the Nasarawa women, with that at the back of your mind, are you still hopeful that by May 29th, if Obi is not there, that the protest will still take place?
Protest never stops. It will take place.
Okay.
The only fear is that these guys should not now, because one thing is they are delaying now, and like you always said, I think it's a Pioneer that always say it. Tinubu is just leave everything for me. Let me be sworn in. And Alex always said something. Drug barons, they are worst. They are deadly.
Anyway, let's not vet that.
We should not even go there. But now that they are already taking the police, they are taking the military. If people now come out, that would let's just move on.
Okay. Well, let's just leave. War against impunity. Thank you. Give us a mandate. War against impunity. You've listened to what Ozekhome. Are you here?
Yeah, I wasn't here for Mr. Ozekhome. I wasn't here for all of it, but the man's a brilliant lawyer. So I know he did confirm the delete tactic. That's not really, revolutionary, because it's just look at the prayers of the court. It's definitely going to be a delay tactic, and they're going to ask for extension. I just want everybody to know, and the extension will be granted. At the end of the waiting time, they're going to ask for an extension, and the extension will be granted. I'm just telling you guys right now. They're just going to push the can down the road. When it's inaugurated, that's when they'll start to stifle everything. This movie, I've seen all this charade. Unfortunately, Maegun has said it months ago. It's heading only towards one way. You feel me? It's heading towards one way, and it's gonna have to be an uprising, because you cannot ask permission. You cannot. Is it Malcolm X that said you can't ask your oppressor for permission to leave your oppressor? I'm forgetting how it was worded, but you can't ask somebody oppressing you in a polite manner to stop oppressing you. These people have been governing. They believe they own Nigeria, and they've owned it for 30 plus years. You feel me? So they're not just gonna willingly give it away just because the people said no. They won't. They're gonna like Pharaoh, like God had in the heart of Pharaoh. He's gonna be like that. They're gonna all this charade of the court, which I don't believe in. It's gonna be one way. We already know how this is gonna end. They're gonna rule in favor of the thief, and then the country needs to. In theory, it needs to, like a phoenix. Another country needs to be born from the ashes of this, because this thing we have right now that they call a country, Nigeria. The foundation, which is the constitution, is flawed. Is devilish. Nothing good can come out of it. You feel me? So it has to be torn down and another thing built up in its place.
Okay, war against impunity. I believe you are living in the diaspora, maybe in US. What I want to ask you is this: do you think the effort people are making so far in terms of sensitizing, protests, everything, do you think we need to up it, or is enough, or
No. It's never enough. Sensitization is never enough. Well, I personally think more people should be calling their representative elective, because if you look at it, what mouth will this administration in the US, this Biden administration, what mouth will they use? Because this is the same Biden that signed a very draconian war against doing that war against drugs and shit. The war against drugs. He signed a very,
the crime bill, isn't it?
Thank you very much, sir. He signed a very terrible bill that they're still feeling the effects to today. So with one mouth, you say you have a zero tolerance towards drug crimes, and you're gonna shake the hand of a man who this one not be said and say it is verifiable that the man forfeited $400,000+ at then. That's like millions in today's amount. So it will look very terrible. And the people of South Bend, Indiana, that the drugs were being sold in their city, their mayor, who is a Republican, their governor, who is a see, they're going to have a field day barbecuing the Biden administration. So nobody is going to touch that with a 5-foot pole. Drugs in this America, no. They're going to make fun of you. They're going to use you to score political points. That's why no matter what happens, ain't nobody gonna congratulate Biden. It's the highest. Now Secretary Blinken gonna congratulate him. The president is not gonna congratulate a convicted drug man. No, hell no, he's not. And even if I just imagine if he was DeSantis.
Okay. What against it? What do you advise? Just to
Oh no,
round
we
up
gotta
so
keep. Listen, the protest in Nasarawa has continued. You feel me? They stopped for a few days, but they're back. I don't know if you saw that. All we can do is just, His Excellency Peter Obi has said we have to follow due process. Now, I do not agree with that, and I do not believe in the judicial system, but I believe in him, and he's trying to set an example, of which I agree with the example, because, my brother, let me tell you, we the youth, we don't have any example. This country, our so-called leaders of yesterday, most of them are tribal bigots, and they can't even say the truth. Look at Wale Soyinka, for the love of God. A man that I respect or respected, or I'm still deciding. What he said, calling and addressing people as fascists, that was a real disgraceful comment. And the man should be ashamed of himself. I want to insult him, but I grew up reading his books. I can't really turn that side of my brain off because of the reverence and adoration I have for him. But that statement is asinine, and he should be ashamed of himself. Is somebody detached from the reality of Nigeria? Baba, if you're old and you don't know what's going on ground, please stay where you are. Don't come out with such an asinine statement. Like, for real, like, who does he think he is?
Do you believe, the part of why people are criticizing Soyinka is that probably he's being selective lately.
Not
They were
probably.
ordering
He's
people in.
definitely being selective in his outrage. Definitely.
They were. What happened then? The show of shame that happened in
In
Lagos on
Lagos.
the 18th. Oluomo said this thing. No
He didn't say
response from
nothing.
Soyinka.
Tinubu
Burning
said they
down
should
selected people.
grab power is not served a la carte. You have to go from it, grab it. He said that. Soyinka did not say anything about that. It's calling people fascists. People that spend their blood, sweat, and tears mobilizing people for months. Oh man, he's a
Thank you very
disgrace.
much.
He's a disgrace. He's a disgrace, for real.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So far, the next person, okay, I think Pansat, Victor, to Niger, then Victor again. I think these two, okay, sorry, B Victor will be the. So next one is Pansat, then Victor, then I think to Niger. Oh,
again?
sorry,
To Niger again?
Wait, I'm calling in the order. Oh,
I'm saying after he shouldn't talk
hey,
about
now, you have to give somebody his due. That is just an exchange.
These
So
dictators,
after you start,
dictatorship tendencies, after you start complaining.
With you, dictatorship
after
is not a bad thing. But anyway,
no.
Oh my
Just,
God!
I'm
Did you just say
recognized.
that?
I'm recognized. Let me
okay, yeah.
say,
After,
but
yeah,
CM, I
yeah.
proffered a video here for you to play for us, because one of the problems we have where people are shaking and they're afraid is because they don't have the information. Even if the video isn't played before, this is the time to play that video, because Mike, I am the car. Let me land on this, because this is where you're gonna come in. You understand that they're dumbing down the issue of that Abuja, you have to win 25%. It's very important. We could talk all day. What we need now are a few things here and there. We don't need everything. We don't need a war until we're attacked, we have to go to war, right? But right now, we need technical things. One of them is that Baba Ahmed Dati made those points. Everything Baba Ahmed said, is very, very important. He just wasn't out there talking. He made the case that it will be wrong, unconstitutional, to swear in anybody who did not win Abuja 25%, along with the other conditions. And when he was pressed, Sean pressed him, he says, that issue has already been decided. That is a very important, he just wasn't talking because that issue has been decided. Now, I put out the video for you on this private session to play where Mike Ayandakar, the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General, who is not a partisan in this thing, made it very clear. He spoke, he was interviewed, and he made it very clear, a month ago, right? When it wasn't time. But our people should understand that that is one of the key points. If they swear in somebody who did not get that 25%, the constitution is shredded. That's why I was saying that we're on a two-track system. One is the legal constitutional track, which Baba Ahmed spoke about as well. But the moment you thwart that constitution, that's the only nexus that hold us together, all of us as Nigerians. But if you're playing outside the constitution, then we have to do something. This time it's not going to be constitutional because we don't have a constitution. Nobody has it's sad to say, I wish it was me that's there, they're going to kill me or whatever. Then I can speak for myself and say, go ahead and kill me. I can't speak for somebody else giving their life. But something has to spark this thing. We're very patient. Nigeria is not a country that believes in revolutionary changes, evolutionary perhaps. But it's a first time for everything. There's something that you would do in that country and it will be unacceptable. For example, you go and you hurt Obi, right? Or a news comes. There's so many people that you can hurt, you're going to say, even arrest. And then we have to go into the unconstitutional pathway. You become unconstitutional. You are breaking the law disrespectfully in our face. We're not there yet. So you can't say, oh, they killed and they've been killing so many people who are just as important as Obi. Every single person who has been killed, the Labour Party is killed over here. I read it. Okay. They are just, Obi is not more important than any of those people. So we are hard to organize. We're like cats. Well, they're doing things in Los Angeles. They're doing, but there's something you would do, Mr. Lai Mohammed, Mr. Erufai, and all the corporates that are toying around with us. We are not stupid. We know it's not Tinubu alone. It's actually not Tinubu. It's not the actor here. The northern governors, APC, including FFK, and so many others who have no respect for Nigerians because we've been docile. I want you to know that Baba Ahmed has made the case for all of us. You swear in somebody unconstitutionally, you don't have a constitution anymore. That's the only nexus we have. So I said to myself, you play a video such as the one I put out here where the Minister of Justice, who's not partisan, and the car, made the case that the court had decided this case, stare decisis, the highest court. The courts are hierarchical. You have the Supreme Court, they are the apex. Then you have this tribunal and other courts of appeal. They cannot reverse something that was decided by the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court, when you say the court, you mean the Supreme Court. They could reverse themselves. So, but fortunately, you have to go to the tribunal first. So at the tribunal, if Peter Obi wins right there, it's now incumbent for him to be sworn in. Remember, this case cannot be reversed by the tribunal. They cannot reverse the Supreme Court. So anybody who has an argument on this should either say, no, the courts did not decide that case with Buhari versus Yaradua. That's the only legal argument you can make. You cannot make the argument that the tribunal can reverse the Supreme Court. No, they cannot. So that's why these things are important. CM, as you know, I'm sure you know that. So it's not an issue of coming here talking about 1,000 issues or entertaining two Niger to come here and talk nonsense pretty much the whole night, trying to solve our long-term
language, sir.
yeah.
Come on, language, sir.
Trying to solve our long-term problems. We do have some long-term issues to worry about, but we're boxed in into. Yeah, hold on. We're boxed in into getting our mandate back. So CM,
Mr. Pansat, they are telling you what to say, or you should stop. You are still saying hold on. You are continuing. That's wrong.
Telling me to hold on.
There's rules here.
Yeah, there are rules. There are some languages you can't use, sir. Even though you disagree, you can't call man voice nonsense.
To be controlling you people all the time here. You know
Let's use decorum, please. Decorum, please.
I haven't said anything that I should be corrected on. I don't think so.
No. You said talking nonsense.
You said you were saying nonsense. That's insulting. It is.
And must you be corrected all the time?
No, that's not a correction, because when somebody says something that doesn't make sense, that's nonsense.
Well, you can say it doesn't make sense, but nonsense is escalation. You know,
you are telling him to hold on. Just follow instructions, sir. Please.
I am following instructions, but what I'm saying is that what my main point that I want to be interrupted on is somebody to say the Supreme Court did not rule in that case that I cited, or
I don't think anybody is disputing that yet. Okay. Nobody. It's only that you asked me to play the video, but I don't have this thing. If I play it, only me will be seeing it. That's why I thought Elvis can play it, because he has this thing to let people in and let out. So if he plays it, it will not show. But if I'm to play it, I will be the only person.
Okay, all right, I got you on that.
So
okay, let me conclude, and I'll make room for somebody else. Let me conclude, and I'll make room for somebody else. The reason why I've been coming sparingly on the platform, I go on the chat session, is that we have to trust in what we're doing. We have to believe in what we're doing. This is no time to, you're correcting me, you're telling me how to talk. Fine. If I spend my time doing that, I don't even think anybody here will talk. We have to move on. We have to believe in what we're doing. We have to be serious. I said to Niger from the first day we've come here, because I know he's an asset. I've been in other platforms that I'm listening to, and he's the only light there, and he makes us very proud, and he talks and defend the right thing. But it's not an academic debate. Every other day he comes here, needling either Mr. Rita or any one of our valued people here. And then when they talk back, they're either removed or they're discouraged. Why? Because you like to Niger, then good for you. That should be your private relationship. Do it outside of our discussion. There's no way he doesn't know that what we're doing today is not talking about what our forefathers did, how to correct steer our ship right for the long-term goal. We need good leadership. We went through elections. Nigerians went out there and voted, stayed there for hours. They were harassed. I saw Nigerians vote in every constituent in that country. They tried, because we came here, we said, go get your PVCs. And when we're solving that problem, we said, go get your PVCs. You say, oh, you're making people believe there's going to be an election. You give them false hope. There won't be an election. Of course, they have to go and get their PVCs. That's what we're discussing at the time. So all of us have prognosticated and been wrong here. So there's no reason to sit on a pulpit and keep beating up on people and say, you were wrong about this. I told you, you did this. No, come on, that's negative energy. We have to profile the situation of where are we today. We are not losing. That court process has to go through. Baba Ahmed, that is interview should be played every single day. If you don't have something else to play that all the time. Let's talk about that, because everything is in that speech. Going forward, including what's going to happen if they swear in somebody unconstitutionally. He says, he makes it very clear what's going to happen if they do that. Thank you. I'll make room for somebody else.
Okay,
I just want to
Pansat.
make a quick comment.
What? One more. Please, please. I know where
My bad, my bad.
most people want to say. You see,
Okay,
Pansat.
CM, did you call me at
As
any time? I stepped away. I wanted to say
no,
something.
just
Wait, where's she
hold on.
talking from? Where's she talking from?
Please,
Is that
please,
Amaye's corner?
It's
please
me.
allow
It's me.
you.
Oh,
You should
War
allow
against
me.
impunity.
my bad, my bad.
Please allow me. You see, Pansat,
Okay.
why people sort of you give your delivery, but whatever anybody says here is subject to be countered or you agree. But as much as I'm concerned, as much as you may not like somebody's opinion, nobody has said, Tunaja hasn't said nonsense. That is the point. That is the word that made people to, to say, look, it shouldn't be. It's okay. You disagree with him.
CM, I rather he says what I'm saying is nonsense than making nonsensical points. I don't care about the name calling and all that. I'm not the kind of guy that calls anybody out of their names. But if I say that he's talking nonsense, I'd rather he not. If you don't think what he's doing here, he's been on and on. This man had a chance to ask me to be a question when they were talking about he doesn't have what is his portfolio and his whatever you call the political program you have. He had a chance to ask me to be a question. What did he do? We had Michael Ozekhome here to talk about constitutional law. You can afford his time. He was here. And he's saying that that Ozekhome is perpetuating white supremacy. Go and take off the wig. What kind of is that? Why he was here? Other people who are going to come here to see that.
I thought that
issue we've
100%.
ruled on it, and
yeah,
then we've ruled on it, and we've moved.
To me, that's talking nonsense. When we're discussing issue, it doesn't make sense to talk about that.
Okay,
I'm not insulting Nigeria. No, that's not the point. I also said that I agree with him on that. But Elvis comes in. Okay, he's listening. He comes here. They're telling you don't. I'm not the kind of guy. I don't like to hear that kind of talk. I don't. That's why I said I don't want to be on the platform. It's his platform, but I don't want anybody talking to me like that.
Mr. Pansat, let me tell you something that you must understand. The sooner you understand it will be better for you, because I've seen in so many cases a lot of platform have thrown you out, and it's wrong.
Nobody throws me out. I can leave a platform, but you can't throw me out. Even on this your platform, you can't throw me out. We can mutually disagree and I'll leave.
This is not a confrontation, guys.
I don't want a limelight. I'm not here for stardom, right?
You hold on. You are too rude on your age. You are an elderly man. Please let people respect you. Don't be behaving like a kindergarten child.
I really don't care about respect.
Yeah, you don't care about respect. That's why you talk anyhow, and it's wrong.
You cannot talk to me like that.
That's what I'm saying. If people can't talk to you like that, don't talk to people anyhow.
I don't.
Do you feed anybody?
I don't.
Do you feed anybody?
I respect myself.
You don't ever respect yourself. That's why
that's what you think.
Work on.
That's what you think.
Work on it, please.
If you think you're gonna talk to me like that, then you got something else
coming. You just hold on and let me speak, please.
Yeah, but it makes sense in what you're saying. Don't talk down at me, because you can't.
You know I have the power to mute you, but I'm not doing that.
Then mute me. Then I'll leave. You mute me and I'll leave.
Look, guys, can I
again? This is not a confrontation. This is a dialogue. Please, can we get back to that?
Mr. Pansat, one thing you must understand is this. Most cases, you normally say people can't talk to you like that. And I don't even know if you listen to yourself when you address people. That's the thing. I don't know, maybe people should be playing back.
Play back. You always do that.
Let me speak, sir. Let me speak, please.
No, just play back. You do that all the time. Play back.
Can I speak? I guess everybody's watching right now, because if he might push me to the wall now, please just let me speak. Please. In most cases, your submission is right, but your actions ruin the all. Okay, look at your stand now. Because of the statement from Niger, obviously you are right. Niger was very, very wrong coming here to pass that message. But sometimes your body language ruined your submission, everything. You know, in case you don't have people that talk to you, Maybe some of them just want to be mute, but after the broadcast or they talk to themselves. But I'm not that kind of person. After broadcast, I don't talk to anybody. I don't talk to people privately. I don't have anything to discuss with anybody. I would say to you here, you're an elderly man. Sometimes when you address people, in fact, there's a popular saying that address people the way you want to be addressed. It's a normal thing. Don't tell people are talking nonsense. You've mentioned that so many times. There's other way you can put it on. How would you feel if I say to you you're talking nonsense? You won't like it. And I understand you. You have so much pride, which is a good thing. And apart from you have so much pride, you are elderly man. Whenever I say that, you don't like it, but you are. You're an elderly man. Please don't tell people talk nonsense. Counter people, disagree with people, and let's move on. But on this platform, Mr. Pansa, one thing you must understand is this. Same way I will not stand for you to talk down on anybody, same way I will not sit here for anybody to talk down on you. That's why I normally say on this platform, nobody is better than anybody here. Including myself, I'm not better than anybody, and nobody's better than me. That's how I grew up. That's my perception, and that can never change forever. I'm not better than anybody, and you're not better than me. Let's take it like that. Please, let's respect each other, sir. You're on the right track. Even before you came in, everybody's already angry. You know what to Nigeria. In fact, I heard to Nigeria, he apologized already, even though, you understand. You know, Michael Ozekhome already wrote me a text message concerning to Nigeria as well, but I don't really want to come on air to talk on this. It was very, very wrong. You're on the right side, even though you are angry. You're on the right side because his question doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. But my stand is that, please, sir, you know how much I value you on this platform. You know how much you mean to me on this platform. Even though we quarrel today, tomorrow, I will still give you a maximum respect. But just understand with us sometimes. It's not every time we have to shout and rant and all that. I want you to understand when I correct you, it's not because I own the platform. Look, even before I came in, other people were correcting you. Are they the owner of the platform? That's where I want you to see it from. Because if I was the person that came in first, the first thing I'm going to hear, oh, is it because it's your platform? No, it's not. It's not nice. I treat everybody equally on this platform. I've never sent you a link privately before, Mr. Pansa, have I? I'll say, Mr. Pansa, please quickly come on screen, or I want to go live. No, I'm fair. I want people to understand that.
Yeah, but you are bashing me to placate him. How am I wrong to be able to air my own opinion?
No.
I just asked the question.
No. Tunaja, please, just hold on. I'm talking about you were 100% wrong with the question you put on, and even how you address Michael Ozekhome, whatever. If
I apologize for that.
And that's what I'm saying. These things is wrong. You don't.
Yeah, that was yeah.
Whatever, if he's a professor, whatever.
It was a bit tardy. It was a bit tardy of me.
What's that?
Just didn't know.
I'll go further, but you apologize already. It's cool.
No, he apologized. No, he just drew my attention back to it. I never wanted to talk on that. I mentioned that he apologized earlier on, but when people try to argue all the time, we keep going back to the back. You know, you are not expecting me to blame Mr. Pansat 100%. No, what led to him to say you are saying nonsense is because of your statement. Despite all that, if it was other platform, they would just pretentiously ignore what Mr. Pansat is saying, that you're saying nonsense because you caught for it. But upon all that, I still have to come in to
What do you mean? You keep saying that I call for it by asking somebody that you should not be wearing colonial headset.
No, not that alone. You triggered the people by saying whatever is called professor or whatever. I don't know.
But that is not what he's criticizing. He's criticizing everything else I said.
Listen, one thing you must understand too, Niger. Everybody cannot come here now to tell you exactly what they're angry for. But I want to let you know right now categorically that
there's a litany.
Exactly. The main thing that got everybody mad was how you addressed a senior advocate of Nigeria. You are saying that everybody call everybody his excellency and all that. And at the end of the day, you ended up by saying you don't know him. You have never seen him before. That is hypocritical.
Yeah, that was wild.
I've seen him on TV, but I don't know him by name.
Let's move on. That's what, if I wanted to be I will not consult Mr. Pansat. But because of the rules of this platform, regardless of whatever you do, nobody have any right to insult anybody. That's why I came in. If not that, he is on the right track. Please, you can't treat somebody like that, Mr. Tunaja. It's not nice.
See,
It's not
let's
nice.
not mix two things. You are mixing two things together. The
But
way I
that is
addressed
what
him,
he
say
does
that, but you are
everything.
mixing it with my opinions about what
No,
he's
I'm
doing.
not. Listen, your opinion, you came in with a different topic and whatever. Do you know what? Let me put this straight. Whenever we have somebody here, this have happened before. Not from you, from someone else, but I don't really want to go there. If we have somebody here, if we have a topic, stick to the topic. This is a senior advocate of Nigeria, and he came because of the heat that is currently going on in Nigeria, and he came to answer our questions. I was expecting. Do you know that we were trying to pave way here and there to have you in to Nigeria? I told you wanted to focus on that same lane. You diverted, which is fine. But how you addressed him, even after you addressed him, how you defended yourself by saying you don't know him. Are you not in Nigeria? Do you live in in Jamaica?
No, I don't know him as a professor or the titles. I've seen him defend
Simple
Kano and
barrister.
all that.
Just
Okay,
I think
let's
I've
move
barrister.
just
on.
called him
Let's
barrister.
move
That
on.
the thing is very confusing. All these titles that we go by all over the
Let's move
place.
on. CM, back to you.
Barry.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah. So I think with the next person should be. Okay, we had Onaru. Is it Onaru, the chap who came in now? Is it Onaru? Hello.
Yes, so now here.
Onaru, where are you joining us from?
Please, before Onaro, we have Mama H who will be calling in. I don't normally pick calls this time, but she just wrote on the comment
Okay.
section. Let's hear from her, please.
Hello,
Hello, Mama. Hello, Mama H. Good evening to you, ma. Please talk to us.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And I want to sincerely thank you for letting people know the truth. I believe that we have to respect each other. The tension is high. And one little word can trigger another person to say things. And that's exactly what happened this night. Through Nigeria, forefather, there's no point of arguing. You made a statement that triggered the other person to respond. Let's learn to accept when we make a mistake. Like Evie rightly said, address people how you want to be addressed. To become a son is not a day journey. It takes a lot of hard work to be there. Let us not use a Kiamo kind of son to address every other son. It's not good. People put effort to become a son, and they need to be respected. Except when they disrespect themselves like Kiamo, then it can be otherwise. But let us not transfer the aggression we have against what Kiamo is using his son to do on every son. Let's respect everybody until they themselves disrespect themselves like Kiamo. I beg all of you. The tension is high. The bitterness is there. The hurt is deep. Every Nigeria is hurt. Every Nigeria that believes in justice and fairness is hurt. But we can't fight ourselves. If we are fighting ourselves, we can't fight the real monster that put us in this. Let us bear that in mind. We have serious issue on our hand. If we don't get judgment before 29, what do we do? They are there crying out for Obi to be arrested, crying out for Daddy to be arrested. What is our plan to make sure their evil plan against these innocent men does not come to pass. That should be the issue we are discussing here. Not using words to trigger one another to anger, and when the other one talk, it becomes a talk of war. We are not our own enemy. United we stand, divided we fall. And I, as you people's mother, will not allow that to happen. So any form of disunity, I say no to it. And Mike Ozekhome, on behalf of my children, I say I'm sorry. When I say children, I mean the Nigerian young people. I'm sorry if they say things they are not supposed to say. Let me offend you, sir, because they be my children. So on their behalf, I say I am sorry. Let's work together in unity.
Thank you.
I real monster. And Evie, thank you so much how you do it.
Thank you,
I
Mama.
appreciate it.
Thank you,
God
Mama.
bless you.
God bless you, Mama. God bless you. We'll appreciate you more. Thank you. All right. This is good. So this is what I was trying to say earlier on. I'm not here to attack anybody's opinion. I'm not really interested on that. It's just that let's respect each other. That's what matters. So what led to see now many people are not calling in now. This number time code. Okay. Hello. Good evening to you. Your name away. Okay. Thank you very much, madam, for calling in. Talk to us. Oh, turn down your device, please. Turn down your device.
Okay, my brother. Sorry. No. Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. I'm working. I just came out now to say something.
Please make it 1 minute because all of you. It's quite late.
Yes, just God will bless all of you.
Amen.
I don't want to really go in all the things we are going through. My heart has been bleeding throughout this period. I have never been this way all my life. Now, concerning the way forward, I listen to whatever we say here. Even in my work, I just peep and check. Now, the way things are going, is it possible for us to arrange for 1 million march in White House? Is it possible?
I don't know.
We arrange it. Is it possible? That's just my suggestion. Is it possible for us to arrange such a thing? Because when we make it huge, don't you think that it will draw more attention? We plan it and see if it's something we will be booking it in a way that will be having numbers. And at least all of us will work in our itinerary in a way that we'll create it make it for days. 1,000 million match. How do you guys think about it?
It makes a lot of sense to me. But I think this will be arranged between the people that live in America.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. In America, we will arrange it. In fact, we will make it, remember, even if we make it, those in Europe, it is free. If we can organize it, put it in a way that it will last for months so that people will bring in their names and all that, will arrange it because the number will matter and it will give attention. I'm just throwing it to the house.
No,
is it possible for us to do it that way?
I don't know.
That's my own opinion.
A lot of people is listening now, so let's see if we'll get the response to this between tomorrow and next.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mama.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Okay, my dear. Okay.
Okay. Good night. Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Good night. Okay.
Yeah. The last call, please, guys. Bear with us, Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris, thank you very much for calling in. Oh, Mr. Chris, turn down your device now. This thing. Okay, talk to us. You still didn't turn it down. You say sorry. You didn't turn it down.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Talk to us. 1 minute. Good evening to you.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. Yeah. I know the issue has been totally dealt with, but I just want to say it was a little bit unbecoming the way the fan was addressed, because it's not easy to have that kind of a personality in a program like this. So I think he needed to be appreciated more. I think the way, was it to Nigeria or Panther, the way he addressed
No, it's to Nigeria.
To Nigeria, you know, I was even shocked from my end. I was even shocked. I don't think there's nobody that doesn't know Michael Ozekhome. You know, so I'm just only trying to say this again, because other people might be listening, so that people can report back to him that that was not a representation of what we represent here in Nigeria.
Exactly. So if you respect me and my channel, you should know and respect the people we bring here.
That's not a representation. That's why I'm just saying it again, because people like that, they may have people listening to program like this, so that they can also report back to him that everybody, I think 99% of all of us here have roundly condemned that. So I believe the Reverend Sam will understand. That's just my contribution.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The reason why I didn't come on air to talk about this after I received a message from him, because I understand that as a leader, everybody are just waiting for you to talk, and everybody want to attack you. Who will say, because it's your channel, who will say this, who will say that. How do you want me to be perfect? You know, please, let's carry ourselves with respect. It's very, very important. You can't disrespect me, say I should respect you. It doesn't work like that. You know, this is not nice. If we bring a visitor here, let's respect them. It's not easy. If you think it's easy to get these people, you just go and call him and say hi privately if you can. It's not easy. Let's respect
Mr.
them.
Elvis, I have a suggestion. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Okay. Wow, Mr. Elvis, you're still awake at this time. Hey, now wow, God will bless you. When you come to another life.
You said what?
I said, when you can't sleep, can't do another life.
No, I'm good.
Myself, I still there awake.
Wow, kudos to now, honestly. Now UK now like 3 a.m. now, Abi.
You know,
anyway, the suggestion when I want make me say, because I did see when to Nigeria was asking the question, and it was very it came across as very disrespectful. So anytime somebody comes up like that, right, and you see that the way they address your host, you can just put them in the backstage. That alone will let you to signal to your visitor that you caught it and you took care of it right away. So I think that's something that you want to consider going forward. So that way it will save you having to explain later on, you know, or having your visitor call you to lament about, you know, because he's a big visitor. And I kind of cringed when he asked that question, even though I know where that question is coming from. This is not the time for it at all.
What you're saying, you're right. You are very right. But in the other way around, my biggest problem is when I try to carry everybody along. I don't want to offend anybody. And then people take advantage of that.
In this case, I understand perfectly the way you are, Mr. Elvis. But in this case, you have to understand, like you just said now, this man is not somebody you can just pick up the call and say, please, can you be on, and he will be there. He's not one of those people, you know what I mean? So people like that you have to get, like schedule meetings with them. You want to take care of them in a way that they feel appreciated. If it was me, I would have put to Nigeria in the backseat right away. That just because I know we're different, everybody has different personalities, but it's something for you to consider, because you can't please everybody. That's just a fact.
The truth of the matter,
and I know you know that already. You cannot please, no matter what you do, people are still going to be upset.
Exactly.
Tomorrow I might wake up and be upset with you. You might wake up
You
and be
know,
upset with
the
me. We're
truth
human
is,
beings, right?
thank you. The
Yeah.
truth is, I thank you anyway for the advice. The truth is, when you tell, it's just like somebody arguing with me here. I did not mute you. I just want you to respect yourself and stop. You refuse to stop. If I now mute you or put you in the backstage, the next thing I'm going to hear, oh, now because Sena is China. It doesn't work like that. It shouldn't be like that.
That's their problem. That's their level of understanding. You cannot control that, Mr. Tunaija, Mr. Naija Watch. You can't control how people are going to perceive you when you take actions. Your visitors are very important. Imagine you bring in maybe like someone like Mr. Dati on your channel, or maybe Peter Obi,
And we
and
are
somebody
expecting him
disrespects
too.
him.
We are expecting him too.
So, what questions
Exactly.
are bad from asking anybody? What are you people talking about
Mr.
here? Are we
Tunaija,
not
please,
allowed
can
to
you
ask
just
open questions
listen?
anymore?
Can you listen for once
You
in
are
your
sending a very,
lifetime?
very chilling message here.
Sir,
You were
200,
wrong.
like,
It is
sir,
not your. I think you're out of line. You're very
there's a
wrong.
process to become the
The
Not even
way
SCN.
talking
you
about.
responded, asked
See,
the question
I'm not
was
saying that he
extremely
didn't
rude.
deserve it. I didn't know how to address him because when CM spoke to him,
That's what.
CM
Then you
read
should
so
have.
many
Then
titles.
you should have. Mr. Tunaija, you should look. There's a thing called respect. You come from Nigeria. You should know that. When you're
So
talking to someone, you're meeting someone for. Please, can I speak? I beg. When you're meeting
you have
someone
been
for the
talking.
first time, even if you don't know them, you will respect them. You don't have to know everybody. Do you understand? You can say, good evening, sir. Wow, I heard so much about you. I'm learning about you. And you ask your question. But the way you came, your attitude, and the type of that question number one was just not necessary.
Exactly. That's what you have a problem with. The question is what you have
It's
a
not
problem with.
a
Because if I
problem.
went on to
It's your
praise him, you won't have
attitude.
any problem
That's
with
the
it.
problem. You're not listening. It's your attitude in the way you ask the question.
Maybe.
Even if you wanted to ask that question about the white wig, you could have framed it in a respectful manner, but you did not.
There was not a lot of time. When I came in, he was about to
now,
leave.
Mr. Tunaija, that is why he called the host and complained. Why do you think he complained? I've asked that question
Because he
when
cannot use
Mr. Farrow
asking them questions like
excuse me,
that.
sir.
You didn't
Excuse
ask
me.
him.
No,
You were rude.
it's
Stop
because you
defending
are
yourself,
rude.
Tunaija, please.
When
You
Mr.
were
Farrow
rude.
Timi
Don't
came on
kill
and he
I
was
did not
talking about
insult him.
him,
This is crazy.
your
If you don't want me
Then
to
you
talk
can't
again,
just
was
I
be
will talk again. It's
telling
like
rude.
you
him, not
people just
here.
want to
Your
censor people.
attitude was rude.
That lady,
When
that one
Mr.
lady,
Farrow Timi
Omoye has
came
always tried
on,
to censor me for anything I said here.
It's okay. It's
Mr.
okay.
Tunaija,
It's okay,
heard what I'm saying.
Omoye.
When Mr.
Omoye, it's
Farrow
okay.
Timi came on, one of the shows, right? Well, not your show, Mr. Naija Watch. I said the same thing to him. Well, I know we're different, but Tunaija, if I would urge you, replay that video and watch it in your own time. Go back and watch the video and see how you ask the question,
Okay.
or
It's
get
okay,
somebody
Omoye.
else
It's
to
okay.
watch it.
It's okay. Let's move
All right,
on.
thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Onero, I think CM called you earlier on, so I think we should just move on with you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Onero,
Oh, yeah.
saying you are in US.
Yeah, of course,
So
I am in the US.
you listened to what Barrister Mike Ozekhome said earlier, did you?
I didn't get all the details. It's kind of difficult the past couple of days joining the platform, But sometimes I do listening. It's been really difficult joining in, But if I have the opportunity, I join in, But of course, I've been following up with various activities that are going on. I don't want us to be distracted, like somebody said. The distraction is like what this. I can't call them a party anymore. I have ceased calling them a party. Me and Mr. Ivis have been on the same pedestrian on this terminology. The APC has become an evil enterprise. They are satanic, devilish, wicked, heartless, demonic, everything evil. Darkness. That's what they represent. If we begin to divide ourselves, on petty issues, they will succeed. Their agenda is to cause confusion among us, is to see ourselves as the enemies. Why they are doing their evil, their wickedness against our people. They kill our people during the election. Not yet. I told the platform, the Peter Obi platform, which of course many of us are following back home. I still follow it. We don't want it to go down. I gave an example of an election that was held on Tuesday here in the United States for those that are in the US. A Wisconsin Supreme Court election was held. The election was fierce between the person the Republicans were supporting and the person the Democrats were supporting. They spent a lot of money. They talked about issues. They addressed different issues. Nobody was killed. Nobody was shot. No policeman guarded the ballot box. No restriction of movement. Election started 2 weeks before the day of election. They made sure early voting was available for the citizens of that state to vote. No soldiers were put on the street to prevent people from going to vote. They have their own issues. Yes, of course, in the US, they do have their own issues. Especially the Republicans, which are like some of our APC brothers and sisters back home, which I don't support them. At the end of the day, election ended at 7 p.m. Eastern Time in America. By 11 p.m., we don't know who wins. The votes have been counted, not by hand, by machines. What is the rocket science in our country? People were oppressed not to vote. Even the vote, they manipulated it. Is it rocket science? The answer is no. We can do it. We have the capacity, we have the money, we have the people, we have the technology, we have everything. But these evil people, the APC, the evil, the demons, whose God will deal with, my blood the heart. In that regard, let us be focused and know who our enemy is the APC and those supporting them. Look at what they've started doing. Cook up stories about Peter Obi, bombastic. As a matter of fact, when I first saw the audio, whatever they leaked, I said it was fake. I didn't want to even listen to it. I was not party to it. Of course, we brought it up on this platform. It was discussed at many other areas, many other platforms, even on national TV. I said those are nonsense. As far as I'm concerned, sorry to use that word. Those are non-issues. Our issue, the election was stunning. We saw it when I saw the manipulation they did in Lagos on the result. When I saw the manipulation they did in River State.
Onaru, sorry. We know I mean, if anybody in Nigeria is claiming more than a month or almost getting to 2 months after the election, and the person is still in doubt that the election was rigged, just like Ozekhome said, that is the worst election in his lifetime. Mind you, he's over 60 years. What we are now talking is in terms of, because I know civil disobedience is allowed all over the world. What we are saying, or the issue at hand is, people have been protesting in Nigeria, and there are there are few and far in between protests coming up in in America, in UK here on Saturday, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, like I heard, and every other place. What we are trying to say is that, ideally in Nigeria, there should be protest. What if by May 29, because your wish, like my own, is that P2B should, whatever they do, let them just give P2B back his mandate at the tribunal. What if on 29th you wake up and P2B was not given the mandate? What do you think will be the action of Nigerians, particularly those back home? Do you envisage an end-SARS type of uprising, or people will be something like docile and feel that, well, let the situation sort itself out? What do you think? Because
Okay, let me
we are
add.
looking.
Go ahead.
I say we are looking beyond the normal this rigging we know is there. So I'm trying to look beyond, play the devil's advocate that P2B's mandate was denied up until 29th February. Do you think we can contain people, the uprising in Nigeria, if I thought it will happen? Do you think so?
Let me address it from various perspectives, if I will have the time. On the day of the swearing in, like what the former NBA president said, which I thought the Electoral Act is supposed to address, because that has been an issue. Let the tribunal, let the cases in the court be addressed before anybody is sworn in. It should be a law. But as we stand, as we speak today, the law, I'm not a lawyer by training, of course, but of course we can read the Constitution and read what the law says, like Dati Ahmed said. We can literally see what the law says. The law does not give room, as it is, for any gap in our government. However, as it is, we as a people cannot pressure the judiciary, the tribunal, to give their judgment. Even if it's a day before the swearing in, let them give the judgment. Then we have filed our petition. Our petition is thick and strong. Nobody expected Peter Obi to come from the perspectives which he addressed the petition. They are now running head-to-scatter to divert our attention. They have a timeline to respond to the petition. Let's wait for the timeline. I think it's in a couple of days. After that, we will now respond back to them. Then we can pressure with the people. That is our focus. That should be our focus. Let's pressure the judiciary. Let's pressure the tribunal. The law did not say the tribunal must give judgment on the 180th day. The law says they should give their judgment within one.
Excuse me. When you say pressure, I believe you mean protest.
The pressure could come from we speaking now. A protest was held in the US on Monday in DC. Protest is going to take place in Los Angeles, like you said. Protest is going to take place in the UK. People are still been protesting and speaking up. Our voices is louder, higher, stronger than their evil plan. That's why they are running kata everywhere to discredit our movement, to discredit our unity. If you don't think what we're doing on this platform and various other platforms and across Nigeria, across Europe, across America, across Asia, across the globe, if you think what we're doing is not having an impact, take a look at what they have been doing in the past 2 weeks. That should tell you what we are doing have an impact, and we must make it louder within this time frame and pressurize the judiciary to make their judgment before the swearing-in day. Because these evil politicians, especially the evil satanic, devilish, demonic party called the APC.
Okay.
Nobody, if you are my best friend,
do you envisage a breakdown of law and order moving towards 29th? Do you envisage that?
It depends on how the Nigerian state. It depends on how the Nigerian state handle it. They are not upping the tension.
Okay.
They are not taking the tension up. Okay. They said they want to arrest Peter Obi. I dare them to do it. I dare them to do it.
Okay.
Then what I said it, I have said it, but I may not use this platform to say anything. You understand? But before now, I have told people, even before the election, I said, what the fallout of the anger in the people, the fallout of the anger in the people back home and across the world. They will unleash something they can't curtail. I'm telling you the truth. If they dare it and say Peter Obi committed whatever bombastic allegation they want to put on him, I dare them to arrest him.
Okay.
If they want to arrest him before they are trying to push him out, cook up story. I have been well inclined politically. In 2015, just before the general election, Lai Mohammed, I was listening to him live. I was on my way to Lagos on that day. On February, I was listening to him on a program on AIT live. And he said, and I quote, that if they do not win that election, they, the APC, will form a parallel government. I didn't read it on the newspaper. I didn't read it afterwards. I followed it live.
Oshiba just said it too in an interview with Sheikh Kimbaloye. Though that's true. They said so anyway, but
I'm telling you, want to listen live.
I know.
In 2015. So for them to come and be to answer your question, if I envisage if there will be uprising, they will use their own hand to lead that uprising from what they have been doing in the past 2 weeks, cooking up different things to dampen the momentum of this movement. I know they have gingered us the more, people like me and others, to stay focused. My own is, no matter how crazy they want to act, let's stay focused on the fire what we don't put for their behind. Let's keep tuning the fire. Let it burn them more.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
To answer your question further, if everything is calm, I don't see anything that will stop them from swearing in the drug dealer. Who shall I call him? It's documented, so I'm not saying anything out of context in this regard. You understand? If they swear him in, we will still put the pressure on the judiciary to do the right thing, even if they try to want to capture them. Our eyes are on them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your analysis. Well, we all wish for the best, no, but we don't want
Mr.
anarchy.
CM, can I add something really quickly? You know, we talk about protests in Nigeria, right? Let's say Nigerians decide to protest. I have shared it before. They've rolled out their army trucks. You know, it's been seen in Lagos and all of that. So they know that there's a likelihood that something will happen. So they have people surrounded. You know, so that's one thing that we have to really consider. You know how your people be for Nigeria. These so-called leaders that we have, they don't care. They actually drink human blood and eat human flesh for breakfast. That's just the truth, you know. So in regards to, you asked a question, what do we do if we wake up on the 29th and hey, God forbid, I don't even want to say it with my mouth. That's the opposite is the case. What do we do? Everybody must ready to give in life. That's what it means. So they live this, they rule empty society with green field and multiply on their own. That's so, because I don't know. There's no way we're gonna allow.
Anyway, it cannot just happen suddenly on 29th. There must have been a build-up. 1 week before then, the body language must have told us that this is what is going to happen. We will know. So it's not that somebody will wake up all of a sudden. It becomes 29th.
CM. They are using, God work a different way. Listen. Before now, as of 2 weeks ago, the level of tension in Nigeria has not been like this, true or false. Answer my question. The level of tension in Nigeria have not been like this. Did you plan it? The answer is no. Did you ever say it? Yes, but you don't know the perspective it was going to come. But they themselves, they use their hand, they cook hand. This period is designed by God to change the perspective and dimension of the political landscape in Nigeria and a redirection for the good of our country. I'm telling you, they themselves, the evil party, APC, are their agent. Lai Mohammed, whoever he call himself, Hero 5, whoever he call himself, drug dealer, who I will not use my mouth to call his name. Yes, the INEC Select. Yes, let's be clear. They will use their, I'm telling you, they are telling you what they're going to do. They are telling you what they're going to do. They said they want to arrest Peter Obi. They said they want to arrest Listen, let me tell you. They will take the step. In America, politically, they say it's overreach. They will do more than overreach. And the reaction, our minds are prepared. Listen, our minds are prepared. People back home, their minds are also prepared. Now, one small thing, they will trigger it.
Anyway, the idea of arresting Peter, I feel they want to fly a kite to see what people will say, but then I don't know it cannot work. Anyway, thank you very much, Victor. Victor, maybe he's gone.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, my dear.
I can see B Victor on the background. Once I make my submission, I'm going to give way for him to comment because I just want to.
B Victor is already here. He's with us here.
Oh, is B Victor on board? He's on board. Okay, he was on the background earlier on. Okay, sorry about that. One thing I want to say is that the trap that they set for Peter Obi, which MKO Abiola, I cannot remember how many of us were young or in our teenage years in 1993, but 1993, I was just about getting my admission into university. So you could consider me a teenager back then, you know. Abiola, actually, everybody saw the results, and Abiola actually won, you know. And then what they are telling Obi to do is what they advised Abiola to do back then. They told him, look, go abroad. He went abroad. And from abroad, they said, go back to Nigeria. He went back to Nigeria, and we all know what happened. Sorry, excuse me, I'm just clearing my throat. We all know what happened. Obi is wiser. I will advise Peter Obi, do not go anywhere. Stay inside that country with those people. The moment he leaves, the mandate leaves. He has not declared himself. He has not committed any crime. The only thing he has said is that I have evidence. And the Professor Barrister S.A.N. Ozekhome, very wise man, he said that he has some documents. He has some documents. And in fact, only yesterday, INEC released 2 states' results to him. Can you imagine? After he made that statement, I went to the IREV website to go and check. And out of 176,846 polling units, only 167,443 has been reported as we speak. This is right now. You can go there and fact check me, just like Obi said. Go and check. What happened to the about 9,000 polling units that have not been declared? Yet, without a complete result, these people, they come up with a result and say somebody has won. You know, I don't know of anybody who wins or who passes an examination without the full marks from an exam. They cannot say, oh, okay, you have done 90% of it, so we can just give you the result. I don't know. This is only happening in Nigeria. They think we are stupid, but we are not. These things, their foolishness and their stupidity is online. Their errors are for the whole world to see. Yet, Mr. Yakubu, thanks to Faz for that music that he released, I made a comment there that, look, Faz made Hush Puppy look like a saint. I mean, Mr. Yakubu made Hush Puppy look like a saint, because this is the biggest fraud against hundreds of millions of people. If we allow this fraud to go through, it is going to affect our unborn generation and our children. In fact, if you have a pregnant wife today and they give birth to a child today, that child will be 20 years old, and this fraud that Yakubu has committed, if we don't do anything, it will affect that child. It will affect that child. So we have to stand our ground. We have to do something. We cannot allow this slip. Fela spoke. Buhari, the same Buhari, frustrated Fela and Nicolas Kuti and killed him. Yeah, this same Buhari is doing the same thing again today. Backed up.
So Victor, I know what you mean, because the battle now has moved from the polling unit to the court, and the people are doing sort of waiting game because of obese body language. What I'm asking you now is, sometimes you play the devil's advocate and think of the unthinkable. What if, as we are hoping, that the what is it called? The tribunal should sit, like Olisa Bakova suggested, within a week they should be able to define 2/3 of whatever it states and everything on that, to knock off, to settle the issue. Let's just say within the next 1 month, and things are still going at snail speed, the way it is done. Ozekhome has told us that it's a deliberate time wasting. So, as a lawyer, he knows what he's talking about. After all, he's also a he's a counsel to Atiku in this same matter. Now, what I want you to joggle your memory about is, what do you think the situation will be, both home and abroad? What do you think the situation will be? Do you feel that there will be a massive breakdown of law and order, or the people will say, okay, since they've, or rather, do you even Ozekhome say it's not, it doesn't support interim government? Do you have anything to say about interim government, or do you have a sneak preview that is really going to be that there's going to be an interim government by May 29?
Thank you for that question. I've just had to come on camera so that I can place a little bit more emphasis on what I'm saying, because I'm not just hiding. I'm not afraid of the Nigerian government to start with. I enter Nigeria and I leave Nigeria anytime I want. So I am not afraid of these people out there in Nigeria. Just like Peter Obi, nobody can stop me from going in there or leaving that place. I do not have any problem with any human being in Nigeria. What I have a problem with is the system of government, which needs to change. Just like I mentioned Fela and other people who have been incarcerated, many killed, many people disappeared. I have come to the point in my life that even me myself, my life, I don't really care that much anymore. Everybody will die one day. Everybody will chop breakfast one day. If you talk, you die. You show your face, you die. You not show your face, you still die. Me, I will talk, I will show my face, and I will leave, because we're speaking the truth here. Now, coming to your question, what is going to happen is that our principal, he has all the facts in front of him. Do you remember that on the polling day, people were stationed around those 170-something thousand polling booths. They took photographs of their own results from the polling booth.
EC8A.
Yeah. And if you notice, when our professor was online earlier on, he cleverly avoided that area because he gave an excuse. He said it's because it's an ongoing issue. And legally, like I said earlier on, my dad was a lawyer, you know. I grew up from a privileged background, just like Mr. Elvis, but I'm not using that as an excuse to stand there and talk. You know, I didn't study law. I studied something else from University of Benin, some engineering course. I'm not going to give too much of myself away. And I graduated before 2000. So I've been out of the country. I live in the UK. If you want my postcode and address, I will give you my telephone number. Even contact me. If you want to come and fight with me, come and fight with me. If you want to come and kill me, just tell me when you are coming to kill me and I'll tell you, look, I'm waiting for you outside my house. I don't tire. I don't think go back to Nigeria because of people who are making the country so. My brother. Okay, let me retract from that first. Let us face the reality here. Yeah, these guys have all the evidences to win in a court of law. Now the question is, how far is APC and their lawyers, how far are they going to kick the can down the road? Because what I can see here is that they're going to kick it down the road beyond May the 29th. And all of a sudden, we will just wake up again, just like they did during the presidential, what do you call it? When Yakubu, Mr. Fraudster, when he announced, we'll wake up one morning and then Buhari will now handle Quran. And then Chief Judge will now ask Tinubu to put his right hand or his left hand, whichever hand he's using, on top of the Quran and swear that he's going to uphold the dignity of Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. There we go. What is going to happen after that? Do they expect Nigerians to be quiet?
That's what I'm asking.
Very important question. The moment he put his hand on top of that Quran, fire has sparked. The embers that are burning right now. Remember, it's not only Niger Watch. If you go to Mayegu's diary, the embers are burning there. If you go to there are some other places on YouTube where the embers are burning. You go to TikTok, go to WhatsApp groups and everything. The fires are burning there. People are just waiting for something to ignite. And people are getting tired right now. And let me tell you something. Previously, Nigerians used to, I don't want that. I don't want to, no. A lot of Nigerians right now, you can see the 19-year-old boy who just took his own life just because of this result.
So in effect, you are telling us that the situation Nigeria is now, people won't hold back. If it did not materialize on May 29th, your guess is as good as mine.
Well, to be honest with you, Nigerians are very patient people. But one thing the government of today, the fraudulent government of today, one thing they don't understand is that the patience of Nigerians is wearing very, very, very thin. It's wearing very thin. Nobody knows the elastic limit when the thing is going to break, because I believe that there will be one day when people will just say, look, I have 10 sons, under 20 years old. I would rather give my life for them. And people will just go out there. How many police officers do we have? We have less than 300,000 army and navy officers. Yeah?
Okay, Victor.
No, 1 second. How many bullets do they have? If we overrun all of them, we overrun the country, If everybody just wake up with one mind and overrun the country, that government will not survive one day. It's just that people are still waiting for somebody sensible to come and take control of the situation. You know, people are not afraid. People are not foolish. Okay, I understand that there is hunger in the land. People find it hard to feed people, but the anger versus the hunger, if you ask me to weigh both of them, the anger is like 80% compared to the hunger, which is like 20%. Even though 80% of the people
Mr. Victor, please mind your words. You don't use those kind of words here, please. You know, those words you are using, if you are angry, you can't do that here. We have policy that we must follow. YouTube have policy we must follow. And this is not Nigeria, please. Those words, please take them back, please. Can't tell me whatever they have.
What words do you want me to take back?
I don't want to mention it. How many whatever do they have that you use? Take that word back.
Okay. I will just say this because I was speaking out of my
let's
own.
Respect YouTube. You can't have a better Nigeria when we cannot follow rules. I've kept saying this. None of us will have a better Nigeria when we can't follow simple rules. The people we are fighting, they don't follow rules. Then we are not following rules, and we want a better Nigeria. I don't know how we can achieve that, though.
Okay, Mr. Nigeria Watch, I will say this. If any moderator on YouTube is watching this, I am not advocating violence. I was speaking about what my own personal perception is of the mood of the nation. I am not instigating violence, and I am not encouraging anybody to go and commit acts of violence. I was asked a question that, look, come May 29, and if things go in a way that we don't like, what do I think? And I was just saying my mind. My mind is a reflection of my own self. It doesn't represent the views of the entire nation. Obviously, people have different perspectives, but But when idiots, I'm not sorry to use this word, idiots like Festus Keyamo, they come in on YouTube and they say they're going to make Nigeria ungovernable if the decision doesn't go their way. And then you got MC Oluomo threatening people that, look, if you're not going to vote for Lagos State Governor or Tinubu, don't leave your houses. And these people went out and carried out that hostilities. Yeah. And then you now get Wale Soyinka coming out and now bashing Dati Ahmed for saying that, look, if you don't get 25% in Abuja, you cannot be confirmed president. If somebody confirms you as president, is just like confirming the military as president. And Wale Soyinka tells Babadati Ahmed that he is talking nonsense, and the same Wale Soyinka cannot even accuse people who are burning Igbo people's markets down in Lagos.
That is the hypocrisy. That is the hypocrisy that is
exactly
so
that
rampant
is what
in
I'm
Nigeria,
talking about.
especially this thing. It's true because if you want to condemn A, you condemn B, and it's A that gave rise to B. So if Oluomo did not mess up, probably Baba Ahmed wouldn't be interpreting the constitution for them, because he's trying to tell them that, look, Abuja is important. You must score 25%. And as far as even the rigging, maybe they forgot to rigger, because all these figures they fixed it by themselves. If they had remembered, they would have rigged Abuja by themselves to get their 25%, but luck ran against them.
And just to round up, Mr. CM, thank you for giving me all this time. Yeah, I have plenty to talk, but I know that there are many people who are going to call in, and many people who are putting their chats in the chat box. I'd say to Mr. Nigeria was that I don't normally come out like this to talk. Most of the time, 90% of the time, I sit on the background or I'm on the comment session. But when something really touches my heart, I will come on screen. I will vocalize what I have in my chest, and then I would leave, because I feel that it is my duty. So what we need to do is that we need to continue to relentlessly stand by Mr. Peter, our principal, Mr. Peter Obi. We need to stand by people like Professor Ozekhome. We know the good people. We know the good guys. We know the bad guys. We know those who were good, but they are still hanging out.
Anyway, Victor. Thank you, Victor. That's okay. So let's Abortals, you've not been here. Then I have to skip you unless you are in. You are not.
No problem.
Then the next
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Abortals is not there. The next person should be, I think, Pansat, then to Niger normally. Then after that,
before Pansat.
do you speak before?
No, you're not.
No, you didn't speak. It's after Pansat to Niger, then Victor B Victor. No, normally B Victor. Then after B Victor, probably we'll go back to Omoya has spoken before. Give us our mandate. Anyway, Pansat to you now. So Pansat, we are looking at so many scenarios between now and May 29 and after May 29. So let's just stick to that. That is playing the devil's advocate. If Obi is intentionally the way they are doing, but God forbid, rigged out, how will the people, the uprising be, the way the people will react to it? Is it the normal Sunday demonstration, or maybe we no go agree? Or do you envisage that just look into the future, the crystal ball, if you can? Thank you.
All right. Let me begin by saying to the last speaker, Mr. Victor, he was quite eloquent and spirited, and he made a lot of cogent points. Basically, he addressed everything that needs to be addressed in the right spirit. And I thank him very much for his contribution. Now, 29th, it's not like it's sacrosanct. There's a lot of activities that are going to come up here. We don't know when this, that's just the swearing in day. Nigeria is fluid at the moment. It was appropriately addressed by Obasanjo today. The country is in a dystopia, post-apocalyptic situation. There's suffering everywhere. There's injustice, killing even. Now ransacking and attacking political party headquarters. Threats, even to somebody as gentle as Peter Obi, somebody as smart and patriotic as Baba Ahmed Dati. So to answer your question in a nutshell, none of us have a crystal ball. We're not God. We don't know what's going to happen or the way Nigerians are going to take it on the 29th. Listen, whatever Nigerians want this time, that's what they're going to get. That's what we're going to have. It doesn't mean anything more to one person or to the other. If they want, they could sit there and let this monster resurrect, because we have them by the balls right now. They lost the election, and in the light of a lot of international observers, a lot of Nigerians themselves, our founding fathers even of the country, Pa Clark and so many other people, and our intellectuals, gentlemen, students, youth, men and women, they're trying to take our mandate by force, because that's exactly what it is. Would we be here talking even without this administration, either by not acting or in some cases helping them destroy the country and disrespect the country, and they base everything on their might to quash us when we go out there to protest. But they have one lock prior to this 29th, like you mentioned, which is the process that's going. Even if you approach the United States and you go, hey, look, this is what they do. And they're going to say, look, they have to go through the courts. What did the court say? It's a process that must be gone through. Have to go through that process. So far, the usual things that indicate that the colonial masters are behind these people, because they can't do anything without that. The normal things are in our favor. We didn't even have to protest to achieve it, and those are major achievements. Tinubu feels isolated. He doesn't have anybody of substance in the international community saying, "Oh, what a boy, he did very well." He's been gone close to 60 days. Nobody has seen him. Nobody has heard from him. Is that a good old man? That's not good. That is a win for us. He's not a good, quote unquote, president-elect. He was not a good candidate. He did not debate. When he opened his mouth, he made mistakes. He was speaking in tongues. So you have a lot of surrogates, people who are using him, even though he's an evil man. But it's not really him doing some of the things we see. You have the FFKs of this world, Kayamos, and other worse and worst people in that APC. They have no shame. For 8 years, you had a chance to rule the country and do the right thing. You didn't do it. You ruined the economy. You divided the country. You squandered and you borrowed, and you practically, you shouldn't even show your face in public. In a real society, they have nothing to run against, to run with, I mean. So we have Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed, and both of those people have made statements saying, hey, look, we are going to go through the process. They're not anti-process or anti-establishment. They're gentlemen, they're patriots, and they say, we're going to go through the process. They submitted their petition, and we're waiting for the petition to be acted upon. So it depends. CM, to answer your question directly, it depends. If they do things by process and all they did was to have their corrupt the courts, and they did it in a manner that it's not clear and obvious, yeah, there'll be a mixed reaction, obviously. There'll be a lot of people who are going to agree up for it. But if they do blatantly the way they rig the election, because you have to understand, it's not like INEC rigged the election. INEC put out a procedure instruction of what's going to happen with the election, the mode of transmission of the results, and locus, where it's going to be transmitted from, the polling unit. And they did it with the senatorial and other election, the second election, but on the presidential, they turned it off. All right, so anybody such as Mike Igini, I haven't seen him anywhere. He has nothing to be ashamed of, because he said that Beavers is a good format to do it. It's better than what we had before, and he was right. So, but to disrespect the country, take 400 million and then turn off the Beavers machine for the presidential, that's totally different. That's not rigging of election. That is trying to thwart the Constitution. It's a totally different ball game. That is going to be unallowed. That is going to be unallowed. So there will be protests if anything like that happens. But I'm an optimist. I believe that this particular tribunal is going to gather the information, and prior to that 29th or somewhere thereabout, give the verdict at the minimum that the election has to be rerun, or they would actually tabulate this thing and give it to the rightful winner. That's what I think is going to happen. Because in the hierarchy of the courts, like I said earlier, they are below the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has already determined that you have to have that 25% to be declared president-elect. So that is my submission on that.
So quick means, because this is self-evident. Apart from Ando Aka's citation, the one when he said it, presently, all the senior advocates, we had one this evening, Michael Ozekhome, Olisa Agbakwa, all of them has been speaking that 25% of the total vote cast in the Federal Capital Territory is a criteria to be a president. You know, sometimes I'm not a lawyer, but when they say legal interpretation, is it how else will they interpret it? Is it that English is no longer states and that's why when they say, because this is self-evident, that's why I say it's self-evident. How are they going to interpret it again different from what the common sense, even lawyers, senior lawyers like Ozekhome, what they've said, put it in writing and everything. So all
Yeah,
they are
you
trying
see,
to buy time. In my
yeah,
one moment, all they are trying to. Mhm.
yeah. Go ahead. Did you want to say something before I wanted
Okay,
to?
all they are trying to buy time, in my own understanding. Probably they just want to test the waters and see if this thing they are cooking, whether it will work. Because everybody knows that Abuja is important, 25%. Even without Andoaka citing it in the Yaradu of 2007 or 2010, thereabout anyway. But Ozekhome, all of them are saying it now. Nobody, I've never seen any lawyer stand up to say it, unless maybe Keyamo, that Abuja is not important. Abuja should be counted as more of this thing. So on that strength alone, even if the other legs of the appeal fails, this one is enough to nullify Tinubu as a whatever I next. That's why I see it anyway.
Exactly. That's why I was urging. I don't know if Mr. Niger Watch is still watching us, Mr. Elvis, is to play that video because there are two arguments, right? So they're concentrating on interpreting that in the and as disjunctive, whereas some are looking at the proper way, which is a conjunctive for the and. That's a separate argument. And of course, I come on the side of the conjunctive interpretation. But there is something that is sacrosanct. It's not for debate, which is that the courts, the Supreme Court of the land, had already looked at it and said that it's mandated that a candidate must score at least 25% in the Federal Capital Territory.
Yes.
It's not just a son talking about it. Now, that's why that video is important. Maybe you played it a month ago. It doesn't matter. But the point now that people are paying attention, because once you understand that Ayendoka, who is a minister of justice, former minister of justice, and also
and their son too.
And a son. Yes, sir.
Mr. Pastor, sir,
Yes, sir.
but even though we want to play the video, I'm not sure of the meanings, though. Do you know where we need to play it from?
Yeah, if you just play from beginning, maybe into 3 or 4 minutes, it's very self-explanatory.
Okay,
all
check.
of us. Okay,
25%
Okay, you know the video.
in two states and the Federal Capital Territory.
Is it from here?
Did you go? Is that from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you could just go back a little bit. He was just talking about it, but we could go back just a couple of minutes.
Percent of the votes in the Federal Capital Territory would be the deciding factor in who wins the election. Well, the president-elect clearly did not get 25% of the votes in the FCT. So is this a good enough ground to question the validity of the results?
Well, thank you very much. It's a very difficult situation, but I think the matter has been interpreted before around 2008 in a matter involving the current president, Buhari, when he filed an action. The issue of whether that and in between, that is, must have 25% in two states and the Federal Capital Territory. I think the pronouncement then was that the and is conjunctively. That was the interpretation then. But you know, it's about 14 years ago. It's enough time, maybe. The Supreme Court may have another look on it. But as of now, that is the interpretation the Supreme Court gave in 2008. I don't want to go into details because the matter is now sub judice. About some states have already filed an action to challenge the legality of the election. So I'm confining myself to what was the interpretation of the Supreme Court in Buhari's case in 2008.
Okay, just
the interpretation simply was that.
Sorry to interrupt you.
The
I just wanted to
interpretation was
get
to the
some
fact that you have to,
clarification, which I'm sure is what you're saying right now. So please proceed.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I cannot go deep into the matter because already actions have been filed at the Supreme Court. And I'm just giving you an instance where there was an interpretation by the Supreme Court of that provision or a similar provision. The interpretation was that and federal capital should be construed conjunctively. In other words, it means you must get the 2 days, the 25% in 2 days, and also you must get 25% in the federal capital territory. If you go by the interpretation of the Supreme Court in 2008. But I say, look, the Supreme Court have a right to depart from its previous decisions if the justice of the case demands so. So I don't know if they are confronted with similar interpretation, they will follow their own previous decision, or they might depart from their previous decisions. That's why I gave you that answer. But I will not go further because the matter is before the Supreme Court, and 6 states has already gone to court to have the election voided. Now, of course, the 2 political parties, PDP and Labour Party, also have commenced legal actions at the Presidential Tribunal, which is the Court of Appeal. So it will not be proper for me to go deep into the matter. And that's why I didn't even cite the citation, but it's a case I'm very sure was decided in 2008. It involved the current president, and a clear interpretation was given on that.
All right, fair enough.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you for expounding on that and explaining it a little.
I think that is, Mr.
Yeah.
Pansa, is that okay?
That is okay. Let me wrap it up by saying that when we were in high school, they said when you're gonna study the Bible or anything, is who is speaking, to whom, and on what occasion. So right here, you have the former Minister of Justice, right? Who is not partisan in any of these things that are going on. And he's very cautious. But there are things that he said for sure. It's a 2008 case. For sure, it's Buhari versus Yaradua. And then more importantly, you have to have that 25%. That's interpretation by the Supreme Court. Now, those are the facts. But then we also know that once the Supreme Court, just like he said, the Supreme Court can reverse itself. Yes, that's fine. But the case is going to a lower court because it's like a hierarchy. Courts are hierarchical. So the Supreme Court is the apex. Any other forum underneath that Supreme Court cannot reverse the Supreme Court. They can't. So this thing goes first to this tribunal, who are subject to stare decisis by the Supreme Court, subject to the rulings, precedents that were set. So at the minimum, the Labour Party and anybody else who got the most votes, in this case, Obi won that 60% of the vote. But if the other things stay the way it is right now, for example, who got the most votes, legal votes, right? Then they have to rerun the election. That will be the ruling at this tribunal. They can never say, you go and you be the president-elect. That's impossible. So we don't need 1 million things to be talking about when we come here. What we have to talk about are the things that we have. This is one of them. This is not a Labour Party person talking about it. This is not a month ago tape or whatever. It's only pertinent now. And this tribunal have to know that we do know that the Supreme Court, who's higher than them, have already ruled on this. They have to. It's a must. You cannot overrule the Supreme Court. Now, we cross the other bridge when we get to it. Let's say somebody goes to Supreme Court, they can reverse it if they themselves. Supreme Courts can reverse themselves. But what can never happen is for a lower court, such as a tribunal, to reverse the Supreme Court. They can't. It's never done. And when it's done, it's error. They erred if they do that. So thank you very much.
But what I'm not comfortable with is this. If Supreme Court keep reversing itself, if at all they will reverse itself, does it mean they now issue judgment based on the demands of the moment or peculiarities of the moment? I thought a definition when you define, because federal capital hasn't changed, 36 states has been like that, the way the states were as at 2008 when the judgment was given. Abuja is still the same Abuja, everything is still the same. So I do not see the need for them to reverse. However, unless there has been a case of a new state created or something or adjustment, but everything is still the same. So I do not see why.
Mr. CM,
can I weigh on this?
Mr. CM, can I speak on this?
It's only that the plaintiff now, the people contesting has changed. Before it was PDP and maybe CNC of Buhari also. Then this time it is a Labour Party against the APC or something. Anyway, well, that is why.
CM, can I weigh on this, CM, quickly, if that's okay?
Okay.
So, I don't know if you guys saw the interview. I think it was 2 days ago. I watched it at Arise News. The Clark guy, I can't remember his other name, Clark. He was talking about the Peter Obi's petition, talking about how the petition was weak, and he talked about this FCT thing, and he basically just said that Abuja does not have any special status, because Abuja cannot have any special status than the other state of Nigeria, and he talked about I think the drug case as well. So from his own submission, what I can tell, he was just saying that he doesn't think that Peter Obi's case has any merit apart from maybe the other malpractice issue, and that has to be disputed based on each polling unit, and that will take some time. And he was saying that he was the lawyer of Shagari then. So I started laughing. I said, what do you expect from somebody that went and defended Shagari in 1979? What do you expect from such a person? So that's on that. And what Olisa Obako said as well a few days ago as well, he basically just said that Nigeria legal system has to be reformed. That those 2-3 questions, it's like a yes or no answer. Do you require the FCT? Do you need to have 25% of the FCT for you to be declared the winner? It's a yes or no question that the judges in the tribunal can easily answer. Or
right, but
the
Mr. Kesbis, I want you to have to understand the point that Mr. Andeka was making, that I've tried to make here, which is the Supreme Court has already ruled on that, right?
Well,
hold on.
No. Wait, I'm aware of that.
Hold on, please. Well, I'm interjecting you to say to you that you just don't brush it off and then start doing the older argument about who's right about the language of "and." It's something that's already been settled. So I want to hear what Mr. Tunaija thinks about that.
Mr. Clark. He's reporting Barrister Clark. He's reporting an interview. He is not being original. He's only reporting.
So what I'm saying to you is that Clark said his own opinion. Even Falana has said that Abuja does not have special status. Have you heard that? He said that himself. So people have different opinion. So what Olisa Baka said 2 days ago, he was saying that what does "and" represent? I'm sure everybody listened to that interview. So he basically just made it as clear as possible for us that "and" means you have to have that. And if you watch that interview, towards the end of that interview, he kind of rolled back a little bit that he doesn't want to preempt the court.
Because I believe as he was doing that interview, people were sending him messages that what he was saying, he actually made it almost implicit to say that. And means, what does and mean? Stating that you will need that for you to be sworn in as president of Nigeria. So he kind of rolled back a little bit from that interview, saying that he doesn't want to preempt the court. So lawyers, this issue will be argued vigorously in the court, for and against. So we don't know what will be the answer. But the most important thing that I took from that listener's interview was that those three fundamental questions of the appeal can be answered in 7 days. It's a yes or no question. Do you need the FCT? Do you need to have 25% in the FCT to be declared the winner? It's a yes or no answer.
It's a yes.
Based on precedents, right? Okay. So, but again, as I said to you, CM, that will be argued by both sides. Or can you have a double nomination like what Shettima has when he was declared the vice and at the same time he was running for this as a senator? So those are things that can be resolved in 7 days. And these people that are doing this thing now, they know what they are doing. They are deliberately sabotaging the whole process. Okay? And for the issue of Wole Soyinka, who will take such a man serious? Somebody that took a gun to a radio station during Akintola's time, right? As at then he was 31 years old, telling them not to declare him the winner. And it's not coming out to call it obedience fascism. And he was saying that what Dati Ahmad said was borderland of treason. You compare both men. Dati Ahmed went to the studio without a gun. He made his point based on a legal point of view. Wole Soyinka went to the radio station with a gun to force somebody to play a different tape. So these people, when they say this old men, when they say these things, they think we don't have a sense of history. But of course, I don't blame them because we the young ones growing up now, most of us didn't even study history, apart from most of that are reading now, right? So you won't be able to challenge these people because these people in that time were radicals. And I'm also saying that we the young ones now, we are not even doing enough, right? We should be pushing these old people. We should push them very hard.
Interject? It's okay.
Mr. CF, can I say something? Just 1 minute.
Who is speaking?
It's B Victor.
Okay, B Victor. Okay.
Just 1 minute. You see, we Nigerians should learn one thing and let it stick into our skin. Let it smell. Mr. Pamsat was very, very, very critical in his analysis. And he wants us to get one thing. He wants us to take off from that thing and let us see the future. Let us see it. But we are still dragging ourselves back and doubting that this man said this. Look, what is playing in this game now? A lot of people have been compromised. A lot of people have been pushed forward to come and speak contrary to that judgment. You see, the lower court, let's take it now into our skin. The lower court cannot bring down the judgment of the Supreme Court. Yes. That is another kind of offense for them. And they are going to call the judges to answer to that thing they did. It looks like a criminal case. You cannot bring down the judgment of the Supreme Court. Now, the way it is now, from what they have said now, from what I've seen, we should take it into our system that the judgment of that court, that appeal court, is going to go in favor of Obi. But the Supreme Court is where we are going to have a very strong gathering where they will try as much as possible to come under the platform of technicality and one Nigerianism. That they don't want chaos. That is where the technicality will come in. That they want to salvage the country. But we know well what they are doing. A lot of them have been compromised. Wole Soyinka was speaking today. I was telling you guys that watch his body language. That guy has been compromised. Remember, he had not spoken for the past 8 months. He traveled out. He has been compromised. I am very, very sure. He doesn't speak like that. His body language, he was furious. He was angry. And it looks like a man that has been compromised. because that is not the man I know before. He speaks direct to the message, and he knows where people have a right to come outside to speak. That he has a right to speak on the Constitution. He has the right to say this is what the Constitution says. It is point blank. That is why I don't like this, the spirit of the law, the blah, blah, blah of the law. It's point blank. In America, you take the Constitution, you see it point blank. Nobody will tell you that, oh, A is conjunction, whatever you say. It is point blank. It is left for you, the lawyer, to go to the court and convince the judge and come from an angle of conviction that this is not this, it is this, stating the judgment of the past. Now, the Supreme Court might want to eat what he has vomited, which to me, they have no way to hide. The way I see, they have no way to hide. Obi gets it, or they want the judge, they want chaos in Nigeria. Simple. Let us know that the judgment of the Supreme Court is supreme. They have the power to change it. They will say technicality, or they don't want to put the country into chaos. That is the only way I'm saying. But the lower court will definitely give it to Obi, because the justice has just spoken that, look, Minister of Justice said, look, this thing has been settled. I don't know why we're arguing it. It is said it has been settled. Why are we arguing it? Don't listen to other people.
Mr. B. Victor,
don't listen
you
to
have
other
spoken
people.
very well. I'm surprised that nobody is celebrating, popping a bottle of champagne, because that is the whole issue right there. That where we are right now, we're not talking about Supreme Court. We're talking about going to that tribunal. So at the tribunal, we should be celebrated so they know we do know. It's nothing you're gonna play games about. It's gone there. Iron Carr is not a partisan. He's not a Labour Party. He's telling you what the legal stance of that question about FCT is. If APC had anything like that, you would see them bullying us with that. But our side, you see something like that, you should be very, very happy. Now, could they go there and try to thwart a Supreme Court? Yeah, they may do that, but that'll be against the law. They cannot, they don't have the power to override the Supreme Court. So right now, the law says that you have to get 25% of Abuja. Does it make sense? Maybe it doesn't make sense, but that's the way the court ruled on it. And that's the law. Even in America, when the Supreme Court rules, that's the law. When you go into law school, that's what they will tell you, to throw away all those laws they make it the Congress, or your first year of law school, they will tell you that whatever the Supreme Court says, that's what the law is.
The law.
Yeah, thank you.
Law.
Can I say something right quick?
Who is speaking?
Give us a mandate.
Okay. Oh, you still okay?
I should be asking you if you see the alert. Thank you very much, Mr. CM. I understand. I mean, this is what I mean, Mr. Pastor said we should be rejoicing because of that, and I think the Minister of Justice said it. But one thing I said I don't want to make popular is that the Supreme Court can deviate from it. Why would they deviate from it? You cannot even do that now. It is too late. This is standing. You said you have ruled on this case before, and you upheld or you uphold that and 25% in FCT. So they cannot just deviate from it now. It will make no sense. So, and like Mr. Pansat said, Mr. Victor also alluded to the same thing. Mr. Kesbis also said, the tribunal should just make this case easy run, home run for Peter Obi and Labour Party, because I mean, what are we going to do again? It is glaring.
That's what we're expecting.
Yeah, it is glaring. It's just a free home run, like. And I know that most of these judges and justices, they know the right thing. And like Mr. Kesby said, and I think Mr. Victor also alluded to that, most of these people, we now see the role that money plays. People can easily sell their conscience for money.
In Nigeria,
it was so interesting to see that Wole Soyinka was was the person that took gun to a radio station. Somebody that took gun to the radio station. Obedience have not taken gun to anybody. Dati Ahmed went to the studio he was only speaking on the constitution. And like Professor Mike Ozekhome said to us yesterday, he said the constitution is the birth certificate of a state. Obidati was only speaking to that birth certificate, even though we know that Tinubu does not have one. Allow me. Please allow me to. No, it's reality. Now, the constitution is the birth certificate of the country. Obidati was speaking to that birth certificate, and you are saying that the guy is committing treason. How is that treason, for God's sake? That tells you that even the people that you think you can probably get some level of dignity in them, they've been bought. But one good thing about the obedience is that they go look for the story. They go pull this thing out. For Wole Soyinka, they just dug his own death out. So whoever they want to go and bring in, go and bring them. And the people they just keep bringing out their dirt. Who will ever know that obedience can pull out Wole Soyinka's history? I am sure that if Ayo knew, probably should have asked her that she would have asked him that question. In this year, sir, I remember there was a young man called Wole Soyinka. He was 31 years old then, 33 years old then, that went to a radio station in Ibadan. Can you please, sir, talk about? Can you put this?
I don't know. Is he having his turn now? I'm a bit confused.
Okay. Please, okay. Let me finalize my thoughts now before you nail me to Niger.
Don't worry. Okay. Please, do just run it through. It's absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, like Mr. Pansa said, obedience should be rejoicing, because even the whole thing is so glaring that, and like somebody was putting in the comment section, when Fernando said that FCT and should be read as other states, does FCT have a governor? Or do they have a chief justice, or do they receive a
commissioner
or the security board and all of those things that they receive? So I mean, thank you very much.
It's okay. Okay, I think it's virtually yes to Niger. I think it's you now that is left. Sorry, this interjection took a bit longer than I had expected. I thought. So we're saying, play the devil's advocate. Look into the crystal ball if you can. What do you think we find out, given all that we've known?
I saw the intervention. That's the recording of the judge, what he was saying, and I looked into this. He used the term conjunctively, which is interesting. I looked into it, and it clearly means that you need to get this in the Federal Capital Territory. And if that is the case, it's going to take an overturning of something that is. If the court made that ruling in 2008 or so, and now they want to go and overturn it, and it's not just overturning it, overturning something that just appears intuitively correct to mean that Abuja is required. And that is the problem, because this is why, to an extent, Dati had a point when he was saying that if you just try to overrule common sense, you could have problems, especially not just common sense now. If you take into account the common sense aspect of the law, that it will occur to anybody that you need Abuja when you read it in a common sense manner, especially when they give you examples of other situations where that occurs. And then you look into the judgment in 2008 on top of that. And then you also look into the electoral laws that takes into account that when it gets to the third round, they remove all those restrictions. So they know the restriction was there before then, and they know when to remove the restrictions. So to pretend it's just that it hasn't been tested at the presidential level in this type of situation whereby like you really have to need it to actually declare yourself president or something like that. And this is why, to an extent, what INEC did was also egregious. That they didn't even address the point; they just went ahead and just announced what they did, and that is just they in other words, they made their own call. That's what they did. They just made their own call and said, "Take it to court if you don't like it." And basically, that's what he did. And I don't think he's going to. Logic dictates that he shouldn't win. They shouldn't win that argument, which is very interesting. And then for me, anyway, the one that I really look out for is the moral victory. That is very important because that often controls the narrative in reality. Because that one says Peter Obi won the election, or Tinubu didn't win it with the number he's claiming. So if that evidence comes out, and that's the one that will be the most devastating, and they will not have any leg to stand on. And I believe that the judge actually, when he came on, said all these things. So I'll leave it to them to decide. It's funny because most people in their mind don't even know before now if it turns out that Abuja is required. It's crazy.
To Nigeria, in looking at this judgment, I'm just trying to say, if in 2008, according to Andoaka and the way it was interpreted, Abuja is needed. So 15 years later, what has changed that Abuja is no longer needed? That is the way I'm looking at it.
And they say this is why maybe Banzard has a point to say maybe you should start popping champagne, but you can't, because our judges are miracle workers. Just to cause confusion, they could try to throw this in, which I actually think the chances are slim that they will do that, because they will be quite concerned about instability if they go and make some terrible call. And no matter how much they are bribed.
Yeah, because somebody might say, let me say, I wrote this thing. Now I have to cancel it and change because something changed. So in changing a judgment you gave in 2008, what has changed? What is the material of the thing that has changed that will make you to say, oh, then it was important to include Abuja as part of it, but now it is no longer important.
They can't change it now. They can't change it now. It's a bit too late. The weight of evidence to change it now will be too heavy that they will require.
So Nigeria, can I just weigh in on this, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying, I don't sometimes, like when we discuss, I kind of wonder, do we actually think that this is Nigeria? Look at what they did at the election. They said you have to transmit from the polling unit. They did not do that. Okay? They went on, they transmitted the other two elections. Nigeria is a creation of impunity. And sometimes we'll talk about this as if we don't know what happens in Nigeria. They will tell you that I've done it. Do your worst. Go and do what you want to do. I don't care.
You see, if you are a close observer of Nigeria,
hang on. That's what I'm saying to you, is that there was a law given to INEC that you must transmit from polling units. It was signed by the president. They did an election. They transmitted two elections. They refused to do the presidential one, despite all the protests from Labour and PDP. The INEC chairman went on to declare APC the winner at 4 a.m. in the morning. We should know that. Yeah, exactly. We should know that Nigeria is a creation of impunity, and that's how we behave. So, if you know the meaning of narcissist, the average Nigerian man is a narcissist. Right? They will tell you that I've done this thing, go and do your worst. Anything that you want to do, go and do it. And I'm telling you that the people that are doing this thing, right? They don't care about that country. If the country implodes, they don't care. All they care for is for themselves and their cronies. They will tell you that I've done this thing. And listen, I've had so many experiences in Nigeria. right? They will tell you that I've done this thing, do your worst. Anything you want to do, go and do. We don't care. We've taken it, we've done it, anything that will happen, let it happen.
Let me tell you, they are also afraid. Even the thief that comes to your house is also afraid. They are afraid. Don't think that, oh, they said go and do your work. No, that is not the case. They are
That's
also afraid.
That's what I'm saying to you. They are afraid. What they will not do, they will use intimidation, and they are already doing it already. Are you seeing what they are doing to be by releasing the tape, by attacking the offices? They will use intimidation by telling you that we'll charge you for treason. That is how Nigerian people behave. It's a rule book from the Nigerian.
I hear your concerns, but you have to understand these things are on the sliding scale. If Nigeria was a total anarchy, you won't be able to get off the plane, I can assure you. So the thing is, one has to see that sometimes some things, governors have ended up in jail in Nigeria, and governors have been removed from office when they have been sworn in. So it's not entirely accurate to say everything is just, yes, there's a lot of impunity, and we saw it during this election, and that's what we are fighting now. And I also think that there are also balancing forces that tend to push back on insanity. There are certain things that, even the judges, they know that when they make that decision, they will not sleep easy at night. Not because Peter Obi is going to do anything, because the forces that are asleep, they will awaken them. I assure you.
So Naja, what has happened to the annex man for the illegality that he did? What has happened to him so far?
Court is happening to him. Court is happening to him.
You know what? I just think that can I just make my final submission there? I'll let you interject.
Please let me answer you. You posed a very good question, but let me link it to the last thing you said. You were there when Adeleke, they went and overvoted in one of the precincts, and they were going to remove him. Even a tribunal ruled against him. But that particular Electoral Act of 2022 and the beavers was there. What has to be done? Tinubu supported the other guy, the governor that was removed. So the courts restored Adeleke's mandate. What did Tinubu do? He didn't do anything. His supporters talked all this kind of nonsense. They say don't say nonsense here. But I meant nonsense in the sense that it doesn't make any sense. So going and citing all the examples, use the last one. Adeleke was restored. When they go through the beavers and went through the Electoral Act, they restored him. Nobody did anything, right? So I am the car. It's not a partisan. It's not Labour Party. He's telling you what the law is as of today. That law doesn't have to make sense. It could be wrong, but that's the law.
I think the law is accurate.
Was it not the same law that made somebody that came forth in governor of Imo State? I thought that sometimes
hold on, CM. These kind of questions need to be answered thoroughly, forcefully, right? Because it's a good question. That's what the enemies think. But he's bringing it here as a devil's advocate, not the devil, right? So the point is that those judges in Imo State who did that are now under sanctions by the United States. I don't know if you know that.
Yes, what about that? So what about the Lawa case and the Akpabri case? What happened to the judges that made that decision?
That is also a blame on the Supreme Court who did that in that case. But the other issue that you raised about INEC going and violating the guidelines, procedural and guidelines for 2022 by not transmitting from the polling unit. They haven't done it with impunity. It's not done, right? So as far as we have to be a land of laws, not men. It's the law that we have to rely on. And anybody here who's coming here to cheer us, to cheer each other up based on the law, not what anybody says. If anybody who's proposing anything here has to be legally laced. Now, if they disobey the law, I take it that the United States says that nobody, I don't know if you read U.S. statement on what they're waiting for. They said, go to the courts and nobody should interfere with that court. So we here in the United States who are going to be protesting, we're going to hold the United States accountable for that statement. We're going to go to court, just like our people went out there and voted. with their PVCs, right? It was authenticated by that beavers. That EC8A form is the only thing that the law put in there in case Mahmoud does that, what he did. So they've done it, but they haven't done it with impunity. Do you know how long ago they put in Ozekhome? But he's just got the punishment. Those judges and their families were barred from entering the United States. Now, I've made my case that is inadequate. That is not what we want. We have a better climate than America. So as good as America is, banning these people from coming to the United States it's inadequate. Especially on this mandate, we have to get it back. Nothing will cure it, but restoring the mandate. People went out there and they voted, authenticated, voted, so they have to go through those EC8 forms in all 176,606. Yeah.
How are you sure that banning them from going to the United States is not going to destroy their lives? You know, these leaders, they that's where they stay. It's like they can't resist it. This is my problem. They will be crying.
$20 billion. Ban
they will
me
be
from
crying.
I'll stay, I'll stay back home with the money.
Where am I going to go now? Now I can't travel overseas anymore. I have to stay here with these crazies in Nigeria. These our leaders are useless. That's why they use visas to threaten them. You know, how many countries you use visas to threaten them? The people care. Nobody cares.
Anyway, it's true. Ordinarily, if you are told not to come to somebody's country, it doesn't mean anything. You can say, okay, to hell with your country. But it's because their livelihood depends on going to America and many things.
CM, do you know that this Wole Soyinka said one thing? So let me remind you all. Wole Soyinka said one thing, that he's going to destroy his green card if Donald Trump wins the election. And what happened? Was his green card destroyed?
He never did that. That is
the man that is coming out. You see, people are believing him. He's fake. He has been compromised.
For a long time, I think, you see, when you start wearing the kind of the way I look at things now, when my eye open to our predicament, you start seeing people for who they truly are. And you start asking yourself, how can this man that I respect for how many years? You know how somebody you used to respect before, you discover that this person has been some kind of dodgy individual all this while.
Exactly.
That is like, how is our country like this? And I respect it.
But Wole is very close to Tinubu now. He's a very close friend of Tinubu now.
I would have said Wole Soyinka is getting to 8 years, but Ayo Adebanjo is 95 and he's still talking sense, standing by the side of the truth.
It's not about age. He's been at this for a very long time. I've heard the way he talks about this thing. I know a lot of people will sympathize with him on this one, on the ASU strike. I'm one of those people that saw that if I was like him, I've been in the struggle for how many decades, I should have seen that this is damaging the country. It's not always about falling placard. There are millions of students that don't go to school. Many of them are graduating erratically from different dates, and just because our education system is all over the place. And yet this man that is highly educated goes to Western countries, knows how the systems run there, tolerates a country going on strike for 9 months. There are sometimes you have to understand that there are certain things you just have to bear just for the greater good, not only just about winning an argument. So, but that said, anyway, that's a different thing altogether. But the point I was making regarding this is that, I was saying earlier on, my previous appearances that that P2B has to survive the coming period. And you can see signs already that I think they are now, if they think they are going to lose the case in court, or at least they are going to have a hiccup in court, they are going to try to destroy Labour Party now. And if you look at what they are doing in Abuja, they went to their headquarters. In Imo, from what I gather, the other officials are in Labour Party buildings in Imo State. And this is trouble, and you're going to start seeing that they're going to try to start influencing Labour officials to sabotage the party from within. And because there's already a rumor going around that there's one of the Labour Party officials wanted to suspend P2B, which is ridiculous, which I don't believe in. This is just an hour ago they started publishing that nonsense from Flip TV. So but it tells you the direction of travel that they want to go. If they feel
Mm,
something's going to trip
yes,
them up, they want to do. This is why they are releasing these tapes. All those things that they are doing, they are trying to go
it's
after
true.
him. They are trying to pressure him to leave the country.
Mm.
We should just hold our nerve, and whoever is keeping the P2B safe, they should double down and do a good job of it. Sooner or later, the whole thing will clear, the truth will come out, and if it goes in our favor, then he will be sworn in, and there you go. The country will move
You know,
forward.
I
Whoever
really like the
doesn't
fact
like
that
it,
you used our in that case right now too, Niger. I have to give you credit for that. I've been waiting to hear you say our favor. Our. That
what's
is
wrong with this guy?
very, very remarkable thing.
Yeah,
And
he's one of us, but sometimes you hardly can tell. But I mean, thank you, Mr. Pansa, for calling that out. That
All these
hour
people,
is
all these
it should
people,
be in
you know,
capital. It should be
Pansad
in
hears
capital.
me
It should
defending
be in capital. It should
P2P
be in
on other
capital letter. You
panels,
know,
and he
capital
comes here to
letter.
act as if I doesn't know
Can
who I
I
am.
can I say something? Can I say something? You see, you know why sometimes I look at some statement and I go angry about it, irrespective of my feelings, irrespective of I've activated myself before on that side. But I got to realize that these people, they need more hot hand. You see, Wale Soyinka himself. You know, when I started suspecting that man, it's been for a very long time. You know, he's a lecturer in the US. You see, there was a time he was interviewed in Nigeria when he came to Nigeria. He was making a statement concerning how the whites, came to Africa, how they do this, how they do that. And he was now coming to his realization, and he was, was really talking really academically against the white. And I now saw from the perspective he came from. And I studied what he was saying. And I brought it back to reality and see the same man in the US, trying to dance galala with the same white he's attacking right here in Africa to those that don't have information, and they are believing him. You see, he comes here, he does galala with the same people he's accusing, then he go back to Africa because he knows that we don't have light, we don't have internet coverage, we don't have anything. 75% don't even get information, and he tells them all the kind of English, literary English that he has learned that make him a Nobel laureate and confuse the people. And the people, because they lack this stuff, they believe him. But thank God, we that really goes in search of information, either by trick or by crook, we know him and we put a red flag on him until we now come to a conclusion to say, yes, that red flag matters a lot. Now it has really manifest. How can a Nobel professor come without controlling his emotion? He was speaking against the Constitution. I didn't even see talking against the vice president of Labour, but he was talking against the Constitution. He was speaking against the Constitution because the Viper never make reference of his own word, but he was making reference and defending the Constitution. That to tell you the kind of man he is. I know it comes from the perspective of tribalism is in his tone, but he tried to dodge that because that will go against his own ethics. But that is plain inside of him. That is why I say he has been compromised in one way or the other for a long time, but he was hiding it inside of him, and he has busted it out today. On that day he spoke. That's a shame.
He's been compromised from the very beginning, and I think this is, you see, for people that don't, like, I didn't know about this before. If you follow their path, his funding, all those things, the people that funded him, it's not like that. You see, this is why when I was watching some video the other day on YouTube, they were talking about how Nigerian people, when they go to Nigeria, when they go to South Africa, and the Nigerian men, they say one of the things they like about South African women is that when they are talking to them, they talk about African stuff. They talk about black people stuff. They talk about, because the reason why they are able to do that, because they experienced it firsthand. They knew when Mandela was struggling, those people were still alive. The Zimbabwe is linked to South Africa, and they too experienced it firsthand. So they have more consciousness of their place in this world. This is why South Africa can reject America's pressure regarding Ukraine, and South Africa has joined BRICS, while our leaders are busy traveling to Western countries constantly. Because most of our people don't even care about these topics. Like, they don't see their place in this world. And we are the most important one. It's crazy. Nigeria is the most important among all these countries, and we have been hoodwinked by these leaders. This is why when you see me talk to them, sometimes it appears as if I'm losing a little bit of patience with them, because it's because of this realization that, why are you people so calm? Why are you people so traveling to all these places when you should be fixing our country? You see, how can our country be like this?
Is Miss Omoye still here? President Peter Obi, is she still here?
I'm still here. I was waiting. I said the CM has not allowed me to speak since.
Okay, after you
since
speak,
I've been here.
I think I should recommend we keep her quiet for a while.
Excuse you.
You know,
Excuse you.
I move emotion. We keep her quiet for a bit. You know, she does that to me.
What do you mean? That's an insult.
All the time.
Do you realize that that's an insult? What do you mean for? What do you mean by that?
But you do that to me all the time. Just supporting it back.
Be a gentleman.
But I never
As a matter of fact, we shall allow her speak first.
Sister, we shall allow her speak first. She's trying to win you over. That's what he's doing.
Win who over? For we are
she owes me my wife. I keep asking for my wife.
Don't try it. Be Victor, I beg. Just leave that matter. Don't talk again.
She promised me 100 wives.
We are behind you. Don't worry.
We do your back, bam. No checking.
Nobody will keep you quiet. Never.
What we are talking
I haven't spoken since, so CM, you have not given me a chance since I've been quiet.
Don't worry,
minding my business.
You will come up now. We've agreed that the Supreme Court interpretation of Abuja status has been done before, and there's a tendency that the lower court, which is a tribunal, cannot upstage or overturn what is already on ground. So the hope for that is more than 90%. Maybe probably they know that the moment this tribunal sits and then the thing comes up, the tribunal will go based on a CBN judgment because they're going to cite it. However, having said that, the case is not yet closed because this hide and seek that APC is playing, like Ozekhome made us to know clearly that they are interested in wasting time. Widen the clock. When the time comes, the file may be something very close to the end, to the deadline. Then they will start to ask for postponement and all those things. Yes, I think that is when the street will decide this case, because that is testing the patience of Nigerians. All these things that even Obi himself, we really may make a statement that we tell the people, look, we've waited for them for so long. All this wiring down the, wasting time and then bringing us to this situation in the hope that whatever INEC said on 25th, whatever INEC said should for now be the instruction that the sent. Whatever INEC said should stand until when it is overturned. So I'm envisaging that by that time, people won't have this. Nigeria won't be as quiet as it is now. That's why I have a sense of foreboding. Although Tinubu and his gang may be thinking it will pan out the way it is, it will not pan out the way they are thinking. When they were inviting Boko Haram to remove Jonathan, nobody knew that Nigeria will. They thought that removing Jonathan, everything will go back to normal. But Boko Haram ended up, handling those, sort of biting those that brought them in. So today everybody's complaining about Boko Haram. So in all,
from the last comment you just made, you do understand that both the Supreme Court and this tribunal, they have power of a writ. See, that's why you just can't count on that. They could do the delay tactics, and this tribunal would issue a writ. For example, a writ of certiorari. Let me post the spelling right here on the private section. There are a couple of writs that they could use to stop him from being president-elect. if once they get a whiff, that's what they're trying to do. It's unconstitutional for them to swear him in. He's not president-elect. So if he used delay tactics, they could issue a writ of certiorari down on INEC or anybody else. And the Supreme Court itself could also act in a decent society on their own motion. They could issue a writ even without being applied for by any other parties. So there are so many things that is in Kuwait that could happen.
But they won't succeed in keeping the street quiet anymore. That is just the way I'm looking. That is just the way I'm looking. Because even right now we are here, our patient is running out. Not because of the fact that they've denied Obi completely, but because the procedure hasn't started. Like Ozekhome said, they are just deliberately. So it's a frustration. They know it, but in the end, it may not pan out the way they are thinking. That is my own. You may be planning evil for somebody, eventually it will turn against you. So they may think that everything is under their control. They can use intimidation, invade any office, fabricate any story, put it out. While they are debating it, they bring up another one, use anything to buy time and then to frustrate. To me, I know that's what they call the natural justice. It may not pan out. Nobody can see tomorrow. Nobody's Nostradamus. They won't know because this thing eventually it will backfire. It will not only will it fail, but it will backfire. Anyway, Omoye, what have you got to tell us? I will soon be winding this down so that we all go and sleep against
You have
tomorrow.
tried, oh wow.
It's true.
Hey, you and Mr. Elvis. Who else is in London, sir, on the panel?
Now, brother, see him one walk
You
now.
will not see me now. This type of thing, I don't exist. All the work I put in. It's all good.
Tonight, they look for attention. Okay, I will give you attention. Let me give you. May I give
all
you the
your
attention?
attitude towards me, you be giving me attention on this one. I have to return it now.
That's what you see it as. Okay, now they here.
I not tell you to
backstage.
I tell you to defy your attention.
Come on, go on. Just ignore him. Go on. Just ignore him.
She was saying that she put me backstage earlier on. Another day here.
Just ignore him. Go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sia. Well, I'm just gonna say finally, before everybody goes to bed, we have to keep fighting. I appreciate what Ms. Pansat was saying about celebrating our wins and being positive about that. I get that, but Mr. Pansat, you also have to understand, man, we've been so jinxed in Nigeria. Sometimes listening to this whole process going on in Nigeria, sometimes it's overwhelming, so when people get overwhelmed and speak like that, sometimes it's not because we're not seeing the win. Sometimes even though it looks like a win, it is a win, but because we can't see it, because we've been so jinxed and the way Nigeria is, we don't know who to trust. That's what's causing some of these things. So I appreciate you said that, but we have to keep fighting with our voices, with our pen, with our social media accounts. I know that this definitely threatens them. I'm sure it's not giving them any sort of rest, because we do need someone who cares for the people. Nigerians have not had a leader that cares for them, that really, really cares. We've never had that. We've had people that want to lord it over us or want to sell the small one that we have to add to their own and continue to enrich themselves, So we got to keep our voices going and hopefully, knock on wood, we win this so we can start to build and start to educate and start to empower ourselves, because without the right leaders, I'm sorry, all these plans that we have, talking to people, educating people, it's not going to go anywhere, I'm afraid, because people will be busy trying to find food for themselves and survive. They're not even going to be thinking about developing themselves, which is the case. So sometimes when you're even talking to people in Nigeria, they don't even understand where you're coming from. They don't give, because to them they are trying to survive. Now food, now how they want to take eat. Now they think. I mean, I saw a video of a couple whose house was demolished, and these two people were outside of their house on their sofas that they, that they threw out, eating something. I don't even know whether it was bread or whatever. It was so painful to watch. These people have been impoverished already, and you see many of that in Nigeria. It's very heartbreaking. So I beg, let's continue to cry. Those of us that are in London, please show up in Trafalgar Square. I beg, please. Those of us in Los Angeles, I wish I could. My ticket is wasted. I paid almost $500 for that ticket. I can't use it, because I got it as a deal. Usually you don't get back your money for the deal. So what am I going to do? I was hoping I'll be able to make it, but I have deadlines to meet. So I would say, please, I beg, let's continue to talk. Let's continue to push. Show up in Los Angeles, show up in Chicago. I beg you. This is all we can do. Let's keep doing what we can. Maybe more ideas will come, but let's keep, at least this is what we know. Let's keep doing it. Thank you very much, Mr. CM, for hanging in. Oh, man, kudos to you. Kudos to Mr. Niger Watch and to Niger and everybody in London that stayed up. Those of us in North America, our day just they begin. Well, it's me. It's 9 p.m. Depending though.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you
I
very
mean,
much.
Now
I know,
11 day here, 11 night.
I know most of you are in the US. What I want to know is this. Those of you in the US particularly should answer it. Do you think America's policy, the way America look at Nigeria, that they're on the side of the masses or they are part of our oppressors?
This is what I would
Let
say
me
on
react
that.
quickly on your question.
Wait, Mr. Victor, please hold on 1 second, I beg.
This for those in
what,
the US.
Yeah, so what I want to say, what I'll say on that is this. You have to understand, I think what people don't understand is that we have African Americans here that have been here for a long time. And there's been a lot of fight back and forth. I know a few friends who have actively been pursuing and pushing for them to leave African countries alone or call them out on some of the policies that they have, put on African countries. So there's a lot that's going on, right? That is, for lack of better words, put these people to shame if they don't stand up for Nigeria. Because you have to understand, a lot of Nigeria law representatives in America, we have House of Rep members from Nigeria, and then we have even people that have close ties with Nigerians, even within the Senate. Nigerians are very well known, so their interest it matters to a lot of people at the top. So this is why I know, deep down that they would have no choice but to stick up for Nigeria in this regard.
Yeah, I would like to get a word in on this too. After
you have somebody also serving in Biden's cabinet
Biden's cabinet that's Nigerian. I think he was one of the in the what's it called, the legal team, right?
Correct? No. He's in Treasury.
Yeah,
he's the second person.
Yeah. The second person
is the second person to the Treasury Secretary. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So we have that. So we have people way high up there. So this is why it's very important. America. This is why Biden is taking the steps that he's taking by not congratulating. Trust me, it's bigger than we think. With that, having said that, this is why I have some type of I feel sort of a little bit happy about that aspect of it because of our cousins that were stolen. So they are actually standing for us. If you go on TikTok, there's so many people, African Americans, that are having these conversations and are very concerned with what's happening in Nigeria. So we need to know that we have people on our side. And when Mr. Pansa talks, sometimes I understand exactly where he's coming from. But when we're going back and forth, sometimes it gets lost, in everything that he's trying to say. But that's all I'm going to say, and I'll let others talk.
I think this one I can answer.
Hold on. You are not in that United States.
This one, what?
You are not in the United States. So
okay, go ahead now. Since you are in the United States.
Number one, I was saying that we should be popping at least a cheap bottle of champagne tonight because of the video we saw with Endaka, right? But the second reason why we should actually be dancing is that there was a fast pace to railroad Nigeria into Tinubu and APC's shenanigans, right? As a matter of fact, Omoye and I had a debate on this because the day I came online, there was doom. And, I say, hey, look, America has not congratulated Tinubu on this. Omoye said, they have actually. She posted something by low-level State Department. So I'm sure she will remember that. It's about less than a month ago.
I remember.
Right. So, but look, we didn't have to much to get that. That is a huge thing because guess what happened? There were some calls from the British High Commissioner back home to the Prime Minister in Britain, who they made that call to Tinubu, right? Which is normally the way they did it in the past, and it worked all the time. But this time, the United States stopped it in the tracks. Not only that, they removed her, reposted her somewhere else, removed the American ambassador, reposted her somewhere, all within a couple of weeks period. They were reposted, right? And the American one went around saying bye to the APC people, right? Just go and check it out. Nigerians,
the lady was due to her time was due this April.
Okay, what about the American one? So
I don't know about the American one. The lady one was the one you spoke about that
when
day.
somebody's time is due, you have a country that you're familiar with, you've been there for many years, and they're about to change over government, and you're yanked out weeks to that handover. It's significant.
It's very, very significant. Very, very significant.
And it's not a coincidence because you have two of them.
No, but she's leaving in. She was due to leave in April. The handover is in May. That's what you should expect.
No, but
wait now, now when they talk over wait, let Mr. Pastor finish now, please.
So unless I say something that's not true, if you have your little opinion about what I say, you say it during your turn. But if I lie, then you call me out for it. It will be coincidence if it's one of them, but the two of them, right? So you have to understand in 2019, and actually when Jonathan lost, the rapidity by which these ambassadors congratulated Buhari, and it was just done deal. If America makes that call, we're done. I told Mr. Elvis that is the only thing. If I'm watching it, if that happens, forget it. But on that date, when Omoye posted the thing from the low-level department here from the United States, and I say, no, that's not the protocol. It has to be president to president-elect. That's where it works. So luckily for us, we have that. On top of that, then the United States issued a statement about the thing. And of course, they made those ambassadors go back and say that there was no transparency. Now, that's huge. The election was not transparent. And they said there was violence. They didn't go as far as we would like by saying that, hey, look, this is a sham. This is stupid, right? They didn't go that far, but they said it's not non-transparent. Now, that means something legally here in the United States when it comes to other countries and the elections. So we do have that track going. And then they issued a warning that says, look, go and read the statement from the United States, the last statement. They said, this thing those parties should go to the courts and that nobody should interfere with that court process. That is, quote, nobody must interfere with that process. So we got that. That is for us. So now, finally, the alleged president-elect has been incommunicado in France or wherever the hell he is for them going up to 60 days. Is he under arrest? We don't even know because we don't try to push what they're pushing. Like say, oh, they're gonna arrest people, talking that kind of talk. Try to effeminate him. They're gonna try to like Tunaja is saying, oh, they're not gonna be happy. They're gonna do this. Do what? There are some things you're gonna do, and the people take it, right? But there are some things you're gonna do, and nobody's gonna wait for that court. So it's not like the majority of people Nigerians who are law-abiding and waiting for the court to act, and you keep peddling nonsensical, I'm sorry about that, things that don't make any sense about P2B is scared. P2B is not scared of anything. Life is the vicissitude of life is not guaranteed. You could go somewhere and you die over there. All right. This man believes that this mandate that the country needs to be rescued, and he's devoted to doing that. And he's denied the fake audio tapes or whatever it is they published, and he's denied it. He said it's not true, and that he's going to court, and when he gets to that courthouse, that he's going to prove that he won, not to show that they didn't win. He says he's going to prove that he won, and he's giving some finite figures from Lagos where he says he's got 900,000. He must be looking at something to come up with that those figures. Do you think P2B is somebody who's going to give you a figure and he's guessing? He must have seen it, because he doesn't have any latitude to lie. He can't even say anything that is not true. He's gentle, he's meek, he's respectful of his elders. That's true. But there are things that are unacceptable to him. One of them is to steal that election from him. He's not going to let you do that. So all I'm saying is, we'll come out here tomorrow, and from tomorrow, we should be playing these kind of videotapes, explaining to people that there's no need to be hopeless. That's what I mean. There's no result is guaranteed. But at the meantime, what's scaring you is because you don't know any better. You don't know what's going on.
I don't know what you're talking about, really.
Pansat, when you say just a sec, Pansat, when you say America said that nobody should interfere with the court, I want to ask, if they bribe the judges, will the Americans know that the judges has been bribed to give maybe APC does their thing? That's what I'm trying, just asking anyway, just random thoughts.
Yeah, my thoughts on that is,
why are you people bearing my response? Somebody spoke how many minutes ago, and instead of me to be able to respond to a key point that is very significant to us actually, and we just bury it under this.
Then you could.
No, it's CM that seek for your minute now. CM seek for it now. He's the moderator.
See, why I wanted those in US. I wanted those in US because of, I said, all these things we are talking, whether America really, those in US should be able to tell us whether America is really on the side of the
CM. And it's funny. Do you know that Nigeria has never lived in a democracy before in his entire life? He's living in a bloody monarchy, and then we who are here in the United States.
Why does this guy just keep being personal? Can you just stop with this?
So
and CM, somehow you allow him to get away with all these statements.
It's not personal now. Is he lying? Tell him that he's lying. Tell him that he's lying.
Because the UK, I don't. So we should be calling each other bloody. Okay, that's what you want to descend to now.
100%.
I'm fine with that. I can insult too.
Okay, beauty. I did not insult you. You have never lived where you vote for the president.
You called me,
before.
give my little opinion, and call me UK. I've never lived in a democracy all my life.
Have you ever voted for head of state in your life before? He has not voted for head of state before.
Pansat, please.
All right.
Let's stop the personal attack, please.
Oh, now you want to stop the personal attack when he has been doing it all this while and he's been getting away with it.
Even me. Please.
Don't invest for everything now.
Why is everybody asking me not to invest? But you attack me repeatedly.
They ask you a question. Have you lived under this democracy?
Stop it. I don't even going to listen to you already against me anyway, so forget it.
Anyway, so
let me say what I need to say.
Please mute.
Can I say, how long does it take one person to reply? Is it 30 minutes or 1 hour?
Do you have ability to mute him, please? Mute him.
Is it 1 hour that it will take for me to reply to one thing?
What I was saying is that the United States.
Wait, now you go reply now. I go they watch you. Don't worry. And you must reply.
By administration, okay? The people of the United States are good people. They're savvy politically and they're fair. And they don't want Islamization. They don't want injustice. The American people are savvy and fair. However, there are different administrations. Now, I took it upon myself to write on blogs, talk on this platform and other platforms to remind the Biden administration that you disagree with President Trump on everything. Then how come you have the same ambassadors in our country that were some of the Some of them go all the way back to Obama administration, and Trump kept them. And Trump doesn't agree with Obama in anything. Nigeria is the biggest, largest African economy with hundreds of thousands of people in it. All right. So how are you going to keep the same team that we had under Trump? It was important for them to shuffle that mission. So that's what I'm saying. It depends on the administration. Now, Biden, is he a good person? Because that's all it comes down to. You could say anything you want. We sit there and they massacre over 1,000 of our fellow citizens in Kaduna, southern Kaduna. 1,000 in broad daylight. America did nothing. Right? UN did nothing, 1,000 people. Then they pick up girls from secondary schools, 300 girls. Load them up in dormitories. I want to take an example. America did nothing. So should I vouch for people who do something like that? No, I can't. Right? Biden was powerful enough at the time to do something about all this massacre. He did nothing. So by this time, it's not banning judges who do things that are going to harm our country. They have to be proactive here. They have to act. There is no room to sit on the fence. To even tolerate this Mohammed to travel from Nigeria. This
I'm not sure why you limited this question to only African Americans. It's a little bit weird.
Washington D.C. That is not a good omen. That this Mohammed, Minister of Culture, traveled to Washington D.C. That is not something that they should see, because the punishment right now should actually be levied. There should be sanctions on Nigeria, on Buhari himself. So that's why I am not as optimistic as I should be, because there should be action right now on this present administration. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. See.
Okay. A rebuttal also from Nigeria.
Yeah. See, it's unbecoming the way Pansat behaves, and this is why Elvis makes a lot of effort to restrain his behavior, because he goes overboard saying stuff that is completely inappropriate. If you want to do dirty and talk dirty, I don't have any problem with that. If you go to the right platform, I will trade insults with you. I don't have any problem. I've been to very, very robust discussions where they use insults. So let's not do that. And it's funny when people just, because they don't like some of my opinion or they don't even like me, then they just hear stuff and they just keep pretend as if they don't hear it. This is kind of nonsense that we as Nigerians do sometimes, where something is wrong, they don't apply equal justice to it, because now they don't. It's not on their this thing. They prefer to see it happen. It's okay, but when it's some other person, just because I didn't say the name of the guy very well, they spend all evening going on about it. So, but this is our people for you. So regarding the country, regarding the US, see, it's one thing to have people inside the country meaning well for the people of this in Africa and looking to do all those things. It's another thing for the nation's foreign policy to be in our favor. And one cannot argue that the US foreign policy is in our favor. Look at the foreign policy they have with Japan. Look at the foreign policy they have with South Korea, Taiwan, Germany, that they went to direct war with not that very long ago. Then look at the state of Nigeria. This is about race. It has nothing to do with nationality and all that stuff. The black people in their country are the least performing in their country, and they make sure they let them know that. George Floyd died. They didn't even pass one law on his behalf, but yeah, they went and passed a law for the Asian people. Why? Because the Asians are able to take care of themselves. Those black people in America, the only protection they offer us is America directly invading Africa. If America wanted to invade Africa, they are going to have a problem, because at least 20% of their fighting forces are probably going to be black. Sooner or later, when they see their fellow Africans, they are going to think twice. And guess what? America has ever hardly invaded any black African country. There must be a reason for that. They've been to all that parts of the world invading, and they didn't come to Africa. There is a reason. So that is not necessarily because they don't want to, but they just can't. They don't have the tools to do it, because the tools that they use to invade other people is part of the continent. So they can't do that. They can't use that direct approach. And the idea that Panza said that is huge, that they didn't congratulate Tinubu. Why should we care? Why don't we care what the Chinese think? Why don't we care what the Russians think? Are we so different from our leaders that we accuse? Hold on now. Are we so different?
Why are you bringing Asia in now?
Are you
are
listening to what I'm
digressing.
saying?
You are digressing.
I'm not digressing. I'm comparing
Go straight to the point.
two powerful nations in the world. I'm comparing other powerful nations in the world. We say our leaders have basically colonial mentality. Are we so different ourselves? How are we so different when we subscribe to them all the time? You don't see our people running to Russia or come and help us, Russia. You don't see our people running to China, come and help us, or India. It's always the former colonies. Always. Just like our leaders, we are doing exactly the same thing.
That's where they stash the money. That's where the kids are in school. Are their kids in Russia? Are their monies in Russia?
Yeah, but the ordinary people fly there.
Russia have democracy.
Is the leverage
the Chinese have democracy.
As we speak, we have African soldiers marching for Russians as we speak. So please be careful what you're saying. We have African soldiers, and let's not focus on this, honestly, to Niger.
Yeah,
honestly, we should focus on. We really need to focus on how we're going to.
I've told him before, he's digressing.
Yeah, but you're going now. You're not saying what's
no. Because I need to. What you can advise me is try to make it succinct, so that let me make it more of.
No. Let's talk about how we're going to get back.
Can we stop censoring me? You all are allowed to talk.
No, I'm not censoring you, Mr. Tunaija. You are going.
You are not regulating this stuff, but you ask me to keep quiet when I try to intervene.
You are always digressing. You are not hitting the point. That's why we are having an argument with you.
The question.
Good night, everybody.
The issue we're addressing is American foreign policy in Nigeria. I think you started very well with that. I don't know. Is that
but
they
won't let me simple. Talk about America. Talk about England. That's the thing. Don't go to Russia. Don't compare Russia. Don't even bring Russia. There's war there. Don't bring Russia there.
So you want us to focus on the people that enslaved us? Is that what you are asking me to do?
Okay, are you trying to
people that bred us like animals? Is that the ones you're asking me to do?
Yes.
People that bred us like animals. I should be telling you that they are in our favor.
And you are in their country.
Do you think your forefathers will be rolling? Don't you think they will not be rolling in their graves right now? You are there praising
and you are
people that
enjoying their facility in their country. People that
I'm not enjoying it. Just as
go back home now. Go back to Nigeria now.
Hold on. Are they not in Africa?
Okay, Victor, allow him,
just as they are in Africa.
You have to redirect him very well so that you know
they are
in Africa.
See, he can talk, but he won't let me talk.
Victor, allow him, please. See, so that we
just
shouldn't
as
be talking
just
on
as
top
Europeans
of
come into Africa to come and take our resources to help their own people, that's how I am here. I didn't come here for that purpose, but when my eyes open, I'm here. Almost everything I do is to try to help our own people in Nigeria too. Why do you think I'm here having all this conversation? Normally I talk to people from all over the world, from East Africa, African Americans. African Americans know me more than Nigerians even. So so the reason why I'm engaging is because it's going to benefit our people. Just like Europeans come to Nigeria to reap our own resources. It's not a shameful thing to be overseas. If I can be in Nigeria, I will be in Nigeria too. Right now, if I can be in Nigeria right now. But again, the benefit that I get from being here, I transfer it back to Nigeria every single day. I'm at it every single day. So let's not go in that direction. And I will encourage everybody to do the same too, in their own way. Like I said it earlier on, if you invest in Nigeria, if you have a stake in Nigeria, you are more likely to care about things that are going on in Nigeria. That is what I say. And so regarding the foreign policy, America right now, as it sits, is a pan-European nation, not Pan-African. It's not there to help us. When America was at its most powerful, I've repeated this before, look at what was happening in Africa. Rwanda, June 12th, chaos in Nigeria, Somalia, Congo, name it. Africa was on fire in the 90s. When Africa had a chance to rise, was at the height of the Soviet Union. When they need you, they come close to you to be friends. The moment they don't need you anymore, they set you ablaze. And because this is a pattern historically, go and investigate the history. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. People, look at your country. Compare the security nature of your country compared to other countries. Just check 20 other countries that are not black. Just do that homework. Then look at other aspects of the other nations and say, why is our country not like this?
But somebody said that given what Nigeria is going through now, American foreign policy should change. It should be in favor of Nigeria. That's why they have not congratulated Tinubu.
Yeah,
like
I bow for Ramo. You know, they hear that
They
one.
have their own reasons. See, you see, the way they behave is that they love their own people more than they care for us. You have to know that. That is their policy. Don't make a mistake. So whenever they come for,
that's the policy of all countries. That's the policy of all the countries.
So
don't single out one country.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. No. I'm not saying it's a bad thing on their behalf. They are doing their job. We need to understand that and recognize that their behavior is not in our favor. It's for themselves. So you have to ask yourself, if it's for themselves, do you think when they are against Tinubu is necessarily because of you? It's because they know it's not good for them somehow, too. That's why they're against it. It's not because of you. Maybe it coincides with our own interests, but it's not because of you. Don't ever think it's anything to do with you. Tomorrow, they might go behind Tinubu, behind you, and go and talk to Tinubu. Are you going to give us this thing? Are you going to give us that thing? And they will bargain with Tinubu. If Tinubu gives them everything they want, you'll be surprised. They will be congratulating him for. These were the ones that work with
that's a lie. America will never do that.
Let me give you proof.
There. Don't go there.
Yes,
give me the proof. Don't go there.
Please.
Okay, let me list them.
China,
Saudi Arabia that beheads people, Israel that is killing people all over the place. They are all very close allies to America. I think America cares about rules. See, you really have to understand that this world is about power.
If let me tell you, Mr. Nigeria, you are going too far. You are going too far, please. You are going too far.
It's okay, please.
Mr. TM, correct him. It's going too far.
Please.
They've signed the policy before this thing happens. Don't go to where you don't know, please.
I don't know why
you don't know what policy.
Round up.
Don't go there. You always try to go where you don't know.
I've finished. It's okay. If you want to say something, you can go ahead.
Okay.
I want to say something briefly. Sorry. Yeah. The issue of America backing us or not backing us, the Western world in general will put their interests above the interests of any nation.
Exactly.
At the moment, somehow, our interests or what we're fighting for will not allow the American value system go against what we're fighting for at the moment. However, in the future, like Tunanja said, behind the scene, if they swear the drug lord in by May 29, America will still work with him. But they may not be so open about it. They are diplomatic about everything, but they will always protect their interest above any other thing. Thank you.
Okay, but does it mean
when Abiola died in prison?
Does it mean American interests will not be served if Nigeria is stable, we organize democracy, stable, making progress? Wouldn't that serve it better than when Nigeria is in a hostile? That is the way things are.
No, it doesn't serve them.
Of course, America will preach democracy. America will preach democracy when it serves their interests. Saudi Arabia is not a democratic nation.
But India
Saudi Arabia, the present government. Hold on, let me address this issue. The present administration in the US does not align very much with the autocratic rule in Saudi Arabia. But they try to pass it. In the previous administration, the tendency of the US president then was autocratic. He aligned very much with that of Saudi Arabia, and they became friends. When the man left office, hold on, let me line. When the man left office, the son-in-law got a deal of over $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. The secretary, the Treasury Secretary, got a deal of over $1 billion from Saudi Arabia.
It's okay. The reason
So,
why
in essence, America as a country will protect their interests above every other interest. It depends on the time and circumstance.
We know America
by the
will
way,
always
can
look
I
after their
let me make
interests.
my
But
last submission on that?
please excuse me. I had to add this question because all these demonstrations we are doing, protests, when it comes and intensifies, how receptive the American society will be of it, and how it will reflect on the government of the day, because this is a unique situation Nigeria is entering now. Anyway, we have to round up, please. It's been
Yeah,
a
let me
long
answer
time.
on that American
So
interest then, because it keeps coming up and up.
please,
All right,
just
yeah,
one minute. Let's
1 minute.
go
Okay,
so that we can
I
relieve.
will adhere to that. Look, to Nigeria and Onero, when you talk about American interest, right? They will protect their interests. Yes, states are rational actors. We learned that is true, and they calculate their gains on relative gain, not absolute gain. That is very important for you to understand the difference between those two. So let's say they have intelligence of how many Nigerians they have in the United States. There are a lot of us, and in high places, influential. And Biden knows that he's going to be running against Trump. Okay, now if Nigeria flares up and it's understood that they're trying to Islamize Nigeria and Nigerians are protesting over there, and the Biden administration is indirectly supporting this APC wizard, right? Like Laya Mohammed, who is in Washington, D.C. now. That can be an issue of interest. He wants to survive, right? What brought down Trump was they killed a black motorist, nailed on his neck for almost 8 minutes, and he didn't show any sensitivity. The entire world were out there protesting, and he says, I'm on the side of the cops, right? So that convincing people like myself who supported him. So that didn't go well. It's the same thing. Interest. Biden has to survive. If he is out there having people like John Kerry and others who are influenced by Nigerian politicians, and they do this, it's going to be big. It's going to be an electoral issue. So he has to be on the right side on this. Else, Trump is going to seize it because he knows how to seize something like that. And he says he's fighting for the Christians, for example. So he has to do the right thing. That's an American interest. That's his own self-interest in himself. He has to calculate what he has to lose if he lets this, because Nigerians aren't going to let this go. We have to get our mandate back. That means including by violence.
Nigeria doesn't factor in American election.
Okay.
That's what you think too, Niger.
Niger, watch. Let's wind down. Okay. Oh, Madam H.O. is here. Madam H.O. Probably. Okay, Madam H.O. You've listened from the background to what we've been saying. We are trying to finish by saying the American public, the American foreign policy, is it on this? Is it to protect? Are they sympathetic to the plight of, say, Nigerians or Nigerian government? Which side are they? It's like asking you, which side are you? Do you think America cares if we continue demonstrating in their different cities to reclaim our mandate? What will be the body language like of the government?
Well, like I told my therapy a few days ago, when he asked me if I was okay, I said no. Then she said, why? I said, a drug barrel stole our mandate. And a lot of people were killed. As some are in the hospital. Our government is quiet over it. And if the drug barrel become the president by crook, we invariably told our little children that they don't need to work hard, they just need to be crooks to get anything. And that is not good. I also make her to understand that my youth, majority of them, are doing fraud. and they prey in your women here who are lonely, profess love to them, and drain them. So they want to stop doing that. That is why a candidate came up and he said he want to change the consumption level of the government in Nigeria to the production. The youth buy into that because that will enable them to stop being a fraudster and use their intelligence and smartness to be productive. So therefore, if we don't let that happen, they will so focus on your women that they will continue to drain them, and a lot of them will commit suicide. And I guess that's not what you people want. Therefore, I need you to connect me to get to Washington, because this impunity must stop. I said, that is my counseling today. So she said she will send me resources. We will get our mandate back, either in peace.
So you feel American government is on the side of the people?
We have to get there and force them to be in the side of the people, whether they are there or not. They don't want all these things that are happening. There's connection between us and them. So it is either they help us so that we stop befriending their women in the name of love and make draining all their retirement benefit, which lead many of them to suicide. These are the ills. So they need to do something. So we get together, protest, then get into their face to do something. Like I told my therapist yesterday, I said a phone call for Biden to President Buhari to stop this nonsense. She said, are you sure? I said, I'm 101% sure. So I just need the connection. We'll get our mandate back.
Okay, thank you. I think with Niger Watch, let's it's done. We are as good as we are home and dry now. So sorry, it's been a 12-hour marathon.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, my
Sorry,
people.
through Niger, I send you a message, you not respond. Check your phone. Respond to my text message.
Yeah, I will respond. Sorry about that. I
Okay.
know, we talk all the time, but good thing that you reminded me again. I will respond.
All right,
Okay.
we need to
Thank
do
you.
business around security.
Nice
Thank
one.
you.
Yeah, that's what I talk about now. So definitely,
Thank you, my
respond.
people.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. On a good night.
Let me use
Or
this
good morning.
opportunity to thank every one of you. It's been a long.
Thank you to Elvis. We know they thank you now. Let you they thank people. Thank you, Elvis.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Thank you. CM, thank you so much. You really tried today. Wow. It's not easy. Mr. Pansat, for the first time I've seen Mr. Pansat to stay long on a broadcast like this.
Don't mind him now. Because don't mind him. He spent most of the time having a go at me.
No, he's monitoring you. All right.
We want Nigeria to be good.
I appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much. Onero, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Agbabo, is it Agbo Taos? Thank you. And many others that joined us. I appreciate you all. Those of you on the comment section, God bless you all. Thank you. J.O., I can see you. Thank you very much. John A, thank you. God bless you. Guy Wanlele, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate every one of you. Amanda Rita, thank you so much. Thank you, my good people. I wish I can mention all names. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much. Appreciate you all. So we got to round up now. We are doing this because of how we can have a better country. Nobody will want to be on air for 12 hours. YouTube don't pay you anything for it. In fact, they will even see you like a fool. Then what is this one doing on air? But we are doing this to have a better country. by the special grace of God, we all will be remembered for good. People will reference to us, in a good way. So that's what we're doing. Just do your part. Let everyone continue to do their part. We argue every time. We disagree. We agree. Yeah, it's normal. It's normal. If we are just on this platform every day without no single argument, that means every one of us are fake. So it's a normal thing to argue. It doesn't mean anything. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much, my people. I will ask for permission for us to round up this broadcast right now. Remember, we're coming back again later on. 6 p.m. is already around the corner. Thank you. And God bless you, my people.
Bless you too, Niger Watch. CM, everybody. Good night to Niger.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mama H.O. All right, bye-bye.
All right.
Onero, Abo, good night.
All right.
The countdown is how many days today? The countdown to reply, is it not of 11 days now left?
17th of this month, so it's 10 days.
Oh, 10 days. Yeah, 10 days. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good night, everyone. Bye for now.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
You are the pillar of my life. Master Jesus, you are the pillar of